We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, made to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side, lost lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take said. Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing along. It won't be long before they're singing a song.
nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
emotional. Keep on reaching out. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
na na na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the dark Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You say the fact that you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are in the thick of it here in week 4. I am, of course, Ushi, and I'm joined again by the fantastic Mr. Ox, and we are going to be bringing you today's games. And honestly, I keep saying it, but as soon as the split starts, it's gone in an instant. It just flies by as soon as you start, getting into the games.
Yeah, I feel like it's if you told me it was week 2, I'd be like, yeah, fair play. It's kind of crazy we're into week 4.
Yeah,
and nearly finished week 4 as
week
well.
4, yeah.
Things have been going fast. We've had a lot of games. I still feel like there's so much to be seen. I feel like a lot of teams, I'm thinking, we need to see more of this team. We need to see more of this team. We've seen a lot of these teams already, but yeah, it goes by in an instant.
It really, really does. And to get you caught up into where we are starting from today, let's have a quick look at yesterday's results, because we had a long one coming in yesterday. And for RNG, it took them a while to wake up, but they did get the 2-1 victory over OMG, and BLG with a little bit of a bounce back as well.
Yeah, I mean, IG, not exactly the hardest opponent for BLG, but BLG has been struggling. I do want to praise the addition of Icon to the roster. We were theorizing, wondering what would make BLG work, and I'm not ready to say they're fixed, but Icon being more proactive, roaming around the map, especially compared to his counterpart Fofo, who's very much a I stay in my lane sort of player, has worked for BLG. I think a lot of people talk about BLG as having quite a few players who wanted to be the carry. Having someone who's willing to sacrifice his lane and roam worked out, at least in that series. But as I said before, still need to see more of them, and you talked briefly about the RNG OMG series. The expected outcome with RNG taking the series win, but not the cleanest, I think we could definitely say.
Yeah, RNG still having a little bit of a MSI hangover, shall we say. In fairness, much better start this summer than it was last, so, we'll give them some kudos in that particular regard, and we can have a look at how the standings are. V5 and JDG atop, still undefeated at 6-0 and 5-0 respectively. V5 getting that 5 wins very early on, and obviously on the other side of things, we got to look towards the bottom of it, where FBX, yes, they picked up a win, but they're still very much at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, something I do want to say, and for all you LPL long-termers, you'll have heard this a million times before, so excuse me for this, but strength of schedule is a massive thing. Unlike other regions, when we're halfway through, that doesn't mean we have a clear snapshot. You look at the LEC, the LCK, the LCS, halfway through, everyone has played everyone, so you get a pretty good read. With us, FPX, they're 1-5, but they have faced quite a few of the top teams. They've had a hard schedule. The expectation is they'll pick up a lot of wins on the later end. And there's other teams who are close to the top end of the bracket, like JDG is an example, where they're yet to play V5 or RNG. Those could be two big challenges. So definitely take the standings with a grain of salt. And just because your favorite team, which might be FBX, is towards the bottom of the standing, that does not mean they're necessarily doomed.
Yeah, absolutely. A grain of salt. League of Legends, plenty of salt to be held around. But let's have a look at today's games. Yeah, absolutely. It's an empire, as we say. As 2 of our top 4 teams will be taking to the Rift. It's EDG, who've been a little bit shaky, getting the results, but definitely not as clean as they possibly would have liked against TT. And then later on, the impressive Anyone's Legend going up against the indomitable V5. Honestly, I think that's going to be a pretty close matchup. A lot closer, probably, than we anticipate.
Yeah, I think AL have exceeded expectations, and I think are definitely a team that I'm hyped about, but I think V5 are a force of nature right now. They've only dropped 1 game, and that was against RNG, who they managed to beat. They beat the MSI champions. They're the only team to take a series off RNG since before playoffs started in spring, so obviously huge for them. The fact they did that without Rookie as well, kind of crazy. Dream's been popping up, but we'll get to talk more about that later. First series of the day is EDG against TT. I think a lot of people rate EDG as the favorites in this one, but still potentially some teething issues for them.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And for me, look, we're talking about EDG versus TT. I'm going to pose the question to you. EDG, 4-1, are the world champs back, Ox? That's what I want to know.
I'm going to say, I've had a different answer when we're doing rehearsal. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say not yet, okay? I think EDG look decent, but they are not a team that is going to win worlds in the form they're in right now. And I think ultimately there's been members underperforming still. I think Flandre and Mako have looked weaker. There's still been good moments, right? This is a Form 1 team. It's just, I still think they're not quite in the form that we saw in that specific tournament, in that summer split as well, when they beat FBX, who was super hyped. But there's still time, right? There's still time in the split to do the work. We have some clips here for you showing some of the good points, some of the bad points, and just basically get a bit of a run through. And this is an example. Flandre unfortunately does get caught out in this one, but the rest of the team really moving in to pick up and allowing them to clean up the play.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing is that we're saying, like, you know, with EDG, they're not necessarily any worse than they were when they play, you know, in terms of actual, like, quality or anything like that. But I think the meta alongside, you know, kind of like shifting how they want to play the game has been a little bit of a, not a struggle, but definitely an adjustment is probably the best way to put it for the side of EDG. And you can see here, it looks really bad for EDG right at the start of that particular play, but they're able to kind of turn around due to a mistake. But this one, they very much overcommit to a fight. They just have no right trying to actually fight.
Yeah, it gets very messy. Weiwei plays this one pretty fantastically on the Viego. But, you know, BLG are a team who are struggling quite a bit, and it wasn't exactly clean for me, EDG coming out against them. That's the thing, is that despite the fact they have a good scoreline, you know, a lot of question marks within the series, and still need to see them clean up their gameplay and specific members sort out what they're looking at. I mean, this is another example where fighting up against the likes of IG, they managed to win the fight in this one with some fantastic play from JJ, and I think it goes without saying, this is still a stacked lineup. There are still some absolute stars on this player. You know, I'm going to give you a little tidbit. Every single player on this roster is a world champion, Ashin. I don't know
What?
if you know
What?
that, yeah.
Oh my
So
Lord.
still fantastic players, but I think the problem is they're relying a bit too much on that, you know? They're, like, if you compare them to RNG, RNG win by being a fantastic team. They still have strong individuals, don't get me wrong, but like the team play is what won them MSI, won them the spring split. Whereas at the moment, it feels like EDG, they're just going in a team fight. It's like, you know, we are so good, we'll beat you. But that doesn't work against teams who have, you know, equally good players, but also have better team play. So, you know, I'm reserving judgment. Hopefully we get to see a bit more of them. Hopefully we get to see them take on some of the stronger teams in the league, but still need to just sharpen up a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stat check on the hands diff, really, sometimes with EDG. You
Yeah.
just feel like they're kind of saying, look, we got Viper, we got Scout, we got JJ. We're going to still be able to crawl our way out of this one, even if it does look a little bad. We didn't do the full prep for it. And for the other side of this one as well, we got to talk about TT, because TT, if you've watched any of their games so far this split, don't worry, you'll be totally forgiven if you have not, because some of them have been absolutely incredible in all the wrong ways, but they're until they lose, they're winning. And I mean that in the most genuine sense of the word. Having casted most of their series this split, this team just decides they're all set up, everything's looking good, and then just a flick of a switch, a moment of just absolute pure solo queue, and they go, I'm gonna do this, and it just makes absolutely no sense.
They're kind of like the polar opposite to AL in that sense.
Yeah.
'Cause AL often fall behind and manage to bring it back in a big team fight. TT, it's like they're doing everything right. Like, they've had good early games against solid teams. And I'm like, yes, this is how you're supposed to play League of Legends. And then it just gets to a point and they're like, you know, we started the game well. We're not really sure what to do when we get to here. And here's a great example. JDG, the undefeated team, right? They're even in gold share, but they're up 3 dragons. Dragons spawning in 10 seconds. Instead of waiting for the dragon, they try and start the fight beforehand. A lot of skill shots burnt there onto the Scion. That was the Sejuani ult and the Seraphine ult just onto 369 the Scion. And then as a result, they just don't have any gas in the tank for the follow-up. Puff gets picked off. Beishuan's super low, so he can't get the resets. And as a result, JDG managed to clean up the fight and deny them that soul. And JDG went on to win this game.
Yeah, and again, look, we're not going to have just the one example. There's several different ones. This one is another massive moment. 0-6 up, 3,000 gold, and then UCal just decides to Destiny Gate in behind 1v4. I don't get it.
I'm going to be real with everyone watching. Machine grabbed these clips, and I did not want to see this clip again. I had the mispleasure of casting this game.
I was there. Don't cite
I know you were
the
there,
ancient
dude.
text to me, which I was there when they were
I know you
written.
were there, bro. I know, but it was so much pain. And it's just like, that was the frustration, is that they were so far ahead. And once again, in this situation, game 3 of that series, a winnable scenario, they
2v5.
overcommit under the tower onto a Gwen. And look at Ollie, he's just like, of course, the Gwen is going to pop W, chunk you out, the rest of the team come in for the cleanup, and then this fated moment.
Yeah, this, because it's bad. It's bad up until that point, but then Beishuan just really flubbing the Heartbreaker over the wall just kind of really solidifies it. But that is, that is just kind of how it works with Ultra Prime, and it's why we are so frustrated with them. Because look, if you're a bad team and you're not really doing anything and you're kind of getting trounced by everybody, who cares? We think about how you can improve, and it's a lot more easier to kind of go for it. But when you show good prospects, good play, and good early game movements, and then you throw it away for no reason, that's when Ox and Ushin get upset.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating to see. I think because these games are winnable, and they for sure like. It's not even the fact that like okay, the enemy team plays fantastic. It's like just really big mistakes from TT. So that's at least the positive is that they have strong early games. So hopefully we can see them work on some of those mistakes they make later on. Calm down. Don't get so overcommitting into these bad fights, and potentially we could see TT round out to be a decent team, but I guess we still have to wait and see it. Both teams, I think the highlight of this segment is that both teams have issues to work on.
Yeah, both teams have issues to work on. The thing that we're going to be looking on the most, especially in that early game, like you just mentioned, is going to be the jungle matchup. It is Beishuan versus JJ. These two guys are very, very pivotal to how their teams end up having success, or, in the likelihood of TT, not so much success.
Yeah, and I think Beishuan, higher goal difference of 15, very much playing things like the Graves, and even on the other picks, looking to build himself up as a strong carry and be relevant. JJ has been playing significantly for his team, trying to set up his lanes, which I think makes sense, right? You have Scout in the mid lane, you have Viper in the bot lane. I would play to get them fed, but just kind of showing the dynamic difference between these two, but still very relevant for the teams and how they're going to play. I do also want to note, as a side note on this one, today we are seeing Hoya play for TT instead of Xiaoshang, which is, I'm going to be real, a bit of a shame, and not in terms of the player themselves, but more because Xiaoshang was formerly on EDG. I was kind of hyped to see him come and fight against his old team, but we are going to see Hoya today, so his debut in the LPL, obviously for anyone who doesn't follow the LCK, he was on Dam1, didn't start in all their games, but was played a little bit in playoffs on the most recent in spring. Played a bit in regular season as well. And then also before that was in the LCK on Fred Brion, where he had a more active role. So we'll see what we get from him. But ultimately excited to see. Clearly TT think this might give them an edge in the matchup.
Yeah, and look, we know what we want to see from TT. Not throwing leads, not doing random stupid stuff that's just going to end up throwing the game for you. How do we want to see EDG approach this one? What have been the glaring issues for you when watching EDG, and why you're not super convinced that this is the return of the 2021 World Championships?
I'm going to be real. I think it's top and support. I think Flandre has been underwhelming through spring. If I'm going to be honest, I don't think he's been performing quite up to standard, which, I'm not sure Hoya is necessarily the player who's going to punish him, as Hoya in the LCK was a bit more of, he filled a role for the team and he did that well. I do think his Nara is pretty solid, so maybe we see that brought out today. But ultimately, I think Flandre shouldn't necessarily be too much of an issue, but generally he has been for EDG. And the other one is Mako. Mako, I thought, this meta comes in, more Enchanters. I was like, this should be Mako's meta. And he just hasn't really been performing, which is sad because there's so many strong bot lane duos, Senatom, Lucian Nami, Calista Renata, Ezreal Karma, which even EDG was playing in spring quite heavily when other teams weren't. All these strong bot lane duos that I thought, this is right up EDG's alley. Viper and Mako, fantastic laners. That's something we praise them for typically, and we just haven't really seen it come through. So my hope is that EDG can see the bot lane perform. I'd love to see Viper and Mako popping off again, and perhaps this is the chance.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump straight into picks and ban. EDG on the blue, TT on the red, the Viego, the Twisted Fate. Honestly, thank God. And the Gangplank have been banned away alongside that Lucian, which, funny enough, actually, we haven't yet seen the Lucian red side ban drop a little bit in priority if teams have figured out ways of dealing with it.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lower priority. I specifically remember near the start of the split, the Calista Renata picked by FPX into EDG, where they tower dove them before EDG's bot lane had even hit level 2. That was a pretty fun one, but we've seen people learn how to answer, learn how to deal with. But I still think Lucian Nami, if you can't cut them down, if you can't shut them down, can really take over a game. So I kind of understand that being the ban away. Still Wukong open and available, so perhaps TT end up banning that one here. But Zeri is also on the card, so I guess pick your poison.
Yeah, pick your poison indeed. The Azir are going to be banned. I mean,
I like this because then, they take Zeri, sure, but you take Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, you get the very, but, as you say, you swap it out. But I will say, if you're picking the Senna now, you got to pick the Wukong on Beishuan. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, thought I was going to be panicked there for a little bit. I was like, if they go Senna Tam Kench right now, I'm a scream. But it is the Wukong trade. Plus, you get the Senna, which obviously TT are saying, look, we have an answer into the Zeri. If we go to the Senna Tam Kench, or even the Senna Seraphine, that is something we know can deal with this bot lane.
Yeah, and honestly, even if they weren't gonna pick the Wukong, I mean, even though even if they weren't going to pick the Wukong here, which obviously I think they should have done, I like that they don't pick the Tahm Kench up immediately, because I feel like overcommitting into the Tahm pick when you don't know the enemy support can be a bit of a misplay, in my opinion, because we've seen times where like they'll just take Zeri, Yuumi, and look to outscale. Now, this situation, I could see you taking the Tahm. First and foremost, you're up against a Vi. Tahm does very well into Vi for obvious reasons. She ults already carry or whoever, and you can gobble them out of it. And on top of that, you're now going into the next ban phase where you can ban away things like the Yuumi to deny it from a pairing with the Zeri. So I expect TT to go towards that. I also mentioned EDG have played this Vi Ari combo before, and JJ went like super ham. And the thing that I really praised was that Scout, every single time JJ ulted, no matter how deep he went, no matter how far he went, Scout was always able to catch up with his mobility and make sure that whenever the ult connected, there was a charm to follow. Now, obviously, Tahm Kench can disrupt that, but still, EDG definitely confident with this combo. Now, Kale, we've seen targeted the top lane. I still think that Yuumi has to be a ban.
I think it has to come out right now. You're leaving Yuumi and Zeri on the same combination. Not only that, but with Viper, again, arguably the best AD carry in the world. That is
Mako
just going
with the Yuumi Will skin as well.
I was gonna say, you said you wanted to see, Mako step up as a player and, kind of like really kind of, get improvement. You don't really need to do a lot as a Yuumi if you end up getting it picked up for yourself. So we'll see what the side of TT do end up banning last. Alessandra's been taken away. The Gwen is going to be the final win. So the Yuumi is still there. They're either very confident, very brave, or very foolish. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit interesting that they're banning away these, especially since they're the ones counter pick. Like, I feel like the mid matchup, so you could just take mid for Yukal here, give Hoya counter pick, and his debut in the LPL would put you in a decent spot. But it looks like EDG obviously just banning away mid lane answers to the Ari, and it looks like Hoya might just be going towards a Gnar, which, it isn't too unexpected. I did say before we started, Gnar is a bit of a signature pick that we saw in the LCK. But you already know the mid lane matchup, and you're opting to blind this top instead. Not exactly the best scenario to be in. I prefer this, if I'm going to be honest, if they go in this other direction. And they are going to take the Swain for Yukal.
Yeah, big kind of, long extended fights. You think about how hard it is to kill a Senna, a Tahm Kench, even now the Swain, just how long these fights are going to go on, because you can't really burst out any of these targets, all things considered. You have the Devour to keep the Senna safe. Wukong is naturally tanky the more levels he gets, of course, with his passive. So these are good little picks here to pick up for TT. They're not going to get bursted out like you would expect with something like a Vi-Ari combination.
Yeah, and I think as well, when there's a lot of short-range picks from the side of EDG, Swain functions well. And obviously, Vi wants to be coming into you. Ari can kind of play around the range with her mobility, but even so, like, you're going to check things like the Gnar. If they do come in range, you can obviously just drain them with that ultimate. Now, we'll see what Mako opts to go here. He is looking towards the Enchantress. I thought Yuumi might end up going for the Lulu here. We'll see what they end up, and he will end up going for that one. So still going in the Enchanted direction. Just not quite the one we necessarily expected, but obviously Lulu is another pick that does sync pretty well with the Zeri. And now Hoya, his Gnar has been denied, might look towards the Gragas, which I think is a completely fine matchup into the Gnar. Obviously, as much as Gnar has a range advantage, you have decent wave clear, you have decent sustain, you can trade with him with your barrels, can set up plays when he's a mini Gnar with your cask to try and engage, and TT will lock that one in.
And again, it's just good kind of long, prolonged, setup in a fight where if the Gragas is very difficult to burst down. It's a very tanky team coming out from TT, where it's not going to be very easy for EDG just to pick a target and go unless they're very severely isolated. And even then, depending on who they choose, they could end up, delaying them for quite a long time. So TT, they're going to be happy enough with this draft. And again, they got the Wukong, the strongest jungler on the patch right now. And for EDG, I feel like they're the ones that are going to have to be proactive, especially with this Vi pick in the jungle.
Yeah, I feel like I like TT's comp as a whole. I feel like as well the team fight's going to be really powerful. It's so hard to punish that setup because of the Tahm. The problem I have is the Zeri, and it's not just Zeri in general, it's Viper's Zeri. He managed to get his hands on this earlier in this split after the buff, and I think that has been the strongest Zeri performance that I have seen, period. He just absolutely completely took over on the pick, consistently landing those crit Ws, really hard to punish their team fights. You have the Lulu as well to buff you, give you movement speed, give you shielding, shut down any potential threats, like a polymorph on a Wukong can be massive. So that's my concern. Ultimately, I feel like also a bit of a problem with it is that, as much as we talked about Swain works well in the short range compositions, Ari and Zeri are not easy to keep in your range. Even if you get something like Rylai's, Viper can kind of just speed outside. Scout can use his dashes to disengage. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if EDG can use those tools to deal with what TT have on offer.
We'll have to wait and see. We are jumping onto the Rift for the first game of the day and the first game in this best of 3. It is EDG versus TT. We'll have to wait and see how everything ends up running out for these two teams because, again, like we said, lots to improve for both these sides. TT, you just got to try and keep it together for longer than 20 minutes. And for EDG, it's been about, as you said, the top lane and also Mako on the support to really kind of step up and prove again why they are the reigning world champions within, you know, the LPL and the world, of course.
Let's talk about what both teams kind of want from the early game. I feel like for TT, you're not really going to have prio in the solo lanes. So Beishan, I expect a path down towards bot where Puff and Southwind can offer a bit more. I do, obviously, double range matchup for EDG can offer them some early pressure. But ultimately, I think EDG, when I look at the Vi-Ari combo, I think you can just set up a ganks mid. If you punish Yukal early before he has the ultimate available, before he has this much wave clear, like get an early push, have the wave bounce back, and then punish him then, that's a prime opportunity to get a lead in this lane matchup.
Well, good warding here from EDG means they know exactly where Southwind and Puff were trying to make something happen there, and this is just kind of par for the course. You do have a fairly decent level 1 coming out from the Senatam Kench with the Tongue Lash and, of course, the Q from the Senna as well, so you can get some decent damage and healing off as well. But it's going to be a pretty standard start for both junglers as they start on the blue side of their jungles and work their way down and up respectively. So JJ is going to be on the bottom half of the map with Beishuan on the top. So we might actually see some bit of a kind of a separation of priorities here from both junglers.
Yeah, and I think it's the right call from Beishuan. There's a ward on the enemy red, and I think he makes a decision. You know, he knows he's not going to have mid prio eventually in this matchup, so he opts to go for to be on the opposite side of the map from JJ to avoid him.
I'm kind of waiting to see. You've always set up the early game. We'll see how that ends up panning out. But I feel like if this game goes, you know, into the very late game, again, you have a Senna, you have a Tam Kench, they will be good. But I will say, like, the mid game, the 2-item spike from something like the Swain and the Wukong is incredibly scary for TT. So EDG, they have to be wary of when and where they're starting fights. And honestly, it could be around those dragons that we really start to see both these teams look to try and gain those advantages.
Yeah, I think as well, like, dragons have been such a pivotal piece of the game at the moment with the slower paced games, with the fact that scaling has been more prevalent because, you know, durability changes, less able to punish early. We've seen a scenario where dragon fights are just such a massive factor, and being able to stack them early can make a big difference. If you're looking to scale, early dragons gives you more time. If you're looking to try and get advantages early, you want to secure those dragons to have that soul potential. We do see Scout has been kind of setting up the wave so that it's pushed towards his side of the map, and as a result, they burn that flash, and now play top.
Oh, Flandre's on the wrong side of the map. He flashes away after getting the hop back. The flash forward by Beishuan. He's got himself a dummy as well. One more auto attack should be good, but no, Hoya flashes in with the belly bop, and that is first blood to TT.
Yeah, Hoya wanted to play it safe. He does not want to wait for Flandre to potentially have the hop again. I like the flash, though, from Beishuan. He flashes away from the Q from Nar so he doesn't get slowed. A nice fierce gank, taking advantage of the fact that Nar is going to have prio in that lane. And both teams able to get off those early ganks, but obviously TT finding more favor.
Finding a little bit more failure. Now Beishuan just going to help Yukal push this one out. You know, always nice to see the jungler helping out the mid laner, especially when he is as low on mana as he is right now. Wants to try and maybe keep those biscuits for another trade sometime down the line, because it's going to be able to TP back. No real change in the mid lane there. And yeah, again, this is kind of par for the course for what we've seen for TT all split. They are a very good early game proactive team.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, as we talked about at the start of the day, it's about continuing that pace, seeing what you can do from there. You see JJ invading here. Bot lane has prio with that double range matchup, so
you can't do it.
Yeah, it looks like he spots out Beishuan, doesn't opt to continue. It does mean they have information, though, for the bot lane. So Beishuan might be trying to go for something for a bot lane play, but it's just not going to work.
Nah, Viper can get over the wall here. Not really much else you can really do about that one there. And EDG will just take that priority, get themselves a reset, get themselves back out with a couple of items underneath their belt. And yeah, nothing too untoward. I will say that Flandre, after getting killed on the top side, recognized he probably doesn't want to be as pushed up as he previously was. So he's actually gone with a Cole this time around. So he's going to be a little bit more passive, looking to try and stack that up and get himself a power spike, again, around maybe the second Drake of the game.
Yeah, and honestly, we've seen Gnar be pretty monstrous up into the later stages of the game. He obviously scales really well in the side lane, able to run you down with like the Triforce. But also in team fights, I feel like Gnar has just been such a massive factor. Saw it the other day when we had that massive play from BLG when it was the stolen and moonroll combined with the Gnar ult as well. And so I think Flandre, if he can just build up a lead in this matchup, get it as he already has a CS lead, stack up that Cole, can really be a prevalent threat later on.
And let's have a look at TT as an organization, because let's be real, success has not exactly been a common thing for TT. It's been a bit rough, as you say, but it is something that the only way is up. Yes, they have gotten pretty much last or very close to last in a lot of their seasons, but this is an organization that is very committed to the league. They have invested in quite a lot of young talent as well, and they tried to kind of mitigate that from last season to come now into this one with Puff and Southwind, who are a little bit more veterans. So they are looking for success in different ways, different ventures. They're just not quite finding the set combination just yet.
Yeah, and I think, we've seen a lot of switch ups. This is a roster with, like, obviously we've seen Hoya come in as a sub. Still trying to find out what works best for them. They have, different players coming in spring. That's when we saw Yukal first. We also saw Chieftain. And I feel like they're just still trying to work out what is going to make it happen. I think Baseron has been a fantastic addition, though, and has really thrived in trying to get them those early leads. It's just a matter of them being able to consolidate it from then onwards. And you have to take note, JJ able to pick up that dragon, spending a decent amount of time on the spot side, and is going to look to steal away a blue, so trade of those. But obviously with him getting the dragon, pulling ahead in terms of those neutrals over TT, over Baseron.
Yeah, getting a bit of a split map at the moment. We're seeing Baseron spending a lot of time on that top side, and as you mentioned, JJ spending a lot of time on the bot, who's kind of par for the course when the Vi does start off at the top side of the map and moving her way down. So see what they end up wanting to go for. Again, not really expecting them to be able to go for any real dive. You have a Lulu. Yes, you have a little bit of CC with the Vi, but even at 6 with against the Tahm Kench Senna, extremely difficult to actually make work. So very unlikely that we actually see that one happen. And again, EDG just happy to let this one farm up. We will see an ultimate, though, come out straight away from Viper as he's got a little bit of a pressure point. They are pushing them back underneath the tower. Baseron is here. EDG need to be a little bit careful. They now know it's a 3v2, possibly a 4v2. They may have to get themselves out of here as quick as they can. The Lulu ultimate is still not available, but they've backed themselves away.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like they had everything set up to make that a good play. Yukal was there. If Baseron connects the ultimate, they even have the W from Swain to follow up and slow down Viper Mako if they do end up flashing. So end up just not deciding to commit to the play, perhaps unsure if they could be counteracted by EDG. And now Baseron, I think he's just dead.
Nah, I don't think he's dead just yet because Swain is there, but he lost half his HP off of one combination. And now Scout can maybe be a bit of a nuisance here to Yukal. I will say they don't know exactly where Hoya is, so they are a little bit tentative about fully committing to a 2v2 that might not be a 2v2, and they back themselves away. And you can see already, JJ, why we highlighted him, why we thought the jungle matchup was so important. He is just fishing for opportunities, trying to gain priority, and he does have a little bit of it on the Vi. The Vi is very powerful, especially at level 6.
Yeah, I mean, with the ult, it really means you have to be cautious about overstepping. Just press R. There's limited amounts you can do to try and mitigate the fact that you're going to get locked down. And we've seen Scout and JJ working together quite a bit. Like on that invade, they know if JJ goes deep for a play, the Ahri can follow. Now, Viper Mako actually going to do the red here. So because we've seen JJ steal away the opposing red, he has his bot lane pick up his own. JJ's going to start up the Herald, but a contest is looking to come out of here. And bot lane, neither side is anywhere near being able to contribute on this one.
Yeah, they're not going for, but Scout is off into the wings, so he's trying to see if someone just gets a little bit too close to that banana bush. He'll end up kind of getting a charm, another good combination, but nothing ends up happening. So we see a contest of the Rift Herald that does stop it, but at the end of it all, a red buff was secured by Viper, so he gets himself a nice little early buff that the AD carries don't tend to see, and EDG, again, just slowly trying to see if they can push and pull TT in different areas.
And I think the the thing is, if we do end up getting a big fight over that Herald, it really comes down to execution. I feel like JJ holds so much weight in his hands with that Vi ultimate. If you can burst someone out before the fight starts, that kind of makes all the difference in being able to find a quick skirmish. Because if you have someone like Beishuan or Yukal who are slippery, who can survive for quite some time, if Southwind gobbles someone out of your ultimate, that can really mitigate your ability to find a favorable team fight and find any pressure, in all honesty.
We're gonna have a little bit of time. It's a bit of a slow burner there, Ox. We got a first blood at the top side, but that's about it. As much action as we currently have, and we're gonna talk about where we kind of see the LPL, I suppose. How's your LPL summer been so far? Exceeding expectations, or kind of where you thought it would be?
I feel like kind of exceeding expectations in some ways. Like, I thought RNG would have a slower start. I thought V5 would have a slower start due to Ricky not being here. The fact that Dreams come in and be so strong has been kind of sick, ultimately. So, I feel like it's been a pretty strong split so far, and I'm hyped for Worlds. We have so many teams, I think, that could potentially be contenders for those spots and would serve the LPL well.
It's a great thing, or the sad and great thing is, like, we get MSI, and I'm like, yeah, I really wish this was Worlds. That's how I always feel every single year. It's like, I love MSI, but it's always just a moment or two of just like, it'd be great if this was the full, yeah, it just gives you a taste of international, and you just wish you had a little bit more. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see, what teams we have. We kind of have a setup to see where we had a little bit of a pause there. I did have our producer in our ear, but it was incredibly distorted. I'm excited to see what kind of teams. We have like 6 teams, in my opinion, that have a fairly solid chance of getting top 4. So it's going to be a bit of a battle, to say the least. But we do, of course, have a pause. We do apologize. We are, of course, going to see what the issue is. Thankfully, nothing too massive was happening at the moment, so it should be pretty easy to reset and nothing too untoward happened. But yeah,
it's
so
always
far,
EDG.
slow game.
I don't know.
It is always
EDG who are responsible for this pause, but EDG have had a lot of pauses so far this split. So perhaps could be another issue there. But yeah, I feel like in terms of looking towards Worlds, EDG are a team who by all means should be going to Worlds, right? Yeah. The fact that they've kept the same roster, this roster that won Worlds, again, with 3 LCK teams in the semifinals, had to beat RNG to even make it to the semis. Like, I think Spring, a lot of people were sort of questioning how they've ended up in this position, especially when we still had like the playoff series where Scout was popping off, where Viper was still so solid throughout the split. And the fact that, we're coming into the summer split, there's still some of those issues there.
We're back.
We're hoping EDG sort those out, fix them, and don't find the play. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like you have Yukal walking up there to face check. If you just have Vi be the one to initially engage, you can't dodge the ult, and then it's a guaranteed charm.
Yeah, well, doesn't work out. Just going to go off on your point about who's going to be making it to Worlds and whatnot. Don't forget, we do, of course, have championship points. EDG only have 10. They only have 10 points from Spring, so they are they were 7th or 8th, I believe, 7th and or 8th in Spring after the playoffs. So not exactly a great start for the reigning world champions to try and defend their title. But again, we do expect them to have a little bit of a stronger showing. We do see,
oh my lord,
damage.
Got them
is a
both.
lot. Okay, the heal and the Devourer has to come out right as Beishuan has started up this dragon. That means you don't really have priority, but Hoya is here. They go in, they do find the charm on the Beishuan, but he has to use the Cyclone, and then you get the Demonic Ascension. There is the ultimate as the dragon has been secured. EDG steal that away, so JJ gives his life for the objective. Mako trying to see if he can maybe be a buffer right now as, oh my god, Viper just gets bounced around the house and gets taken down. TT, they lose the objective, but they gain themselves a kill advantage.
Yeah, EDG manages to secure it. JJ getting the smite, but honestly, credit to Hoya. He was the one who actually ended up blocking the charm. I said it would be a surefire thing, and we got to see... Oh, Hoya has flash, but so does Scout, so I don't think he'll go for the play. As I was saying, the vial into the charm should be a surefire thing. JJ and Scout have been so good on this, but we end up seeing Hoya blocking the charm for Beishuan. And something we didn't mention earlier, so many plays have been taken by Puff and Southwind, right? Viper and Mako went for the red buff earlier and ended up losing a ton of plates for it. So we'll get the replay, and I'll kind of break down specifically why this didn't go well for EDG. They go for Beishuan here, JJ manages to give him no opportunity to press W, but the charm ends up hitting Hoya. Baseron gets his ult off, causes a disruption. As much as JJ manages to get the dragon, we do see the jungler for EDG go down, and Viper's quick to follow.
You can see there, Viper just getting thrown about the place. And the power that we talked about in the champ side, very difficult to burst down people in this composition, especially the longer it goes. The Wukong, the Swain, even, of course, everyone else, like I mentioned, the entire team, they will just get tankier and tankier, harder to just take out. And honestly, Hoya has actually gone with a very interesting build. He's gone with the Night Harvester, so he's looking to completely 100-0 out someone.
Yeah, so the reason we're seeing this new Gragas build is we saw Gragas get some nice buffs to the AP ratio in his Q, some cooldown buffs to his Q and his E, but also we saw Night Harvester buff. It used to be 15 ability haste, it's now 25, and anyone who knows Gragas knows he loves ability haste. It's the fact that your E gets a flat 3-second reduction if you hit a unit, so with higher ability haste, it can be a very, very short cooldown, great against melee champions. And so he goes Night Harvester, CDR boots, and then he goes Ceres Embrace, because it gives ability haste for how much mana you have. So you're able to stack up a ridiculous amount very quickly and for a quite a cheap amount.
Yeah, good economy there as Hoya now making his way back down. JJ still there. They know he's roughly somewhere in this area, but they're going to TP and fully committed to Hoya because remember, he has the Night Harvester. He's not going to be that tanky. He flashes away and gets the belly bop as well. The TP was actually cancelled. Scout did not quite get that one as imagined. The never move was used. Yukal's actually using his ultimate in the bot side as well. I can see that on the cooldown. So, TT, they survive a little bit of engage. They are still up in gold as we can have a look now at the picture-in-picture. This is just good heads-up play. Yeah, just really good heads-up play.
Yeah, I guess the ward being there. Scout didn't expect it. Ends up getting caught out and the TP being wasted. We do see the mandate build come out from Yukal. I know a lot of people have been critical of this. I feel like Leandri's, you know, everyone talks about this being higher damage, and it definitely is in the 1v1. The nice thing about mandate is not only is it cheap, but also you get movement speed every time you proc it. You know, like if your ally consumes the mark, you get extra movement speed. One of the biggest issues Swain has is sticking on his targets, particularly a game like this where Scout and Viper are so mobile. Having that extra movement speed from the Swain can make all the difference. Plus, you don't have that many tanks on the enemy team. You don't have that many people who you're getting max Leandri's burn damage on. So I can kind of understand it, this situation. And obviously, you will be wanting to pick up that Rylai's later on just to ensure you have the permanent slow with your ultimate to keep applying those mandate procs.
And as well as that, like you look at TT's composition, you don't really think the Swain is... It doesn't have to be the sole damage carry of his team. To be able to facilitate, to constantly be on top of people when he hits that 2-atom spike with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, to enable the Wukong and even the Gragas as well, is going to be very, very pivotal for the side of TT. But now Rift Herald has spawned again. As ADG are in the vicinity, the charm goes wide, as does the Orb of Deception, but... not to be outdone, TT looking to try and maybe get on top of Viper. He can dash over the wall, but that's down now for about 20 seconds. So you're in an opportunity here. They get the bounce back, and oh, JJ gets completely finessed right there. Hoya on this Gragas has been fantastic.
Yeah, Hoya having a great debut. Just picks off the enemy jungler. JJ even bans flash, but can't get away. And TT able to pick up the mid-tier 1 as a result, I should think. Scout trying to have something to say about it, but isn't even close. The problem is, when TT are grouped up at this, like as 5, you don't have the damage to burst someone out quickly before TT can respond when they're all there. And even the squishy member Puff has a Tom Kench just to keep you safe. Like if you commit the ultimate from the Vi or the charm from Scout, you commit forwards onto a target, you're just liable for them to be gobbled up. But now TT are posturing for this dragon. And with JJ only just spawning now, it's pretty difficult for EDG to contest this.
Yeah, very difficult. And oh, they get the charm down. It's going to be the root down. Beishuan actually in a bit of a trouble. Stoutwood flashes away as well. They still have the Devour available to them. JJ has come back as the dragon is up and available. This would be sole point for here for EDG. The TT making sure they don't let this one go. Hoya still waiting for his ultimate. Actually, he's got his ultimate back, so he might go for another bit of an engage. You can just see how little this poke is landing on top of TT. With the Senna, you have so much sustain, and even in both nearly everyone's kind of kits, you have so much innate sustain.
Oh my lord,
that Viper damage though is doing a lot.
Yeah, Viper good at landing those, but obviously, as you said, the sustain from TT mitigating it. Bit of burst in return from the Q from Hoya. The big thing is Scout no longer has ult. They waited it out. That's why they disengaged. And EDG's team fight is so much weaker without Scout having that ult available. They're struggling to approach it. I think TT could just look for the fight,
Flandre,
especially
though.
with Hoya on the flank here, ready to go.
Flandre's going to have Mega Arm very, very soon. They jump onto Hoya. They could probably commit there, the ultimate as well. And they try and just burst him out, and it's exactly what they do. TT get the dragon, though, and they only lose one. Yukal does
Good
not
flash.
get caught out by Flandre, who's now a little bit caught out. He gets dragged back by the Never Move. They jump back in with the Cyclone, but Beishuan, not exactly the best situation to be in. Southwind now trying to run away. Has got the great health, just about keeps himself alive. But look at Viper. He's feeling confident as he's got Scout and the rest of EDG on the back of him saying, look, keep going, buddy. You know you can take him out. It's Viper picking up another kill. And now Puff and Yukal are kind of lost, a little bit afraid, and can just take out Viper. Yukal will fall for it. As you can see, a little bit of a flash forward. Puff is feeling confident. Puff is feeling good. Scout's playing with the fog of war, but no, not quite able to make it work. And Puff somehow salvages that play.
Puff manages to redeem it, but man, it felt like I was getting deja vu with TT. They had the dragon, right? Yes, they lost Hoya, but they were out. Beishuan had flash. I thought, you know, he was waiting for his W to get over the wall, but then he decides to go in for the kill. Just completely unnecessary in the situation. Hoya is on that flank, gets spotted out and bursted. This is kind of what we're talking about with EDG's composition. Great at picking off single targets. And then here, Yukal has a great flash. And Beishuan, he has flash available. He also, it might be waiting for his W, but he should just be able to get over the wall. Instead goes in, you're against a Lulu, it's not going to happen. And this means EDG is now able to chase and pick up more kills. And honestly, if Puff hadn't made this big play, this could have been devastating for TT.
Yeah, could have been devastating. I will say, look at Puff in this fight as well. He really does just target priority so well. And then Scout just not recognizing he was on a ward. I will say, though, Viper might be the caught out now again. They're going to look for him. They're going to try and jump on top of him. They're going to use the explosive cast to make sure he cannot escape. Southwind picks that one up, and all of a sudden, TT, they're picking up the pace.
Did a good job of finding these picks, honestly. Hoya grouping up with the team and making this happen. Downside is he is allowing them to lose farm in the side lane to this overgrouping, but they're now going to try and force Flandre to TP down to contest this one. A lot of sustain for TT. The Baron is still doing heavy damage.
I mean, Scout's there. Yes, you have a TP from Nar, but he's exhausted. He's not going to have the Mega Nar for quite a while. And Beishuan, though, taking up a little bit too much here. EDG very, very happy to walk in as they are very healthy. TT, I like the idea. You got the TP out of Flandre. Good decision to back away.
But look at the cost. Look at the waves. Massive wave crashing bot. Wave crashing mid as well. TT just going to lose so much gold on this just on the fact that their waves aren't in a good position. So, yeah, they get a TP, but at what cost?
It's tough. And again, TT, we've talked about this before. They're very good until a point. And past 20 minutes, this is usually when they decide to try and throw things to the wind. Beishuan doing it in that last fight does feel a little bit, Flandre. Unfortunate, not getting over the wall. But for EDG, still not seeing a lot of great things coming out for them. Again, it feels like they're still relying on a little bit of the hands diff.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a great play from TT, using that pocket of vision to get over. Hoya does miss the cast, but essentially meant that even if Viper moved down towards there, he would be knocked back in. And Viper, I feel like it's such a massive piece for this composition. He has the boosts from Mako. Obviously, can give him movement speed. And with the Shirelias as well, like even more movement speed. So I feel like as much as JJ and Scout have that pick potential to catch off targets unawares, Viper is going to be doing a large amount of the work. And we started looking at some of the items coming in. Seraph's completed for Hoya, so he's going to have a ton of ability haste. We have the Rylai's for Yukal, so the mandate procs are so much easier to apply. Warmogs for Southwind.
Wow.
We're talking about the poke being an issue with Viper on the Zeri. Obviously, he's going to be able to weather that significantly easier.
Yeah, Minotaur Dragon spawns. You will have pretty much all summoners available for both sides. Beishuan now going to recognize that Jeje is in the area and probably assume that EDG are setting themselves up. Banshee's Veil has been finished up for Scout, so he's going to be a little less susceptible to getting caught out by tongue lashes or even roots from the Senna. And now we got to wait and see. I will say, got to give props to Puff. 3-0-3 on the Senna, really holding his own right now in this matchup. Again, against one of the best bot lanes in the world, specifically one of the best AD carries in the world. And he's doing very well to hold his own.
Yeah, and stacking up a fair bit of souls. And I think Viper's not quite at the big point with Zeri. You kind of want those 3 items, the IE increasing your zap damage, a big factor. But both teams posturing heavily for this one. EDG are the ones who have control of the Dragon area. Oh
yeah. Don't know about that one, Chief. He does end up losing his ultimate, and Thought the belly bop. Maybe he thought he had the barrel there to try and maybe get rid of the banshees. I'm not quite sure, but they do get.
It's
get
a
the
weird
ultimate
play.
out. Yeah.
When
not quite
Scout
what
has
you want to see.
banshees.
Yeah, not quite what you want to see. Puff will throw a ward over. Beishuan almost dead already before anything can happen. He actually has to smite the Raptors to try and keep himself healthy. They're going to have to back themselves away. So, Soul Point. Flandre flashes in, lands onto 3, and that's Beishuan just dead before the fight can really begin. Now, Yukal, can he do much with this? Swain, is he trying to see if he can take down Flandre, but he's too tanky. Now, Hoya, seeing if he can try and kite back from Viper, who's just keeping his distance ever so perfectly. A flash from Yukal means he's able to try and keep himself just at arm's length, but Scout's wrapping around, looking for more. They're going to land a little bit of poke, a little bit of a slow, and Scout's not willing to let them go. He'll know he's coming. He won't land the charm, though, and that means that EDG won't be able to find any more kills. It looked like it could have been a lot worse, but TT get away with it.
Yeah, they don't want to chase more where they don't have vision. Obviously, face checking to the Gragas again could be risky. And it just ends up being a bit of a messy fight there, and that's one of the concerns into this EDG composition is the chase down potential. You see here, the slow from Flandre into the W from Viper just takes the fight out of Beishuan. He has to back away, and then Flandre finds his window, ends up being able to burst out the Wukong before he even pops ultimate. Southwind trying to get in range to gobble and just not able to get there in time. And then TT kind of know they're not going to be able to continue this fight. That we see the eat from Tom Kent save Hoya. But at this point, it's just kind of EDG trying to chase them down, using that ability, using Viper's ramping speed.
You can see just how much this Zeri is able to do in those extended fights as well. Just constantly, as you say, getting that ramping speed, getting those Qs down, and really being a nuisance in the backside of TT. And for EDG, it now equals about a 1,500 gold lead, which doesn't seem like a lot, but they do have the 3 dragons as well, so they are working themselves towards the Cloud Soul. The Baron is still on the table and up for anyone to really try and take, as we have a quick moment to wait for EDG to honestly start setting themselves up for this Baron. They really want to try and, you know, put a nail in this coffin that is TT's.
Yeah, I think EDG can honestly play it slow. I think one of the things that's important for them is the fact that they have Soul potentially on the cards. And a lot of people like to diss Cloud Soul. I actually think it's pretty big here when you have compositions that a lot of the way they interact with each other is based on movement speed, right? With Viper being able to kite so effectively and ramping movement speed with the ultimate. The ultimate not only gives you a burst, but you also get that flat 10% movement speed increase. It can be the difference between Yukal staying in range of you and slowing you and constantly dealing damage, and just kite him around and him never really being able to get in range.
Yeah, it can be a pretty big game changer should EDG be able to secure it. It is 2.5 minutes away, so a bit of time before then. You've got TT now looking to see what they can make work. They can't really contest Flandre in a side lane anymore. You can see Hoya needs to be with his team. He is the primary damage dealer in this composition. He's going to be the burst that catches out Viper if they can find him. So he needs to be with his team. And right now, TT is still doing a very good job of just catching out everything, you know, that EDG have put down, getting all that vision, and making sure they can maybe clear out a little bit more and be a little bit secure in their own jungle.
I think one of my concerns as well is the side lane. Flandre is getting so strong, and he's building towards the...
Oh, Yukal. Oh, Yukal. I think JJ might actually feel this one here. He's going to go over the wall. You got to imagine. Yep, there it is. He's not even going to ult. Never mind, he is. And Flandre will pick that one up. No questions asked. JJ has been looking decent on this Vi and really picking his moments. But Yukal, again, just getting caught in a side lane. It's kind of a repeat of every single series for TT.
And here's the kind of problem is that we have a situation where both solo laners for TT are AP. Both of them are going to be really struggling to deal with the Gnar when Gnar does have that force of nature. And so as a result, I don't think there's anyone who can comfortably handle him.
There is not. We are going to see them pushing in towards that mid lane and kind of, again, just setting up shop around this top half of the map and saying, look, either the Baron or the Dragon will take either, if not both. So for EDG, pretty easy pickings right now. And honestly, I think, you know, as much as we were kind of, you know, asking for EDG to improvements, there was still issues in this game for sure. But I think Flandre has been given kind of the run of the mill. And even though we said we wanted to see him step up, he hasn't 100% given us everything he wanted to. But on this Gnar, he really is showing how comfortable he is on this pick.
Yeah, taking the pick away from Hoya and then really working well on it. And being just a thorn in the sides, being a massive threat in team fights. I think Gnar is such a powerful pick on the current patch. Now we do have EDG grouping up. They're not on the Dragon first. And we do actually see a TP coming in from Hoya. looking for a bit of a flank angle. Remember, we did say TT have that strong team fight if they can stay on top of EDG, and they are looking right now.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They're going to have to try and go for it. There's the Vi ultimate to try and set it up. Nice isolation of Mako as they try and jump onto the Lulu, but he's still a Lulu, which means he still has the sustain to keep himself alive. The Gragas and the Wukong have fallen. Southwind is getting so as far as away as possible because Viper is just tearing through this team. He is moving forward so confidently, knowing that nobody can take him down. He's just shy of landing a couple of those Qs, but at the end of it all, it's still all EDG, and they'll get themselves the soul.
Man, and I felt like with Mako getting cast in like that, I thought it was a sure thing. I feel like you're picking off the Lulu, denying all that peel, but Mako manages to somehow survive, and then EDG are there for the cleanup. Flandre, once again, massive, but Viper, we're talking about that 3-item spike that I completed, just such a massive threat for TT, and they just don't have the answers. We'll see the viewplay, and Hoya does a fantastic job. You know, there's question mark pings coming in, they do spot him out, but this play gets the cask onto Mako. And I think Puff was just backing away here. Doesn't actually hit Mako, so he ends up surviving. Basetron trades his life, and then Hoya isn't actually that tanky. Gets slammed at the wall, just deleted. And this is the point where EDG are just able to chase down and clean up.
Yeah, and you see that it's just so hard once the Zeri gets ramped up like that to really try and do anything. But look at the damage from Viper as well. 5,200 in that last team fight. And it's just so difficult for anyone to really contest him.
I was talking about this coming out of the draft. It's like, you know, I like TT's composition, but Viper Zeri, you know, and I feel like that's enough. That's enough. And now with the Cloud Soul, that extra movement speed, he's going to be a menace. You already are getting a massive buff from your ultimate when you start stacking up. Mako's giving you extra movement speed. You have 10% flat from the Cloud Soul. And also, you know, the fact you get that extra burst when you pop your ultimate means, like, you know, obviously with Zeri, you normally have to stack up the movement speed. That burst at the start means you can kind of bridge the gap. So you get a burst of speed, you start stacking up your ult speed, and then you're just going to be lightning fast the entire team fight.
I love this from the side of EDG. They just said, all right, double black lever. The more armor we can shred off of these people on TT, the better it is for Viper. It means he can go for pure damage like we've seen. He's going pure crit as of the moment. And yeah, again and again, we're seeing that, yes, the Wukong is a fantastic pick, but the Zeri is just that little bit better. Dawning Shadow, just to try and scout out this Baron scout, is off to the side. They know roughly that he's there. Now they know exactly that he's there. As Flandre almost stacked up to the Mega as he's going to try and jump on the Southwind. That's the Tam Kench. He's very tanky, but he will just start to get shredded down as the rest of TT just have to walk away as EDG just 5-man him. Hoya is going to go golden, but only for a moment as Viper picks up 2, and Viper is just tearing everyone on TT. An absolute new one. Triple kill for Viper on the Zeri, and this game is done.
Man, Viper's just something else. It is such a pleasure watching him on a high-skill champion like Zeri, a champion where even your auto attacks in quotation marks are skill shots, right? Your Qs have to connect them consistently, and it just feels like he can't miss. You know, W feels like a point-and-click skill, and Viper is just completely on form. EDG should just be able to close this one out.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow burner at the start. It did take a little while to pick up the pace, but eventually EDG found their winning formula, and TT will fall 1-0 down now in this series as EDG just trying to find back their form.
I mean, Viper Zeri, you can't let him have it. You cannot let him have it, especially with Mako on an enchanter there to buff him up. The Cloud Soul was kind of the nail in the coffin, but yeah, I feel like we've talked about TT having that early lead and then fumbling. This felt like it wasn't as much of like a specific, there's a fumble moment. This felt like EDG were just in prime position to be able to take over the game. Yes, it was definitely closer in the early levels, but when it came to those team fights, when Viper hit his spikes, he just didn't feel like they could match them. And the other note was the Gnar in the side lane. You know, ended up level 16 when Hoya was 14. Yeah. They tried to send Yukal in to match him. Didn't work. Hoya obviously couldn't comfortably match him. There just wasn't a good answer.
Yeah, no good answer from TT. And it did come down to, yes, some very good early game moves coming out from TT, but I feel like you said, it wasn't a big egregious mistake that let them away with it. It just felt like the game plan from EDG was just better. I think Hoya, yes, going for the AP Gragas is fine, but if you can't find those engages, if you can't burst out those targets, and we saw a perfect example of that where they just could not kill Mako. They couldn't quite get the Lulu because of all the extra healing and shielding that she had available to her. It just doesn't really work out for you because your initial burst is fantastic. Your DPS after that is kind of lacking.
Yeah, and it felt like as well they just couldn't get on top of Viper and stay on top of Viper. You know, they had those picks, but in the team fights, it felt like his positioning was just not able to be really challenged. And the problem is in those extended fights, it was the side of EDG who were favoring. It was the Viper who was ramping up, Scout able to chase down targets. So yeah, back to the drawing board. Ultimately, TT still struggling quite a bit in the mid to late game, but with a stronger early, kind of not as egregious as we've seen before, but still quite clear that EDG were the stronger side. And we can see it in the goal graph, right? There's a point where there's a 2k gold lead for TT, but then it kind of just hit that point where EDG took over. And I mean, I don't even know what to say about that damage graph. But it's just, yeah, it's just insane.
Yeah. You go full damage on the Gragas and you still don't do even as much as the Senna. It does feel a little bit bad there for Hoya. But again, this is, the expected result. But I think that TT thought they had an answer.
Damage. That's what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
I mean, yeah, 37,000 is a bit ridiculous. I'm not going to do the maths straight away. I might do it in a little bit, but it might be just a little bit more. No, it's not a little bit more. It's just a little bit under the entire team of TT, funny enough. But yeah, 41% of your team's damage, you take that as Viper. And again, we just see why Viper is just such a menace. I don't think, regardless of the answer you think you have for Zeri, you don't have an answer for Viper's Zeri.
No, and I'm going to come out and say this. I've said this before, I believe in the last hit, which is our sort of talk show we have on the LPL. I have said that despite the fact EDG doing good in the spring, I still thought Viper was the best AD carry in the world, not just in the LPL. Yeah. And I still maintain that sentiment. Even if EDG are struggling, even if they don't look like a complete team, I still think Viper is just absolutely ridiculous. And games like this, I know TT on exactly the strongest side, but this man is just something else.
Yeah, he really does show his caliber and his prowess in these moments, regardless of who he's against. But that is going to be EDG going 1-0 up in this series. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for Game 2.
As he tries to get out in safety, Devar actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen! The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime.
The LPL are kings again.
Every player has heard the legend of the Shy, the prodigy who turned the top lane island into a top lane kingdom. A fearless warrior who ascended to the highest of highs and made his name known across the world. For the last couple of years, that legend has felt more like a myth, and we've been left questioning when or if we'd see those highs once again.
Wait, they're just gonna go for it. The Shy is looking to take a 2v1. He goes for the one, he gets the response, the redemption arc is started.
But this year, it seems the wait may finally be over.
I am your salvation.
Hostile takeover, that's on all 4 members, and now the righteous judgment to save On's life. iBoy can't get excited, and Weibo move forward as 5. Yellow card connects, cleanse too early from iBoy, and he falls.
You make a normal tier list, and then you make 4 when you're facing the Shy. Because then you have to suddenly put a lot of new picks up towards the top where, we can't give him Jace, we can't give him this.
Which one do you give him? I always have to check my eyes when I'm watching his matchups, because he always locks in like Vladimir into these really bad matchups, like in the Jace and Ryze, and comes out with like favorable trades, solo killing at times.
Weibo bring it back against RA. The Shy blind picks Kale, and he's able to pull it through this time as Zell.
When the Shy is on form, the whole world braces, because they know the king is coming for his crown. Standing in the way of the top lane kingdom is a man with ambitions of his own.
He's trying to get LWX, fails a little bit here as Knight now TP's in. The Everfrost uses matchup as Wayward with his flanking angle. The MVP we talked about from last series in the perfect place at the perfect time. It's Wayward and Knight stealing the show. Well, he might be a little bit low to that old mid laner. The top esports are still the ones to get blood.
Wayward and top esports have cut through their opposition thus far and continue their rise to the top. And if he can climb the mountain that is the Shy, his position as a top-tier top laner will be cemented across this world.
The Baron start instead while he's still unavailable on the map. We'll see what top esports can do. Wayward currently running over.
Yeah, it's a little 13, Gwen, remember this guy's been big in the team fight so far. It's FTX again. They shouldn't be in, now making their markers. Speaking of the devil, the ult lines the Baron pit, and Hung has to get away, but Jacking Up takes him down in a close corridor. Wayward is having the time of his life, and Top Esports bringing blood to the brave once more. LWX the last sniff, and Orcs, man, close corridors really hurt FPX. That was Wayward all the way.
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fight. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fight. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
觉得12.1这版本对上改动还是挺大的，因为上个版本防御塔其实很强嘛，这版本没那么厉害，所以还是有被虐的风险的，所以上路可能还是要小心一点。我觉得我们最近队伍还是失误比较多的，所以我觉得我们还是 后面训练赛要抓紧一点吧，希望我们后面能减少一点自己犯的错误。
We're back. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just after seeing EDG dispatch TT, and it was a little bit of a slow burner, but eventually the inevitable outcome became true. And funny enough, actually, we do have our MVP, and it's not who you think it is. Ox, will you tell the lovely people at home who picked up the MVP?
Flandre. Ultimately, even with Viper having that fantastic Zeri performance, it is Zeri, so I feel like Flandre picking the Gnar away from Hoya and having a really solid performance, constant pressure in the side lanes, able to join in on the team fights and have an impact there as well. Really stepping up, which is, came in today, and I said the two biggest underperformers on EDG were Flandre and Mako. I think they both had solid games there.
Yeah, and even, the mistakes that Flandre made were very much the kill in the early game, and then of course flubbed his ultimate there, but just was able to kind of continuously put down side lane pressure and give opportunities to EDG, who, when you actually look at their composition, it's very pick focused. They didn't have big team fight initiators unless Flandre got something like that going.
Yeah, he was able to find those opportunities, able to jump in, make things happen, and be a thorn in the side of TT. I feel like TT kept over grouping to try and make things work, but Flandre was just constantly providing a threat in the side, and in moments like this, but able to just delete Hoya from the map, really making things hard for TT.
Really, really did, and that's a good pick up there for Flandre getting an MVP, but also a good win for EDG. And again, we wanted to see little bits of improvements. We also saw it there in the interview that Flandre recognizes as well that his team are making mistakes. They are not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, especially not by their standards, and they're also looking to improve. So honestly, for EDG, this is a good, moment for them to kind of, maybe test out some stuff on the stage. Maybe give them some, ideas of what's actually working for them, what might not be working for them. I can tell you now, Zeri is. So for TT, I'd be very surprised if they either leave that open or, don't, just pick it for themselves if it's ever left open for them.
Yeah, I think Viper's made it very clear. I think the last time he played Zeri, he made it very clear, but as a reminder,
now it's
don't give this guy Viper. It's that simple. Do not give him Viper. I'm just making it very... do not give him Zeri. I keep saying do not give him Viper. He's Viper.
Yeah,
it's stage
give Viper
now.
Viper.
Do not give Viper Zeri, okay?
Don't let Viper play the game. That's what you've decided is the only way to stop him.
Don't let EDG, don't ban champions, ban Viper. Just don't let him play the game. That's the only solution. Because at the end of the day, this guy's been fantastic. I feel like AD carry, there's so many strong picks at the moment that can really take over a game and just cause a massive issue. One thing we do have to note is that Hoya obviously debuted that last game. They have subbed him out for Xiaoxiang, who'll be coming back in and facing up against his whole team. So we said we missed out on that little storyline. We are now getting to see it come in.
Yeah, absolutely. We did a little bit of digging, of course. If you're not sure who Xiaoxiang is or why it's a important matchup for him, EDG is his old organization. He used to be on EDG Youth. He was obviously brought up in spring for a couple of matches for Flandre, swapping and sharing time between that starting position. Of course, EDG have very clearly said, right, we're sticking with Flandre. Xiaoxiang, you are free to move to a different team, and they've obviously sent him off the TT. So now Xiaoxiang has an opportunity to go up against his former team, his other, kind of his rival, shall you say, in the top lane, and also the MVP from game one. So he's going to have a bit of a decent performance if he wants to try and really dethrone EDG from a 2-0 today.
And I'm going to be real, Hoya definitely had some flubs that game with engaged. He also had some solid ones. That pick on a Mako that should have been a pick but didn't actually work, that was solid from him. So I think Hoya ultimately a mixed result, but definitely not necessarily the reason that TT lost. Definitely not, in fact, I'd say. So,
no.
We'll see Xiaoxiang come in, see if he can do a little bit more. It is going to be EDG once again on the blue side. Bit of a shake-up in terms of bans, though. EDG banning away the Fiora specifically against Xiaoxiang. And that's one of the things. This guy's been in your organization. You know what he's capable of. You know that he's able to bring out the Fiora and really perform on it. And TT will do something that I can only praise them for in banning the Zeri.
Yeah, well, they've done exactly what you've asked them to do. And EDG saying, look, we're banning away AD carries. We're going to ban away the Zai or the Senna as well. So you've got things that can really kind of set up. And the Kalista really is something that now kind of comes to the forefront. Do you ban it now? Do you take away the Wukong? Like, what way do you want to go with this one? Because the Viego's still up as well.
Yeah, there's still like the GP was something that was banned before that's been left open. Viego's open. I think EDG take Wukong here. If TT take Kalista, you just take Aphelios in return. And that's a really fine matchup. So I don't think that TT can take the Kalista here because you could easily just take Aphelios for another next rotation for EDG and put you in a difficult position. TT are toying with the idea of blinding Aphelios themselves, but to be honest, I feel like Aphelios is very comp dependent, so Not sure I necessarily agree with that, but it does mean that EDG probably won't be able to pick up the Kalista themselves. They could go Ezreal here, honestly. I feel like an Ezreal angle would be decent into Aphelios. One of the big things that deals with Aphelios well is outranging him. Because obviously, even like other than when he's playing around with Calibrum, but even with that, he's kind of limited to people being up close and personal to him.
Yeah, the Jinx as well. Looks like the more things change, Zox, the more they can stay the same. If this is going to end up being locked in, I'm a little sad. I suppose, though, with 380 carry bans, it is to be expected. These are two very powerful late-game team-fighting carries that can just do. And again, for, you know, Viper, we know how good he can be on this pick with having that kind of guaranteed little bit of extra range. And when he gets onto ramping up with those resets, it can just become a monster in team fights.
Yeah, and going for the Nautilus as well, something that EDG did ban away in the first rotation last time. So got that point at quick CC. Got a lot of engage potential. Good at setting up those kills, potential resets for the Jinx. Now for TT, question is going to be, what will they end up taking here? They can go for a top laner, ban away counters, things like the Gwen, things like the Kayle. But to be honest, they do have potential counter pick. They could go for a mid. They could go for Ahri here, ban away like the Sandra Silas, and then have counter pick for Xiaoxiang. And obviously EDG probably going to ban away maybe some of those counter picks that they're concerned about. Maybe ban the Kayle, but also could look towards the support role as well.
Yep, good luck to try and limit towards what you can take in this bot lane with the Aphelios. I do think the Nautilus pickup is nice. Of course, gives you a nice, decent engage. Can follow up with the Wukong as well. And we'll wait to see now where the side of EDG really want to try and focus in on right now. Because for TT, they are, again, they're on the back foot. They're 1-0 down in this particular matchup. And at the moment, they are just trying to see if they can give UCal something decent in this mid lane.
Yeah, and I think we've seen how prominent the Ahri can be, even with the nerfs coming in, even with the fact that we've seen this champion face some issues. Durability change, making it things tanky as well, harder to assassinate. And yet still Ahri is such a prominent pick, especially when these counters are mitigated and denied away.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they can end up going with. I will be totally honest with you right now. My feed is dead on the SRT, so I'm currently trying to troubleshoot that at the moment. So I'm going to have to ask you to...
Mine too!
Yeah, yours is also dead. Awesome. We're both blind as we come into this one. But yeah, we'll see what they end up kind of working towards. I will tell you that the LeBlanc has been banned because I'm now looking at the YouTube stream to try and make sure I can tell you what's happening in the picks and bans. But yeah, I'm gonna. You know what? You get yours sorted because the analysis can't really come out for you at the moment until that really happens for you. But we'll hopefully get our stream back up and running as soon as we possibly can. I do see the Gwen being banned away by EDG. So I am going to be
I'm back.
You're back. You do it. I'm going to do it as well. You go for it.
Cool. Braum picked up. Pretty good matchup into the Nautilus. Can obviously deny away his ability just to go in because you'll get stunned, locked up. Very well synergizes with the Aphelios. He's able to quickly stack it up, especially with, like, you know, his Severum. Cool. We did see a support ban and a top ban coming out from EDG, kind of as expected. Looks like Scout might go for the Corki, so really playing to the range. You said a way of dealing with the Aphelios was keeping a distance. With the Braum coming in, you are lacking a decent amount of engage. And the Corki Jinx can just play at a distance. With that Gangplank as well, if Flandre locks it in. That is some hella scaling on the side of EDG.
Yeah, it really, really is.
Are you back?
Yes, I'm back. We both made it. It's all right. We were just doing Lee Sin mode for a little bit there. We just needed to, you know, it was a test. And we failed.
I'm gonna take this on me. This could have been my moment just to predict what's going to be picked and banned without even being able to
That's what I was thinking. I was literally, it was like, it's a test for both of us to be like, what's getting picked? Who's going what? I'll be totally honest. I wasn't going to be very confident in seeing the Corki coming out for Scout. It is something that we have seen kind of picked up now and then, but it is a little bit more on the fringe side of mid lane as of the moment, but can do very well at just keeping the Ahri at bay. And now with the Kayle locked in, TT are kind of saying, look, we'll go with our scaling right now. We've got the Kayle, we've got the Aphelios and the Viego. We've got ways of moving in with this late game as comfortable as you are.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's why maybe EDG would have banned away the Kayle because, you know, there's this counter pick potential. It's a good matchup in the GP. You will outscale. My problem is that EDG are just going to really outrange TT, and TT don't have good engage. Like, when you really think about it, their engage options are UCal, ult forwards, and land a charm. Which, you know, when the front line is Nautilus, Wukong, both of them can use, like, Wukong can WA, Nautilus can use his Q to buffer charms. The other one is just Beishron stunning on Viego. Neither are fantastic engage, I would say. Neither really give me too much hope with them finding a fight and getting on the back line. And outside of that, you're just going to get poked away from long distance. That is going to be the end result. I think you're muted, by the way, dude.
I am muted, by the way. I had a bit of a sneeze I had to get rid of. But I was just going to say that you are very much reliant on the side of EDG kind of coming forward into you, you surviving that initial engage and then kiting them backwards and then eventually getting a kill off of versus that. So it's not a lot outside of basically picks with the Ari charm as such, but not really the greatest of setups you want to be going with yourself here for outside of TT. And this is... Again, something that I've criticized quite a few teams in the LPL with is that when you draft these kinds of compositions, the lack of engage, the lack of simple engage, it can hurt you very much so in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, actually, I take it back. You know what's the best engage that TT have? It's Corky package. It's Scout Corky packaging into their own team.
We've seen Xiaohu do it. Xiaohu versus V5. He just fully committed. And
we've seen Doinby do it. LNG versus TT. Maybe TT are hoping for a repeat where Scout just flies into them and gives them a freebie. But remains to be seen. I think if EDG play it smart in the late game, I think it is very hard to TT to win, even with the Kale. But if it gets messy, definitely angles for TT, right? If they can get on top of someone, land that Braum passive, they have a lot of people who can stack it up quickly. Kalo's obviously going to scale very well. We talk about level 16 being needed, that extra range being massive. I think it's even more so applicable here. But we'll see, because early pressure can still come out. Corky is going to be pretty inactive in the early levels. Viego Ari is a strong combo. And a big thing is resets. If someone's out of position, you get a kill. That's a reset for Ari, an extra charge and a roll. That's a reset for Viego, an extra use of his ultimate as well.
It's all about those resets for both sides as well. You get the reset onto the Jinxes. You can be very, very helpful. Be curious to see now how Flandre is able to bully out Kale in this matchup. And again, this is Xiaoshang saying, look, I'm comfortable going into this. You are not really a champion in this matchup as the Kale until level 6. You need that range just to create that distance and to safely get that fleet footwork to kind of, get yourself into a good position to be able to trade back. Because right now, the Gangplank, especially with that passive on his auto attack, the empowered burn coming out, will just do so much for them.
Yeah, the nice thing is that, one of the things a lot of melee champions struggle with into the Gangplank is he sets up the barrels, and it's like, you can't deal with them. Because if you get in range to auto them, you're liable just to get them, blown up on you. Kale does pre-6 still have that one ranged auto with the E, so if there's a big concern about a barrel combo potentially coming towards you, you can actually interrupt it potentially, which is something, but obviously still not very fun when that's your main CSing tool in the early levels as well.
Yeah, not exactly ideal. 14 wins versus 4 in the Wukong Viego matchup. Is now Beishwan. Does he try and flash over the wall here? He does, and he looks to try and make something work. He hasn't been seen just yet, but with how aggressive the bot lane of TT are being, Southwind and Puff are going to make something work here. Mako is going to get the Spider-Man and the flash. And you have no flash route here as Beishwan, so yeah, that was a flash.
Yep, that is just such a Beishwan special, by the way.
It is. He's done that a lot this split.
Yeah, I feel like it's something historically he's been known for, like flashing over walls to find these gank angles. So I respect it. I think it's Chad gameplay. Did manage to avoid that ward. I think EDG must suspect that that's what went down. So, sometimes when you flash out of vision, it's like, oh, well, with it, they won't know. I mean, EDG are going to suspect the fact they had a ward, the fact they didn't see it, will assume. And as a result, they know they potentially punish Beishwan. One of the things with Viego is post-6 is a bit harder to catch out because the ultimate for pre-6, if he does overstep, can end up being a bit vulnerable.
Wait and see now, EDG. I don't probably recognize that there probably isn't a flash onto Beishwan if they're being astute with their assumptions. As we now wait to see now Scout. Just kind of keeping UCal busy in that mid lane. Now JJ coming in, but I don't think that UCal should be caught out by this, really. Beishwan is in the vicinity. It's more just to show pressure so Scout can maybe get a little bit of a reset. But even then, he's going to have to use his TP. Even with the first strike trying to come out right now, I don't think he's going to have a huge amount of gold coming in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the Corky. You are looking to scale. You are looking to get strong in the late stage of the game. You can add the whim of your lane opponent early on. Scout TPing back in and still being down in farms. So you are doing a good job of making things a little bit difficult for him and not giving him just a freebie to get into the later stages of the game.
This is good from the side of TT. We obviously expect the top lane to be going in Flandre's favor. It is. There's nothing really else to talk about in that regard until we do see the level 6 come out for Xiaoshang. But they've got push in bot lane. They had push in mid. They are starting to kind of, move around the map. And this is, again, something we've seen quite a few times from TT throughout the split. They are very solid when it comes to those early game of proactivity and knowing when and where they can take trades. It's beyond that we always have to look towards. And for me, this is a good test for them. I think EDG are a team that they can take advantage of, or at least have a good moment against if the opportunity arises and presents itself.
And they needed this game. I cannot emphasize enough how painful it's going to be later on with Corki just firing those big rockets. And
yeah,
really talking about Corki, he is obviously we've seen him be super strong, kind of similar to Kale in some ways, and like he's a bit level based. Level 16 is really massive. Like all the power spikes to get your ult upgraded, because the thing is, you not only get an increase to the base damage of your ult, the AD ratio goes up. So obviously we know Corki likes to build Magic Pen and AD. It's because the AD ratio in his ultimate, at level 6 it's full, at level 11 it's 45%, and then at level 16 it's 75%, and that's on a small rocket. And obviously the big one does double damage. So you know when we see like Doyenby play Corki and he's like super power farming, picking up all the waves, hits level 16 very fast, you get such a humongous spike at that point. That's when you get like the one-shot rockets coming through.
Yeah, that's when it really does start to hit. It's why one of the many reasons we do see Corki as the powerhouse late game carry that we all know and love. But Dragon going to be secured by TT, so good early progression for them in the Dragon department, or the neutral objective department, and they got it in plenty of time as well, so they're going to be in position to be able to contest for this first Herald should they choose to want to. And already we're seeing Xiaoshang saying, look, I'm set up for the long haul in this lane. I'm going to get myself the cull, just try and stack up as best I can. He is level 6, so at the bare minimum he's got himself a little bit of range, as we do have ourselves another pause coming in. It's always the EDG games. I don't know why, I don't know how. It just is.
It's always EDG. I don't know what's going on there, but once again, another pause. As you said, level 6 hit by Xiaoshang, so a little bit easier for time and lane on the Kale now. Able to deal with the barrels a bit better, able to contest minions, have a bit easier time there. But still, the slower this game goes, the more concerned I am for TT. I think a slow pace is going to be painful for them. And they kind of need to make things happen. Baseron's definitely trying. We saw that with that early gank bot with the flash over the wall. Hopefully level 6 is the big turning point. When you get access to that Ahri ultimate, when you get access to the Viego ultimate, the skirmishing becomes very strong. I want to see them picking up neutrals. They need to be just contesting those early dragons, securing them as soon as possible to force fights sooner before things become problematic. Ideally, if you get control of the pace of the game, it gets easier to engage. If you get control of an area and you set up vision there, and then you have the enemy team coming to you, that's where like you can have Yukal play flanks on the Ahri. That's where it's harder for Corki to poke because he doesn't have vision of you. So I think if they can get ahead and get control of areas, that means that the lack of engage won't be as much of a problem.
Yes, and I think that's a lot of if, buts, and maybes coming out there for TT. But again, it comes down to proactivity. It comes down to them making and deciding the pace of the game. If they can keep Scout, dreaming of that level 16, not quite able to get quite to it, so he's off in a side lane rather than being closer to his team, that's where you can get opportunities. And I will say the first dragon was a cloud dragon, so you're not going to have a cloud soul. Could be a Hextech, could be an Infernal. I can't remember exactly what the second dragon was once it spawns, but this is an opportunity here for TT to really put the pressure onto EDG. And it is going to come down to kind of, those movements, those moments to say, yes, this is what's going to work for us. This is not what's going to work for us. And the Aphelios is a great little bit, or the Kale and the Aphelios are a great little bit of late game insurance, but without the engage, they're not going to have a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, it's all about managing to hit. I honestly feel like if EDG got a Cloud Soul, it'd be really rough for TT, because when you're lacking engage already, enemy team having more movement speed is problematic. Hextech Soul would be a disaster because obviously the slows. Every time Corki rockets you, you get slowed down. How are you ever going to catch them? We do see, at least now with Baserun hitting level 6, TT being more aggressive, going for that invade on the red buff, trying to make things happen. And we see on the opposite side, JJ is happy just to trade jungle camps. Obviously a red buff for Raptor is a bit different. But we do see, this is what Mako and Viper did last game. When the jungler's invading, they will look to just clear up camps on this side of the map so they don't end up losing out. And importantly enough, JJ actually left the little Raptor. So Baserun, he's going to have to clear this camp and waste time on it.
Looks like it's actually gone. Oh, no, it's not. There it is. I was like, where is he gone? He's hiding right at the back of it. So doesn't seem to waste that much time, but I do agree with you. It's a small little bit of jungle knowledge if you're not aware that you leave that little raptor up. It leaves it at a lower level, which means that it does not end up respawning the camp, which means you cannot get yourself higher and higher with it as such. But I'm going to see Beishuan already on this Rift Herald, and this is exactly what you wanted to see TT do, is Puff. Oh, that's unfortunate. The minion got in the way of Viper, and that saved him from an absolute chunk. As we can see, there's the Super Mega Jet Rocket. No way. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah. No, I'm not even going to get painted.
I think this would have been called when he's in vision. They'll say, you know, they won't let it happen. But TT, they got that first dragon. They get the first herald. This is definitely what they want to do, especially as it gets harder as the game goes on when Corki package is available. Does make it more challenging to pick those up. So getting that one in the bag soon means they can start to make plays, try and set up to get control of the map. The thing with the herald is if you can get it on a side lane, it's often possible to get a entire tier 1 tower. If you're not able to do so, sometimes slamming it down mid just to get 2 plates and thin that mid tower out can make a big difference. But I feel like for TT, you really want to get a big lead. You want to get an advantage. So finding a window where JJ's on the opposite side of the map, maybe where someone overcommits and you get a gank or you win a fight, slam the herald down and try and get a full tower for someone like Puff, someone like Xiaoxiang.
No, TT gonna have push to this bot side, and with no eyes on the mid lane or onto Beishuan, you can tell now, well, they know he's here, but they don't really want to try and just defend this. They're gonna have to let it over a couple of these plates, and honestly, it might be the full tower if they're not careful. This could be a dive coming in right now for TT, but with a TP on Corki, makes it very difficult to really make a stick.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the problem, is that they go for this play, they don't really have a massive advantage. They don't get a kill on the Viper Mako. They just get some plates, and like, you know, it's gold, it's solid gold, not gonna complain about that, but they aren't really able to translate into that full tower, which is what you're kind of looking for. And if you look at the gold, EDG are still ahead despite that.
Yeah, again, Gangplank will be a little bit inflated because of his Silver Serpents because of that, but yeah, it is a tough moment here for TT, because the longer the game goes, the harder it becomes to try and really make their mark. A minute till Dragon spawns, though, and that could be their second of the game, which would be nice if you're a TT fan. EDG happy to let this game go to the late game, and no one really picking up their first item just yet. You should have Flandre picking up his first item very, very soon. But aside from that, TT happy to just try and keep pushing the wave pressure and get these resets denied. And
it's the most annoying thing, honestly.
It's just such a on such a low cooldown as well that it's like it does not matter.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And unlikely the Viper's going to miss that, not having that ultimate. The delayed reset timing for Puff, though, this is a potential window for JJ to get set up on this dragon area. The Skullcraft's going to be timing out soon. They know that TT aren't in a position where they want to fight because the AD carry's not there. And Scout is going to pick up the package. Perfect timing for the dragon. He picks it up a bit before it, so the cooldown will be available. Means you can clear this mid wave and be there to the dragon on time. We've seen a lot of mismanagements with package timing. I molded about it all the time in spring, but Scout doing a good job. And now they can probably just turn onto the dragon here. It's hard for TT to find a way in with that package there.
Yeah, this is the big engage that you were talking about. Very difficult to really make that stick. I will say, though, TT not to be the ones that they have to fight at these objectives. I feel like they have to go for this. There's no real choice in the matter. Scout's going to try and take away this ward as they try and just move themselves down. But Xiaoxiang is here. And remember, he has to be here because he doesn't have a global ultimate. Now he's lost his flash, but the package is down. So, TT, they lose the KO flash, but they gain a dragon. It's kind of what they wanted.
Yeah, you can see how tentative EDG were, but they just weren't willing to throw away the fight. They were like, okay, Flandre is getting free from the top lane. You know, we scale exceptionally well. There's no reason to flip it on a fight now and give TT what they want. It is actually going to be Hextech Soul. So
pretty big.
Quite a big one. If either team can secure that, the slow could make a big difference in terms of getting on your target, but now JJ caught out.
Oh, JJ, he's going to try and maybe get away with this one, but he just can't. And Yucal picks up first blood. Nice combination by the TT mid and jungle.
Yeah, just caught sleeping there. I mean, the expectation is you're playing Wukong, you're just impossible to take down. Not actually true. And Yucal has the ability to chase down. Scout getting a ton of gold from first strike there. Managed to get a big chunk out onto Yucal. But yeah, EDG have made it very clear by their play around these objectives that they are kind of just looking to scale in this one, which I think is the correct call. TT are definitely trying to push the pace forwards in this game. And the fact they have those 2 early dragons at a decent pace does put them in a good spot.
No, Xiaoshang looking to try and trade on the Flandre, but he'll have an orange and he'll BK. And again, Xiaoshang, I gotta say, honestly, Xiaoshang moving down was the correct call. Bit unfortunate that he ends up... Oh, I stopped myself there talking about Xiaoshang as Mako gets stunned up. There's the Moonlight Vigil coming out with the Infernum just to do some more damage. This is, again, just to get pressure. So the damage done earlier by the Rift Herald should be answered in full, as TT should be able to get themselves this full turret.
Yeah, interesting that Baseman actually resets when he could have stayed to help them secure it.
That's what I thought he was going to do, and now I look like a fool. A fool, Ox.
Yeah, and they wouldn't even... Will they
Won't
get
even
this play?
No.
No. So, pretty unfortunate. Looking for you, Cal.
Ooh. You know what? He got out, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, not quite the correct direction we're looking for, but he didn't die. He didn't have to burn his ultimate, but obviously flashed down. But I feel like with Ahri, Flash is a great tool, but you're not punished as much as other champs not having it just because you have your ultimate available.
Yeah, well, he didn't have his ultimate in that last one. Finally, the plate will go down for Puff, as he does pick up that little bit. But again, the gold isn't really shifting anywhere. Dead even, which again suits EDG. They've got the Triforce now on the Flandre, so he's a pretty strong boy up on that top side. They are going to have the first items being picked up by everybody else very, very soon. But with 20 seconds till this Rift Herald spawns and an Everfrost Divine Sunderer onto Beishuan and Yukal, you're not really going to look to try and contest this as EDG. I feel like you're walking into exactly what TT wants.
Yeah, first tower taken by TT. Now finally got a bit of a gold lead. Ult's going to come down and actually miss Puff so they don't stop the reset.
Ooh,
EDG are fishing for plays though here. It kind of feels like they're more willing to fight for this second Herald and deny it away from TT. Keep their mid tower alive. Often we see second Herald thrown down mid just to break that mid tier 1, which is such an important objective in terms of maintaining control over the map. It looks like EDG do not want to give that over to TT.
I mean, Puff is coming back in with a Gale Force. He's in a big item spike, but they will land on Southwind, who gets a Glacial Fissure across 3 members. Cannon Barrage just got to separate everybody out. Southwind's ticking, but he does not die. Rift Herald resets, and that's important for TT, but they're not really in a position to contest any further. So they kind of just lose out on a couple of ultimates and back themselves away.
Yeah, that was enough. They managed to get the damage down, and TT are fishing, but I'm not sure they're going to really be able to find anything here. Herald is secured by JJ. The mid tower is defended as well by Scout. TT weren't able to do anything on it. And even Scout's going to come and try and defend the Raptor camp as well. Facial will smite it away, but Scout hits that level 11 point. So a bunch of extra damage on those rockets, but still looking to scale up even more.
Yeah. And again, this is just going to slow down what TT want to do. You really would have liked to have that second Rift Herald to maybe dictate the pace of the Dragon in a minute's time. That's going to be the big thing here for TT. If they can get that up to Soul Point, that's a moment where they can maybe try to, really kind of dictate the pace. But EDG, with that Rift Herald, should be able to pop that into mid or maybe even bot if they, depending on where they end up approaching the Dragon Pit. And it shouldn't be too hard for them to be able to try and, get control of that pit.
And this is probably the big one, right? Because third Dragon, EDG do not want to give over. They're going to have package synced up. If TT are able to find this one, it really puts a lot of pressure on EDG. It means they're one away. And at that point, if EDG approach a Dragon, and let's say someone gets picked, they can't just give it up. They can't just say it's fine. We'll just give this Dragon. Because once they give over Soul to TT, it's such a massive power spike. You can see TT posturing early. Scout is recalling for the package. He can just TP in with it to make sure he's there in time. And we'll see if he opts to go for that.
And we'll just have the Cannon Barrage at the nick of time. Remember, you've no flash on Southwind, but everyone else is there. The TP's going to come in after the package has been secured. Xiaoshang finally coming back down. He's got himself a Gnasher's Tooth as TT. They want to try and make this fight work, but you can see already they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Beishuan just gets himself over the wall, and they get the Super Mega Death Rocket coming in. Xiaoshang comes in to save Southwind, who's still going to fall down because he's just been slowed to absolute stun range, and that's going to be the Rift Herald dropped as well. It's a good Infernum ultimate there from the side of Puff, but not really much else to do, and you feel like the clock's already up on TT.
I mean, the fact Scout can ult package in like that. Oh, Puff!
Oh, he's going for him, but he's not quite able to make it stick. Now Xiaoshang thinking about it, but you have to be careful. There's still a Jinx doing significant damage onto you, and you get hit by one barrel, you're dead.
Yeah, it's so scary, and the fact Scout can package in like that and not get punished at all just shows how little threat TT are posing to him right now. In fact, he can just package across multiple members. And again, it was just TT running away. I mean, it was a really nice package at the choke point. But yeah, typically we see Corki's going for plays like that get instantly deleted on the other end. Scout just finds his angle. He knows the posturing on the other side of the wall. Knows there isn't anyone to punish him. Huge package. Just shreds Southwind and Puff. Bayshot has to ult away as well. And then, yeah, the Kale ult comes in to delay this kill on the Southwind. But the damage is already done. There's no fight here. TT just have to back away.
And again, it's the lack of hard engage. The TT are really struggling right now. They don't have an easy way to get in onto this fight. They don't have an opportunity to kind of say, look, you're out of position. You have to respect the CC. Because outside of the Glacial Fissure, which is a very much a disengaging ultimate, you don't really have any way to lock people down. It would have to make a massive mistake where someone gets charmed for TT to be able to take them down.
Yes, I mean, honestly, the Glacial Fissure, it's decent secondary engage. Like, if you lock someone up, you can ult on top, but, like, it's just so slow. Like, no one on EDG is going to get hit by, like, Southwind just, like, flash ulting. It's just way too easy to avoid. And EDG, they've taken that dragon. It is at minimum for them an extra 5 minutes scaling. Even if TT pick up the next dragon, you know, they're still not going to have the soul. But EDG feel a lot more comfortable. And honestly, Hextech dragons individually, I actually think are such a massive boost. It's 6 ability haste and 6% attack speed. And there's certain champions where it's so massively beneficial because they love both stats, right? Because obviously the reason they went for this was for, you know, AD champions you have attack speed. For AP champions, you have ability haste. Then you have champions like Corki or Gangplank or Wukong who love both stats.
Well, Scout's getting jumped on here, and Yuka's going to try and jump in on top of him as well. But the Hex Drinker, almost good enough. And the Super Mega Det Rocket not quite able to hit. But good pick off here for TT. But what do they have to try and give up because of it? They have to try and... Don't think they're going to be able to kind of contest for this mid lane and get that tower. But they are starting to try and make moves against EDG.
It's a positive play, and we need more of that, right? Finding picks on people who are isolated, picking them off when they're in scenarios like that. Interesting, I've seen the Sorelda's Grudge coming out from Flandre, so getting that early percentage pen. The slow, obviously not the most important thing when you already have slows on your barrels, but yeah, Scout just looking to get more First Strike Gold, a bit overextended. They know he doesn't have Flash from that previous fight, and Yukal able to connect the Everfrost to take him down.
See just the power of the Hex Drinker, though, as well. Just giving that a little bit of extra time, and it almost saved him off. And despite that little kill onto the side lane, you don't really gain much of it. And this is something that I always use as a bit of a, I suppose, a litmus test to see, you know, the difference between a good team and a great team. Because great teams will get a pick, and they will turn it into an objective. It will turn into a tower, a Baron, even just like massive vision control over an area. TT, however, they've got a ward in a brush down that bot side. That was it. They just get the kill gold, so it doesn't actually equate into much more than that. And that's why we do see end up seeing why, you know, a pick on a side lane for a team like EDG is far more impactful than a pick on a side lane for TT.
Yeah, and at this point, with dead even in gold at 21 minutes, I felt like TT had to get that early lead, and they haven't been able to find it. Things are just going to get harder and harder from here as long as EDG plays it out correctly. We see TT posturing, and this has been a consistent thing throughout this game. Posturing, looking to be in position to fight, being like, right, if you guys misstep, you guys over push, we'll kill you. And then EDG are like, okay. But then that's not.
Just don't fight.
And that's it.
That's literally it. And then, yes, you have a Kale, obviously going to have great scaling, but a Kale needs facilitators. A Kale needs someone to be a front line, to be engaged. Like,
I feel like more than anything, a Kale needs someone to hit. And as long as EDG don't provide that, what's she doing?
Oh, Flandre. That's the flash away. They're going to see the Heartbreaker come in. He's going to need an orange, so he'll be K. Xiaoshang not quite there. There's going to be the Cannon Barrage flash forward with the Glacial Fissure and the Winter's Bite, and Xiaoshang gets a pick. So with 50 seconds till the dragon spawns, that could be an opportunity now for TT.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick, and this could potentially lead them to this dragon. Flandre does have TP, but no Cannon Barrage does weaken him a decent amount, although that cooldown is ticking away very fast.
Yeah, it's a lot faster than I thought it was. He actually picks up a Sorelda's Grudge and going to force EDG up towards that top side. Yukal is playing keep away from the Baron, so they can't trade that one just yet. And Xiaoshang's going unchecked right now, so he should be able to pick up a tier 2 at minimum in this bot side. So they are getting them objective, and this is great for TT. They're kind of accelerating the game a little bit faster than EDG anticipated.
Yeah, good positives, making things happen. The problem is, Dragon in 10 seconds, Flandre is going to be up. Look at the item scout just completed. He recently got the Ludens. He's also just picked up Sork Shoes. This Corki is going to be hitting hard right now. A lot of poke damage, and sure, you have Puff, where's the Bloodthirster to be able to sustain up, but not everyone has that same luxury.
No, you do not have that luxury. I will say Wits End finished up for Xiaoshang, and they might not look for the dragon at all. They might say, cool, the Wukong's on it. Let's go for the Baron. They can shred this, but they haven't got great guns right now. It's grabbing them in a...
Scout!
Oh, Scout gets caught! He got caught! And that means he's dead. And now Mako trying to run away, but the Heartbreaker means that he is dead. They've got the Nautilus as well. Scout, what happened?
You had package, and they were just approaching without concern. UCAL finds a fantastic charm from the Fog of War. They layer the CC, and they're able to remove the Corki. That is the sort of play they need. I was talking about UCAL being on those angles with the RE, maybe being something they could lean on. They find it, and they manage to translate. And TT with the Baron, it's giving them life in this game.
It gives them an awful lot more opportunities, that's for sure. They'll have a bit of pushing power now. You cannot let this Kale go unchecked. They will say they lose the Dragon, but let's have a look at the replay here. What happens to Scout here? It's just that he's just not expecting UCAL to be there, and yeah, he just gets caught.
Yeah, just completely caught out.
We're gonna see it again.
See it twice, just to make it very clear. And the thing is, you have the package. If he saw UCAL could easily buffer the charm, even if it connects, once you're in the package, you're not going to be able to be CC'd. But yeah, big mistake from Scout that will cost him the Baron. But the other side of it is they got the Dragon. So TT nowhere closer to getting that soul, and now on par with EDG. And EDG have good wave clear, right? Between the Corki and the Jinx, those ranged AoE auto attacks, the rockets from Scout. If they can just weather the storm for this Baron, I don't think this is awful for them. But it really comes down to TT continuing to find picks to set up tower takes. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah, like the Baron is nice. The Dragon did go over to EDG though. So again, 10 minutes or a little bit under that. So about 8.5 for you to really get that soul. The Baron will give you an awful lot of opportunities, but you have an awful lot of wave clear. Gangplank barrels, the Corki rockets, the Jinx rockets. You have so many ways of dealing with these minions that I don't think they're going to get a huge amount of value from it. I will. At the moment, though, they are getting the Xiaoshang to kind of push up towards this top side to put down a little bit of damage, and alongside the Aphelios should be able to put some decent damage, but the Cannon Barrage is great. Again, this is the big difficult thing. Honestly, I like the play from TT, but what does it actually afford them?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things is why we don't see casting so much recently in pro play. I mean, there's plenty of reasons, but scaling champions
this
without
is one of
wave
them.
clear can really be punished, right? But the fact is, when you have a Corki, he scales well and has wave clear, so even if you're trying to close the game out early, it becomes difficult. TT get the Baron, and they get one tower so far. You know, it's not nearly as much as you'd hope to get. But
Oh, Scout! He might be caught out here. He flashes. UCAL, though, needs to be careful of some of those rockets. And Scout this time around will end up flashing away from that particular pick. And that could have been huge for TT. They had about 40 seconds left on Baron. You take away that big wave clear, then all of a sudden, that's one tower becomes maybe two and an inhibitor.
Yeah, and so with the Baron, you can see in the top right, they got quite a bit of gold. There's the gold from the Baron itself. There's the tower they took in the top lane. They also get experience from it, which definitely won't go amiss when you have a Kale. But that's kind of it, right? Yep. It's nice. It's definitely positive. I'm not sure if it's enough in this game to really dictate it. Flandre going with like a full ability haste build here with the Ravenous Hydra and the Serelda's Grudge. I'll be honest, something I haven't really seen on Gangplank. Definitely seen a lot of builds, some good, some less
questionable. For sure. You've definitely had choice words depending on it. I do remember, I can't remember who it was. Someone was playing Lucian and they ended up with a Zeal, a Last Whisper, a Hexstring. Yes, it was light.
It was light, and the enemy team was playing Cog Lulu, and the Cog had a Randuin's, and like everyone else was mega tanky.
It was honestly one of the worst builds I'd ever seen, but
one of the worst builds you've seen so far.
Yeah. We're going to keep that as a theme for the split. So we do see TT, 3,000 gold up, 3 items now onto Xiaoshang, level 16. They are posturing very aggressively to try and maybe catch someone out as they try and establish vision, because honestly, you don't have a lot right now as EDG. You're waiting to see if you can get into the position to try and contest for this dragon, but I will say as well, EDG kind of afforded them this luxury. They don't really care. As I say that, there's going to be the Everfrost, there's going to be the Cleanse coming out, they get a charm down, but it's only onto JJ's clone. That's going to secure the mid-tower in this particular instance. And TT, they're getting a bit antsy, and EDG, they're kind of sitting on the laurels a little bit.
Yeah, it was a nice move from JJ using his clone to kind of body block for Viper, who could have been caught out there. But But the problem is, TT are doing what they should. They get control of the area early, and then they're forcing EDG to try and face check in a vision to find these engages. Now, Scout has just picked a package. TT take quite a bit of damage there, thanks to the cannon barrage. And I mean, Scout isn't even here yet with the poke. He's going to pick up the package and TP in as soon as it's ready, and he's going to cause a lot of issues for TT. Oh, look at the flank, look at the flank.
Huge flank coming in. Does he look to try and engage? Yes, he does. They've landed it down there onto Southwind, but the Aphelios has been taken out. You've lost your jungler and your Kayle. I don't think that was the correct ultimate target with Xiao Shang. I think you should have been looking at your Aphelios.
Yep. Doesn't end up saving the right person. At the end of the day, it just wasn't even close. Fantastic flank angle for Scout. And not only do they get a team fight win, they'll also pick up a third dragon. Now working with 18 extra attack speed, 18 extra abilities. Fantastic for EDG and 1 away from that salt. Yeah, goodbye, Southwind.
Go on, Southwind. Go on, my wayward son. No, wayward plays for top esports, but honestly, I love this from Scout. I love this from Scout. He's staggering it. He's staggering it. He's basically making it so that it will take it, like, again, you're looking at what would be 10 seconds to Xiao Shang. It's 30 seconds to Southwind, so you can contest.
Yeah, I mean, Baron's going to be up before Southwind is. If EDG wanted to posture towards a get vision control, there's no support for TT. There's no one to put down vision to contest. And here, the fact TT already chunked out, they get corralled in here by the package. Great engage flash onto the Aphelios. And yeah, Xiao Shang, I'm not sure that ult on the Southwind was the play.
I don't think it mattered,
you know,
but I don't think it was the play.
Here's the good news, Ashin. If TT lose this game, then Xiao Shang can't get subbed out. So,
I mean, by definition,
there's no game
you are
3
correct.
for Hoya to come in for.
That is true. Big brain. Xiao Shang getting the last word in against his old organization. But, yeah, TT, funny enough, still have the gold lead right now as the EDG set themselves up around this Baron pit, try and see if they can make something happen for themselves. The TT, they got it. Honestly, they're looking for a miracle. They need Xiao Shang to try and pop off. It's going to be tough.
I think the difficulty is just the lack of engage. If they're not able to close the distance, it's going to be super problematic. And I am currently having some issues with my feed.
I'm also having issues with my feed, so we're going to try and get those refreshed as soon as we possibly can. We do apologize again. The luxury of remote broadcasting, we're trying to make improvements, but of course, there's always going to be some little bugs every now and again. But yeah, again, it's going to be pivotal moments here for TT to try and keep themselves safe. I hope there's not a fight. I really do hope there's no fight happening. So again, apologies to anyone watching. I imagine there's going to be a lot of posturing on no one really going for anything. That's what I'm assuming.
Oh my god, what a play from whoever made a play.
This is it. This is how we anticipate it. But yeah, we do apologize for the moment. We are casting Lee Sin mode at the moment. So I'm gonna go on to back onto my YouTube feed and hopefully see what nothing has happened as of 30:34, and the viewers can now know how far behind I am. That's how you work it. That's how you work it out. You know. That's how you end up kind of figuring it all out. But yeah, we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We are trying our best to figure this one out. But yeah, as of now, they're still only just posturing, you know? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm looking at the Twitch stream and it's ahead, and there's a lot of fighting going on my screen.
Oh dear.
So delayed on. Oh my
I'm not even gonna bother.
Southwind got Kayle ulted again. I swear he's received the most Kayle ults this game. It's just been all about save Southwind.
Save Southwind. Save Private Southwind.
Oh, my lord.
You have to laugh, because if you don't laugh, you cry.
I'm crying. Tears down my face right now. Dude, we're missing TT against EDG.
Chat, I need you to commentate what's happening for us, all right? It's a role reversal right now, because we're trying to figure out what's going on, right? We do apologize that we're not able to cast the game. But you guys need to tell us what's happening, you know? That's what's going on. So I'm going to look at the chat real quick. I never look at the chat, by the way. It's not something I do. You guys got to commentate, let us know. Maybe we'll find the next, you know, the next Captain Flowers within our own chat box.
Oh, my God.
I can tell how tilted you are. But yeah, we're coming back in. Look, you know, Southwind getting a lot of Kayle ults. I think that's positive. I think that's positive for him.
Is it?
You know? I mean, it's positive for him. For sure, it's positive for him. It's
I don't even know if to comment on what's happened, just because like at the end of the day I'm so delayed. Well, EDG obviously got the Baron. That's something to talk about. I'm assuming just with the feed being a bit ahead, they're gonna be close to setting up for this dragon. Poke's a pivotal piece. If UCal can find a flank angle, maybe that's the play. Maybe that's the way in. We'll see if that can happen.
Yeah,
Maybe that's already happened. I don't know.
Maybe it has already happened. You know, I did see Viper burned his cleanse quite a while ago, so that's not going to be available for this dragon in potentially 20 seconds. No, it wouldn't be that delayed, would it? It wouldn't be that far behind. No, probably would be actually.
I don't know. I don't normally check.
Yeah,
you know.
I don't look at Twitch at all when I'm casting. It's just not within my nature, so I'm going off of it right now. But thank you, chat. Chat's actually going with it and you know, letting us know what's going on. I can tell you, chat, if I'm looking at Twitch compared to our usual feed, I'm about 33:10. That's where I'm at right now. So you can figure out based on that that assumption where exactly how far behind we are. But
oh, my feed's doing something. Is it gonna work?
Oh, well, mine's dead. So I'm gonna rely on you for play-by-play if that's the regards.
It's not working yet. It's just doing something.
Tell us what's happening. Commentate it.
With Twitch, the scout has secured the Hextech Soul. And finally, we got a good KO onto Puff, but it meant nothing. And it looks like EDG just going to close this one out. They secure the skull. Scout stole it. Oh my... Okay, now my Twitch feed died.
It's all good. It was an ace. There's nothing else to talk about. Thank you, Twitch chat, for telling us everything that you need to know. We got to experience it with you. EDG will take themselves a 2-0. TT will fall to 1-4. And we're hopefully going to fix these tech issues in between these next series.
Oh man, I hope so. That was something. We just missed the end of the game, but at least the viewers still got to see it, right? With our... Yeah. You know, round of applause for everyone in the chat who commentated on that one.
Yeah, all
that
right,
was something.
Take a breath. Take a breath. You know what? It's all part of the test. It's all part of seeing how good you can be, Ox, all right? Can you cast blind? Turns out no.
Oh. Lesson learned.
It's
we're
really hard to cast the game when you don't know what's happening on your screen. So, yeah, that is what we've learned today. And look, we got the expected result. 2-0 to EDG. That's basically how we wanted to go for it. And again, there's nothing, even when looking at this game delayed, there was nothing exceptional to talk about in that particular one. It was just scaling, Jinx, Gangplank, Corki, like how, and no engage on the side of TT, regardless if you have a Kale or not. There's just not a lot you can do.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to pick a Kale in your composition and get outscaled, but we saw TT able to do it. Just lack of engage in the composition, just really unable to find ways to gap close. On top of that, it just really felt like they didn't find the early lead they needed to. There was definitely moments where they made things happen, but EDG were just coasting. They were really fine just to chill in that one and scale up to the late stage of the game. But, I have to say, I do feel like TT hamstringed themselves a bit in draft. I also think that the play was a bit suboptimal, but this is the expected result, as you said. EDG managed to close it out. Yeah, my feed is still doomed. So
mine's doing something. So we'll hopefully get paid. But luckily, we're not in game at the moment. So once we I'm back. Haha! Try it again, Ox. Reset. Turn it, close it, and open it again. See what happens. I am back. Thank you so much.
I'm back as well.
Yeah!
Let's go!
Oh my God, Corki secured the dragon.
Lord.
Anyway,
I've returned, and we missed the end of the game. So
yeah,
it makes the difference.
It happens. Look, this is the trials and tribulations of things like this. But we can see there in the end game, kind of post game screen that TT had got opportunities, but you just don't match the damage. Look at Flandre, look at Scout. You just can't keep up with this.
Yeah, I just think there was no threat to Scout. The fact Scout can package into 3 people and just chill and get out without even using flash just kind of showed it. They just really didn't have an easy way of starting fights, didn't have a way of dealing with EDG. They got the early dragons, but then the fact that EDG got 4 in a row, got that Hextech Soul, which made things even more difficult. Yeah, I think EDG knew that they could just scale into this game, play to the later win cons, and it absolutely worked.
Yeah, it really, really did. And even just looking at some of the options available to them on the side of TT, like you said in the pregame, it has to be a massive lead. It has to be basically Flandre not having the same global impact. And when you have things like the Cannon Barrage to layer on top of the package, you're just not going to have the opportunity. And I honestly, Scout 100% kill participation there for his team. He was the core of everything. But honestly, TT didn't force anything to kind of change that side up or change that style, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't really find any. There was attempts. I think that's the main thing to hit on. TT tried base run with the flash over wall, the base run special. We saw like the side lane plays. Yukar got that good charm on the scout, but it just felt like they had to do too much work. The fact that you had like the Kale on the top lane, who is a scaling lane, the earlier Felios pick, which was kind of like, okay, we're not going to pick Kalista. We don't want you to pick a Kalista, so we'll pick a Felios. Just, you know, there's a lot of questions. TT's still a long way to go. There was definitely some hope for them. Hoya and Xiaoxiang, I don't think it made a massive difference who was in, especially when Xiaoxiang played Kale, which is like sit there and do nothing for most of the game. So yeah, still really looking to see if they can sort of fix some more issues before we can feel confident in this team.
Yeah, again, look, I think EDG have had a pretty easy, quote-unquote, you know, or easier, probably a better way to put it, you know, kind of strength of schedule so far. FBX, they actually smashed Weibo, but Weibo are a coin flip on the best of days. They did lose 2-0 to JDG, the only team up kind of, you know, really high above them as such, and IG, BLG, now TT, they go against OMG next week, but then they start to hit a couple of very big games. They've got V, and they have RNG in week 7. I will say, though, you are looking at it from a point of view of my feet just died completely on its own. But I didn't touch anything. It just decided to kill itself. But yeah, this is opportunities. Nice, dude, nice. This is just like my second monitor just went, no, nothing. You can have your desktop background. But I'm just smacking my mic. But yeah, honestly, I think EDG, they need to start warming up. I think we saw some good performances from Flandre today. I think we are starting to see him kind of reel himself back into form that we saw him in 2021. And I think for Mako, small but good improvements coming out for him as well.
Yeah, I think Mako definitely looked better in this one. But it's still, I don't think it's enough of a test. Those bigger games will be the test for this lineup. If this team doesn't make Worlds, it's a disappointment. And I'm sure the players will feel disappointment. So a long way to go before I feel like they're in a top 4, because the top 4 is so stacked at the moment.
Yeah, it really, really is. And we're going to have our MVP from Game 2. It was Scout on this Corki. He did the damage. He got the 100% kill participation. And now my feet's come back up all on its own. I don't know what it's doing.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I mean, super relevant on the Corki. There was that one mistake where he got caught out with the charm. But other than that, able to find the big packages, able to secure the Dragon Soul as well, which I guess we got to see how that happens, because we didn't get to see it the first time round.
That's good. I'm excited. Big one. We'll cast it. We'll cast it when it comes up on the replay. Is this it?
Yeah.
No, this isn't it.
No, this is not quite it. This is the flank one where Xiaoxiang Kale ult Southwind. A little bit of an oopsie daisy. And then, this is when he chases down Southwind and delays the kill. Yep, we caught that one. This should be the... Nope, not quite.
No, we didn't get this one. We did
miss
this one. He actually goes down at the GA here and able to kind of come back up after the kill onto base one. Don't actually think we're going to get the Dragon Steel, funny enough. So
we got scammed.
We got scammed. Finessed in every sense of the word. But yes, EDG, still a 2-0. Still a good win for them. I still think, again, like we said, still things to improve, but we'll have to wait and see. We are going to throw it to a break, and when we return, we will hopefully have fixed the tech issues, and we will be bringing you V5.
Thanks for bearing with us.
Yeah, thanks for bearing with us, indeed. We'll be back with V5 versus Anyone Legend very soon.
Oh no, Allah. No. Oh, wait, what? No way! Wait, no! This is the most big brain play I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my god, they're bringing him too. They know though the ward will spot out Yaga, but they're gonna go for this. This is a dive in the durability patch at 3.5 minutes. They get Aki as the electrocute comes down. Shanji will not go down. The tower shots are huge. Kanavi getting the last one, and they beautifully execute that tower dive. That minion wave is gigantic, and JDG come out 2-0. They just go straight for the engage. Tarzan has to use the Crescent Guard already. He's still caught out though. They're doing so much damage, and the cast comes through, but it separates them. A killer instinct from Abel! He goes straight in. He's got the GA available as well. He goes down, but OMG, they might have just found the fight. Cold is down, but Allah is in the back line. Does it matter? No, it doesn't.
Where were you when OMG got their first series win in Summer Split? They take the fight against LNG, and they are dominating this game. You pointed out that a little bit before here with Cole. So we're going to be watching out his bottom lane. Fojic without his support. Gala flashing forward. Yep.
People are trying to start the conversation of JVG is the best team in the LPL because we see games like this where it just really doesn't work out. Oh god!
Oh, I missed the Void Seeker. Oh, that feels bad, but it will be. Oh! No way! The killer instinct to go through the True Shot Barrage to get the outplay.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Brigade on top.
Oh
Sorry.
no, Allah. No. Oh, wait, what? No way! Wait, no! This is the most big brain play I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my god, they're bringing him too. They know though that the ward will spot out Yaga, but they're gonna go for this. This is a dive in the durability patch at 3.5 minutes. They get Aki as the electrocute comes down. Shanji will not go down. The tower shots are huge. Kanavi getting the last one, and they beautifully execute that tower dive. That minion wave is gigantic, and JDG come out 2-0. They just go straight for the engage. Tarzan has to use the Crescent Guard already. He's still caught out though. They're doing so much damage, and the cast comes through, but it separates them. A killer instinct from Abel! He goes straight in. He's got the GA available as well. He goes down, but OMG, they might have just found the fight. Cold is down, but Allah is in the back line. Does it matter? No, it doesn't! Where were you when OMG got their first series win in Summer Split? They take the fight against LNG, and they are dominating this game. You pointed out that a little bit before here with Cole. So we're going to be watching out his bottom lane. Fojic without his support. Gala flashing forward. Yep.
conversation of JVG is the best team in the LPL because we see games like this where it just really doesn't work out. Oh god!
Oh, I missed the void seeker. Oh, that feels bad, but it will be. Oh, no way! The killer instinct to go through the true shot barrage to get the outplay.
Na 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 na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun.
我觉得船长这个英雄强度其实，觉得算 T1吧，就是不算 T0的那种，但是我自己玩的比较好，所以我就会一直选。下场对战 V5，我觉得也许是一个很强的上单吧，就是有操作，然后有想法，然后我会尽量保证自己的发育吧。
We're back, and touch wood, all of our tech issues have been solved. I'm still Ushin. I'm joined here by Ox. We're going to be burning through some of our assets to try and set you up for the scene right now because we got to talk about AL versus V5. Haven't got a lot of time, but we can look at AL as the real test begins now.
Yeah, I think AL have looked positive. I think there's been some good series coming out of them where we've seen their team fighting on display, something I felt like they shone with in spring, but weren't consistent enough to bring out all the time. But you look at the teams they beat. BLG, who are absolutely on a slump. IG, where it was a close series, and bear in mind, IG are not exactly top of the table. And then LGD, they actually lost to. It was a solid performance from LGD in fairness, but like, you look at the next three matches. V5, undefeated, only dropped a single game to RNG. Weibo, a top of the table team. And Ultra Prime, Ultra Prime, honestly, I feel like that could be a close one, but like, this is a hard run of three matches for AL, so have to see if they can be able to bring it through.
Yeah, and again, you can kind of see how they performed against IG. It was actually funny enough. Game 1 was a near-perfect performance by IG. Game 2, a near-perfect performance by AL. You can see when they know what they're doing, when they get the picks they want to get, they are very powerful at working with it. But for AL, they need to try and keep it consistent. And against much higher caliber opponents, I think V5 is going to be a massive test for them. Maybe even a stretch too far. We'll have to see how they come into it.
Yeah, and I love that we saw in that game 2, AL bringing out the Senna Seraphine rather than the Senna Tom into the Ezreal Bard. Obviously, he did end up going with the Tom in this one. But IG, it's a factor here. 3 dragons ahead, 3k gold lead. This should be a situation where, IG are favored, but AL this is the reason we praise them. Their fantastic team fighting that has come out, despite being at a deficit, able to beat out teams when really they shouldn't.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned it a little bit earlier during our first series of TT versus EDG. TT are like the opposite of AL, whereas the AL don't really have the most prolific of early games, but when it comes to those team fightings, they are so damn good at the decision making. And coming up against V5, they're going to need it because the man in the mid lane, funny enough, not Rookie, but Dream, has really been setting himself ablaze right now. And honestly, what an incredible replacement for someone as storied as Rookie.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the sad thing is that I feel like Rookie and Knight are the two mid laners where no matter how good you do, they're probably not getting replaced just because they're such veterans, so storied, so good. But Dream has not even just made an argument he should be starting on an LPL roster, he should be starting on a top LPL roster. This guy has been absolutely fantastic. A roster like V5, which going into spring we felt would be so reliant on Rookie, has proved that they can work with mid laners who are not that superstar, and Dream has just fit so well on a variety of picks, some control mages, some picks with a lot more agency like the Galio and the Lissandra, and we've seen him be such a pivotal piece in their victory, in the fact that they took down RNG. Bear in mind, V5, they're the only team to take out RNG so far in the summer. They're the only team to take out RNG since before playoffs in spring. That's the last time RNG had lost a series before V5 were able to take them down.
Yeah, honestly is. And again, look, V5, a lot of question marks for this rosters were kind of coming in saying, look, you don't have Rookie again. To anyone who's not quite sure, because Rookie hasn't been as many international performances as maybe some may have hoped, but Rookie is considered to be a top 3, maybe even sometimes top 2 mid laner in the world at any given time. He's right up there alongside Faker in a lot of people's eyes. So big shoes to fill. And I think Dream really has just kind of showed himself to be just so prolific and so good at understanding how his matchups work, and again, just how the team dynamic works as well.
Yeah, and I think particularly when we be finding him in these skirmishes delivering pretty well. We just see a little bit of a flub from Xiaohu there with the Valkyrie over the wall, but just he's being very proactive. On a pick like Orianna here, moving to support in this extended jungle fight, able to pick up the double buffs and then get away again. But yeah, he's just been a fantastic addition. Really excited for him in terms of like the future of LPL mid lanes, because we have like so many storied mid laners like Knight, Rookie, Xiaohu, Scout, who have kind of been around for a decent amount of time. Dream, could potentially be that next generation. If we see one of those mid laners retire, if we see one of them move away from one of their teams, I would love to see Dream ended up on one of these top rosters.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, for V5 as well, they might be trying to keep him as well. Don't forget, Rookie's been in the scene for a very, very long time, and I think it is going to be something that, maybe for the future they'd like to have someone of this caliber to just take up that mantle. Again, we're talking in hyperboles and we're talking in, kind of honorifics as such, but we are going to waste absolutely no time. We are jumping onto the Rift. Anyone's Legend on the blue with V5 on the red, the Wukong, the Zeri, the Galio, which we talked about for Dream being banned away alongside the Renata and the Tam Kench.
Yeah, I'm not actually a fan of the Tom Kench ban, because I feel like if you're going to ban one of the pair, you ban Senec. Senec can pair with more things. You don't really see Tom that much outside of Senec Tom. You definitely do occasionally, but I understand them banning the combo because V5 are fantastic on Senec Tom. I would say Photic and PP got probably best Senec Tom in the world, considering they had fantastic performances in spring and now is such a meta pick. But I feel like you could have just banned the Senec there instead. We will see AL pick up the Kalista, so something we haven't seen a ton of, and interesting considering they banned the Renata themselves, what is typically binded with. Now, V5, they could look towards the Viego with the Wukong being banned, but they're actually going to very quickly go for Nautilus Slayer. I'm going to reveal these are both champions who remove Kalista's ability to have fun.
Yeah, and honestly, the Talia is an interesting one as well. Definitely has fallen to the wayside of priority for V5, or not even just V5, the LPL, I should say. But the Amumu locked in, that is almost certainly going to Chocho in that bot lane. So AL, not to be outdone here. They're quick as they can be. They're saying, look, give us the gangplank, give us the Amumu in the bot lane. We've got ways of dealing with this now. V5, they may try go for Photic onto this Draven. Draven, fantastic with the aggression of the Nautilus to try and shut down something like the Kalista.
Yeah, it would make a really hard laning phase for the Kalista. Obviously, Kalista wants to take those extended fights, stack up the Ren stacks. Draven will just throw an axe at your head. Makes it difficult. And the Amumu is an interesting one because we kind of did see a bit of Amumu come in because people were theorizing it. We saw it in the LCK, specifically into Zeri. You take Amumu and your E actually reduces damage per auto, and it takes damage of every single part of the Q from Zeri. You build a Warden Smail as well, and Zeri just tickles you. But what's interesting is we actually have buffs on the next patch for Amumu, and I kind of think because people have seen it is decent into Zeri, and because people have seen the buffs that are on the live server, people have just started picking him up and gone, oh, actually this champion was okay on 12-11, and now we're seeing it come in. Obviously it has the 2 stacks and the bandage toss for that strong engage potential, and the ult is a great team fighting tool. So we'll see that paired up with the Kalista in the bot lane. The way you can throw it in obviously gives that extra engage potential.
I love the Renekton ban. It's such a fun thing. It will, again, that could be Karsan, the Talia in the jungle, could be a Talia in the mid lane or top. Probably not top, but definitely could be going to a solo lane. But we'll see what they want to go for. And V5 are saying, look, we're going to ban away some of the big AD solo threats. Then they haven't banned away the Viego just yet from Xiaohao. They're kind of maybe forcing them into something. They're saying, look, we know how to deal with this. We know how to, kind of contain something like a Viego. You're not going to get the Nocturne that has that global threat, and you're not going to have that Lee Sin that has a burst potential in that early stage.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Veil bans something like the Kale here. They could also look to ban the Viego, forcing potentially that Talia into the jungle with the options banned. Actually going for a Silas ban. Ahri is open, by the way, so maybe toying with the idea of that, but you've kind of just set up V5 potentially take it themselves if they're willing to put that Talia in the jungle. Doesn't mean you have AP mid jungle, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but at the end of the day, it does deny away the Ahri from Forge, and Dream has been fantastic on this pick.
Yeah, he really has. And Rich going to go for the Aatrox. They're going to wait till the last pick to really see where Dream and Karsa have actually kind of solidified themselves. And honestly, I like that because, yes, you can go for the Ahri, but things like the LeBlanc, the Lissandra, hell, even the Vex, if you really want to try and get a little bit more nuance about it, are available for anyone's Legend. So Forge would have options available to him. Looks like the Swain is the thing they're going to be hovering at the moment. And yeah.
Forge on Swain. What a surprise.
Surprise, as they come finally lock it in.
This is something he has picked consistently so far. And looking to bring this one out. I feel like, yeah, you can just pair it with the Viego. The fact that it's kind of a Viego going down this far in priority is kind of a surprise. But, you know, you have a lot of engaged potential with the Amumu. The Swain is obviously going to be able to get up close and personal, but actually they end up going for the Diana instead. So something that has a pretty fast clear time, something that can be pretty painful for Draven and Slayer if it gets on top of them, but not the most impactful in the early levels. And now with a V5, do they put the Talia in the jungle or do they keep it in the mid lane?
I like the Yone here for Dream, and he's going to be putting himself onto a carry. So the pure burst available to V5. You get caught out on anyone's Legend, you're going to die. Even if you're the Amumu, there's nothing you can do about this pure combination coming out here for V5.
Yeah, I mean, Yone can be so strong and really hard to punish because he can avoid CC quite easily if you time your E correctly. You dash back so you can't get locked down. And on top of that, I just feel like the people I feel worse for in this game are the AD carries. Playing Kalista into Nautilus, Talia, Yone, Draven, not a fun time. Playing Draven into Diana, into Swain, into Amumu, who's going to get thrown on a Kalista ult, GP, who has the Cannon Barrage, once again, not a fun time. So we'll see. We'll see what they're able to do. So they mentioned as well, Amumu's passive increases magic damage against targets. So if he autos them or if he ults, and then his W will refresh it, I think it increases it by 10%, I believe. So when you have a Swain and a Diana on your team, can really add to their burst. It adds essentially 10% extra true damage on top of what you'd normally hit.
Yeah, I mean, the Mumu is just a similar version of what you have with the Nautilus, just doesn't do, kind of like a lesser version in opinion. Like, you know, Nautilus has an awful lot of engage, good tanky stats as well, and good ways of getting himself out. The Amumu goes in, and that's kind of all the Amumu does. So when you're throwing in those bandage tosses and you're trying to get that Curse of the Sad Mummy down, you are looking to try and just create a huge space for yourself. I will say, though, with the synergy that you're going to have with the likes of the Gangplank Cannon Barrage alongside that, and of course the Diana, the extra little bit of damage, like you said, is going to be very significant even before we get to those big 5v5 team fights.
Yeah, and if you can lock people in place, there's so much potential for follow-up. Oh, you know, we saw the Amumu before from Wink for IG, and we saw him go for the early invade because, you know, you land that Q, that bandage toss, you close the gap, you lock them down, and then you can follow up with another one. One thing to mention, it is an Aftershock Amumu. We saw a Glacial Augment Amumu from Wink. I do think that, particularly with the amount of damage being thrown around in this game, Aftershock might help you out, just make you a little bit more bulky when it comes to those team fights.
Yeah, and we'll see what they want to try and go for it, but it is going to be an interesting one here for anyone's Legend. They are impressing us right now. They are still doing very well. 3-2, probably a lot higher in the standings than they anticipated being. But V5 already sitting on 5 wins, knowing that they've taken down RNG already. This is Karsa's 400th game in the LPL. Congratulations to him. Don't forget, I always forget a lot of his career was, of course, in the LMS on the Flash Wolves. But again, it just feels like he's been here forever.
I think the crazy thing with V5's win rate so far is, I mean, it's the win rate. It's not just the fact they've won 5 series. JDG have won 6 series with a 75% win rate in games. V5 have won 5 series with a 91% win rate.
Dropped
the next
one game
highest is
against
top
RNG.
esports with 79%. So, like, it's not just the fact that V5 are winning series. They are winning a lot of games. As you said, they've lost that one game against RNG that did end their undefeated game streak. But still, you know, that's what's scary about this matchup is AL as a team, you know, yes, they're good at finding comebacks. V5 are very good at getting a lead and establishing it and keeping hold of it. And on top of that, they are not a team liable to get upset.
Oh, Chocho. Exhaust comes down. Betty trying to just keep his support in check. In fairness, they will trade back some damage onto PP God, but yeah, that was, you can't be mistaken how much damage this Draven will do very early on, especially with the combination of having the Nautilus beside you just can just burst you out so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, especially the Draven does so much damage. The Nautilus is such a threat. Amumu is not that tanky early on, especially.
Karsa's ready. Karsa's ready. Yeah, that's a hell of a lot of damage. Actually, you can see Xiaohao saying, look, we want to go for this one. PP God ticking down, but not quite getting taken out. It's actually a bit of a 2v2 and a 1v1 right now because Karsa's saying, I can take him. Dream is trying to make his way down, but you can see everyone's just posturing differently. It's like 3 different fights on 3 different lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, Karsa, I think maybe overestimated his damage a little bit there. Talia just not doing quite as much as maybe he'd hoped. Do you see them set up the blue, and Xiaohao will be able to secure it. And V5, yeah, they'll spot it out, but won't really be able to do anything about it.
Photic and PP God can't really go back to this wave until they know where Xiaohao is. They know there's a fair bit of CC available to Chocho, even at these early stages. We have a look at the replay here. It looks like the bandage toss just kind of lands down. They just get a very good trade because the aftershock. And now in the mid lane, we can already go back to live. Dream's forced to flash away because Forge had an exhaust to start off the match.
Yeah, so solid trade. They get the flash from Yone, which is honestly hard to burn because typically Yone has a lot of mobility with his Q dash and also his E to play around with. But yeah, I think the big thing for me, because one of the reasons we've seen Talia drop off in terms of priority is that she got the nerf to her Q damage. And I think you kind of saw that. It was just tickling Xiaohao in the extended fight. I was really thinking it would end up doing a bit more, but Xiaohao, despite not being on the strongest early champion in the Diner, still able to cause issue for Karsa.
Already we're seeing Betty. Ooh, Chocho thought about maybe getting something there. This is a massive wave. Betty does not want to reset just yet. Karsa gonna steal away that camp, but Xiaohao is kind of following him in tow right now. They know this is going to be going on right now, so both AP junglers going in, trying to get that trade off. Chocho roams up, but with PP God and Photic having the priority. And despite there being no kills, there's a hell of a lot of action happening in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, a ton of fighting going on. Xiaohao keeps finding Karsa. They keep matching, and Xiaohao seems to be getting the upper end of it in these trades. Karsa falling behind in farm as well. And bear in mind, both of these junglers are super fast farmers. Both of these junglers can really speed the jungle, especially if they get an item lead. So if one of them starts to find an advantage, if one of them starts to snowball, they will just completely take over the game.
Well, then maybe try and look for something here. We can already see the sweeper going out there to try and get rid of that ward. PP God's going to land the hook there and going to force Betty to flash away, but already Photic needs to try the disengage, and First Blood goes over to the side of anyone's legend. They're trying to see if they can catch out Photic, but it's still too early on in the game to be going for that kind of a tower dive. Anyone's legend going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, we saw V5's bot lane able to find the angle to try and jump on a Betty, but the problem was Xiaohao was there. Good covering from Xiaohao. He knew the wave was pushing out. He made sure he's present so this play can't come out from the side of V5.
Well, the Malefic Visions comes out to know that this blue buff is being taken, but Xiaohao really...
Visions of Empire. Malefic Visions is Malzahari.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Too many names of too many things that sound too similar. But the Visions of Empire just spotted out. Xiaohao was nowhere near the blue, so could not contest it. So at the end of it all, Karsa got his blue stolen, but he got his stolen back. So it 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah, so it ends up being a trade, and Karsa taking the opportunity when he knows he can't match on the play that came out the bot lane. Still a positive for Xiaohao, and we're approaching the level 6 mark. Diana gets a master spike at that point. We don't have the Diana SO that we normally see, but still there's a lot of things to combo with. If you can grab people, pull them in, allows Forge to potentially set up with a big never move. We have the Curse the Sad Mummy as well. I think it goes without saying how devastating that could be. And now people, I think they're caught out.
I think he is a little bit caught out here. There's going to be the Visions of Empire. Got it that time round. And these are going to be a lot of spears in the back of PP God. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of the big question mark we always have about V5. They're great, but sometimes PP God just gets a little bit too comfortable.
Yeah, he's trying to fish for pockets of vision so he can make plays, but AL keep catching him out. And it's one of the things I like about the Swain as well, is the range on his W is so large. Like, Forge just walked a little bit down for mid lane, pops W on the play. He's able to contribute. He gets a soul stack. He ends up adding a little bit of damage in to assist in the play and the slow as well. And I mean, sure, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Swain is on the level of, like, Galio or Twisted Fate as, like, a super roaming mid laner. But just the fact that you can contribute to these plays without very much movement from mid is really a big positive of the champion.
And this is 2 kills now onto Kalista. This is Betty being set up for success. Even went for a slightly more defensive start, getting that Berserker Greave, or excuse me, the armored shoes to try and make sure he doesn't get caught out by the Draven. But this is starting to snowball against V5. And the thing with Draven is that, yes, he's going to be stacking up. 1 kill can change it all. But if he never gets that kill, he will just be perpetually behind in this bot side.
Yeah, really interesting seeing the Tabby, just because Berserker Greaves give so much attack speed, and obviously Kalista loves attack speed, but it makes sense, like, considering the composition you're up against. There's a lot of AD on the side of V5. It is only the Taliyah who is the AP threat.
Rich needs to flash away. He's already popped his ultimate. ZDZ's feeling confident. We saw it in the interview, how confident ZDZ is on this pick. He doesn't chain the barrels just yet, and Rich should be able to get himself away, but that was very close.
Close to finding it, but not quite able to keep on top of Rich. Rich able to get away on that one, but definitely not a positive state of the game to be in. And the fact you're down in farm in this matchup against a pick that will outskill you.
Talked about, you know, ZDZ, he said in the interview just before we came onto screen that he's very comfortable on the Gangplank. He thinks it's an S-tier pick. He really does like this one and will pick it whenever it is available to him. And honestly, he's proving why, because this is he got a counter pick. This is the Aatrox to deal with the Gangplank. And honestly, it's getting kind of manhandled.
Yeah, and I feel like with GP, there are definitely lanes that he just does struggle into. But I feel like the way he plays into a lot of lanes comes down to the skill of the Gangplank, how he manages barrels, how he's able to get off his combos and stuff. There is a lot of skill expression on this champion, and the difference between a good GP and like a fantastic GP can be absolutely massive. So ZDZ definitely showing his mastery on the champion and able to establish dominance in the top lane. We do see AL going for that move to go for the Herald. Church started to roam up, but is now returned down. And bear in mind, with the Kalista ult, it's very easy for Betty to pull him in from a bit of a longer distance. Like, he doesn't have to be quite there to pose a potential threat to V5 if they try to dive. So, ultimately, Costa gets Scuttle Crab. Costa's going to get Raptors. Outside of that, Costa ain't getting very much.
No, he really isn't. Rift Herald secured, and it's about 1,000 gold lead. Just a little bit under it, actually, for the side of Anyone's Legend. As they're kind of happy to keep scaling for now, but the scaling doesn't exactly work out in their favor. They need to be a bit more proactive. If the next Dragon goes over in favor of Anyone's Legend, that's when the game starts to get a little bit more questionable. We will see Betty getting a reset now once he's cleared off this wave, and that's going to be an interesting one. I'm curious to see what he's able to pick up once he actually comes back into this lane, because he's not going to be too far off his first Immortal Shield Bow pickup.
Yeah, and you know what time it is, Machine, at this point of the game? We're 10 minutes in. Draven is 0-0-0. It's time to stack watch.
Rich? It is time to stack watch, but Witch is already popped his ultimate. He will sustain a little bit, but guess who's already behind him? Pretty sure he's just dead. No ultimate, no flash. ZDZ needs to be a bit careful as he does get caught off just a little bit, but with an orange, he'll BK, and Xiaohao gets a kill. Really solid play from Anyone's Legend, and again, reinforcing why we're so impressed by these guys.
I mean, the thing with Anyone's Legend is that the expectation is they'll be strong in team fights, but the early laning, maybe not as good. They have a scaling top laner, they have a jungler who's not the most active pre-6, and yet they're finding things, they're making it happen. Betty is ahead in the Kalista as well. This is all big positives. My concern still is Photic on that Draven. As I said before, it's time to stack watch. Photic will have undoubtedly stacked up a substantial amount at this point. Hopefully we'll get to see them sometime soon, but it can mean all the difference if Draven can cash in or get shut down. And we'll get a replay. Rich just overcommitting in these heavy trades when you don't have coverage on this side of the map. Like, he knows Carsa's on the opposite side. He knows that the way the game has played out so far, Carsa and Xiaohao have been on opposite sides of the map consistently. So if you know your jungler's bot, you should expect Xiaohao to be top. And yet he just goes so heavy in for this and ends up going down.
Yep, pays the price. Very heavy tax from the weak side police, as Cadril will call it. And we see actually a bit of an engage coming in bot side. PP God going to take about half or maybe a third of his HP down, but the rest of V5 are thinking about maybe making a dive in. You do have the Weaver's Wall to cut off an escape and get yourself into that position. Still very difficult to do against an Amumu and a Kalista who have got access to their flashes, and actually we might even see another engage coming out here. There's the cannon barrage. PP God flashes, but why? You were dead anyway. Now Fota gets caught out. He's forced to cleanse. And honestly, this is Anyone's Legend just destroying V5 in every lane.
Yeah, V5 just overstepped. Chocho finds a nice engage, and then the fact that he gets the cleanse from Photic as well, fantastic. Now Herald gonna be put on bot, some more gold for Betty. They didn't manage to take out the Draven, but they are getting so much from this play. Should just be able to pick up the second dragon for themselves as well. And it's everything AL right now.
Everything AL all the time. And Photic, he's sitting on what, 294, nearly 300 stacks of his passive, but that's not really going to be enough. Now Chocho lands a stun on the Dream. He's forced to use his Fate Seal defensively. Karsa flashes away. Ox, what is happening? What happened to V5?
Dude, this is AL. This is AL. Absolute beast mode in this game. And I feel like V5 are being punished, but AL are the ones setting up the plays, making it happen. This is the #1 team in the league in terms of game win rate right now in V5. In fact, they've only dropped 1 game, and yet AL are in control of this one and really bringing it to them.
There's only about a 2,000 gold lead, not even, about 1,500, but you can see it just bit by bit, the confidence building. You also have a Callista when you are stacking dragons, and it's an Infernal Drake as well to boot. That is just so good for your composition. And V5, they got to start thinking about how to be proactive back into this, and this is why, you know, this is where this might be a game where they start to miss someone like Rookie, that big voice, that senior veteran who knows how to bring back this kind of a game, because at the moment, they are falling bit by bit, slowly but surely, further and further behind.
Yeah, Mythics start to come in. We can see across the board, AL have all of theirs, whereas V5, they have Photic share, they have Riches, but Triforce complete for Z2Z, Rocket Belt for Xiaohao, Mandate for Forge, and the Shield Bow for Betty. They're just getting stronger, and I feel like this game, you know, if Photic cashes in, that Goldie could be instantly deleted. I'm assuming, I want to see how many stacks he's got. I got to assume it's like a pretty high number, maybe 600 plus at this point of the game, considering we have 40 minutes of him just farming. It can make all the difference, right? If you cash in, it could be such a substantial amount of gold, and it looks like V5 are trying to set up an opportunity for him to get that cash in.
Well, they know it opens up on that top side. ZDZ already just backing himself away. They're very well aware, but
click on the Draven.
Yeah, they're just gonna look at top side and bot at the same time, because you can't contest this on the weak side as Rich, so he rightfully backs away. But you're getting a tower for nothing at the moment. You're gonna have free roam now as anyone in Legends bot lane. You're gonna have an opportunity to get yourself set up on the map for whatever objective you want. I think it will be the Rift Herald in 45 seconds, and even then, you can see the Vision of Empires just doing nicely, just to kind of tickle down these waves. And I don't think you get this tower.
Yeah, they're doing a match the tower. The Gangplank, ZDZ does a great job. Backing away. Doesn't get picked off. Comes back in to clear the wave. V5 have to reset. Try to get back up on the map, but they won't even trade evenly. They're just trading down. 2,000 gold difference at this point. And AL in a comfortable spot. Herald is going to be up in 15 seconds. We'll see if AL want to try and prioritize that one, but it looks like with Chocho and Xiaohao moving together, that should be the goal.
All right, we're looking at the Rift Herald going to be coming up now. There will be a what's he on? 331 stacks. So it's not actually as large as we thought it to be. With his admiration.
31. Okay,
Yeah,
that's grossly over-exaggerated.
Yeah. Hasn't been catching those axes, apparently. CS, but definitely not a lot of axes caught. As we do see the Cannon Barrage come out here. Karsa maybe going to look to try and punish out ZDZ, but he walks away from the seismic shove. And there's not really a lot you can do. And this is the problem of V5's composition. It's very good if you can get on top of targets, but the longer this game goes on, the harder it becomes to lock down even people like ZDZ.
Yeah, and ZDZ is doing a fantastic job just playing on this weak side. All comes down. And bear in mind, remember, Photic's ultimate will execute you if when it hits you, you end up lower health than the amount of stacks he has. So as you said, 300 stacks now. If his ult puts you on a 300 XP, it will just execute you. That's a quite big margin. It's only going to get bigger if he keeps stacking up. So AL definitely need to be careful, but they secure the Herald, they secure the top lane tower. They should be able to reset and move down towards bot lane. If they can get this third dragon, it puts them in such a good position for this game.
Yeah, it really, really does. And honestly, anyone's Legend, this is kind of their game to lose right now. I feel like they have all the cards. You can even see it there. Forge 3 levels ahead of... Oh, Dream almost found someone there. Not quite able to catch him out, but you know, Forge 3 levels ahead of Photic. That's a massive margin. If Photic gets caught out, he will die very, very quickly. He hasn't built up a lot of sustainability. He actually just has pure damage at the moment, trying to get his Essence Reaver in as quickly as he possibly can. But this is going to be a difficult fight here for the side of B5. They are trying to set up around this dragon now with the TP coming in here from Dream. It's gonna be tight.
Okay, so 372 stacks. Anyone who doesn't know, they did buff his stacks a bit ago to give more gold. That's 970 gold from stacks alone. It's 2.5 per stack and an extra 40 gold on top. So nearly 1,000 gold just from his stacks if he gets a cash in. And obviously the kill gold as well. There's a couple of bounties going around, so, you know, regardless of the outcome of the fight, we need to see Photic.
It could be big. They don't quite catch him out perfectly, as they do have to use the ultimate there as they try and jump back in on top of this. There's going to be Forge jumping onto Carson. Dream goes down immediately. The golden stasis of Carson. There's the cash in for Photic, but can he survive the rest of the fight? That's the question. Carson has fallen down, and look how powerful Forge is. The Never Move catches onto 2. Forge is a force of nature right now as they keep pushing forward, looking for more blood for the Blood God, anyone's legend. Yes, they got a cash in for V5, but it does not matter because they're going to break open the base at 18 minutes.
Herald's still alive, gets another charge in. They could just take the inhib tower and then go back to the dragon. Yes, as you said, cash in comes in. 1,000 gold for V5, and yet they're 4,000 gold down. Forge on the Swain. The pick he's relied on so far this split, absolutely massive, just gliding through that fight. I've got the replay coming out. Chocho goes to the initial engage, ends up getting chunked. That's the power of the Callista. Gets brought back in, able to find a new opportunity. A nice route from Forge into the R flash from Chocho. They catch out both of them, and then Forge, remember, Band-Aid, every time it's procced, it's giving you movement speed, and he's just pushing forwards further and further into this fight. Diving the tower, he does not care.
That Never Move, dragging both PP God and Photic right back into it. And the thing is that you've used everything now as V5, and we're going to come straight back into live because Chocho got caught out, so Photic gets another shutdown. This is now the Photic show. Photic needs to carry this V5 team because he's the only one with any kind of relevant gold.
I will say, a little bit smaller cash in that time than previously. But still, yeah, Photic has got a lot of gold. I honestly feel at this point maybe similar level to Betty, which is kind of crazy considering the stacks that came in. But we see the replay. Photic, no flash, no ultimate for Glistener save, is a fairly easy pick target. And that's the thing, is V5 can look for those pick opportunities, but team fights is going to be so hard at this point. Forge is just such a hard target to deal with because the Draven's not doing that much damage. Draven doesn't want to be in range. Everyone on V5 is short range, which is the sort of scenario which Forge thrives in. And on top of that, the things that come out from V5, the burst from the Yone, the burst from the Talia can be mitigated by the fact he has that Zhonya's. Now, they are looking for him. And remember, isolated, a Mandate Swain isn't as strong. You obviously can't proc it yourself. You need a teammate there. So he'll just play a little bit careful.
I mean, just kind of smart play coming out from Forge. Does anyone's legend finally get Chocho back onto the map? See if they can maybe get some vision control around this Baron, and that's exactly what they're going to do. 3 minutes, though, and we will have an Infernal Soul available to anyone's legend. This is nearly 21 minutes into the game, and they should have 3 items onto the Swain. He's very close to a Rylai's Crystal Scepter before this next big fight begins.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a massive spike. I feel like if he gets the Rylai's, it just makes things so hard for V5. And we see Xiaohao doing a ton of damage at the moment. ZDZ onto 2 items, working on his 3rd. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what Photic can necessarily do in this situation. I feel like he needs some more armor pen as well into the amount that's been stacked up already from AL. The fact you have Tabby on Betty, Forge already has the Zhonya's, Tabby on ZDZ, you have the Seeker's Arm Guard for Xiaohao. Everyone is just building up these items to really trim down the damage being dealt out by the carries from V5.
All right, let's start setting ourselves up now for 2 minutes time. V5 are going to be happy to kind of like keep ping-ponging these waves, but how do they want to approach a dragon fight? How do they want to try and stop AL from getting that soul and making sure that they're keeping themselves in this game?
Yeah, I think a pick would go a long way if you can potentially find one
right
with an isolated member. It looks like they heard me.
Yeah, they knew exactly. They said, no, never mind, dogs. We got this one. You got to be careful, though. ZDZ's still very powerful on this gangplank. We'll be able to delay just a little bit. There's the cannon barrage to kind of pepper down these health bars. He's 1v2ing very well right now. He's dancing. He's moving it away. Rich will fall. And in a 1v2, they get a 1-for-1. And now anyone's letting go for the Baron.
And that's the worst tower to go down because Dream TP'd bot. Rich was the one who had to TP the Baron. Oh, but they take out a jungler.
Karsa, it's going to be a 50-50, but it's not quite a 50-50 because you have the Rend. Carson jumps into the pit with his flash. They do get the ultimate down onto Photic, but Photic's now free hitting on the backside. I don't know if he feels super comfortable walking into Forge. They flash away. Betty trying to keep himself alive. Dream has now joined the fight. They will not land anything, but Chocho has to give up his life in honor of his team. Anyone letting get the Baron, but will they get anyone else out?
Man, what a crazy passage of play there. The bot lane play coming out from V5 ends up getting punished. ZDZ turning it around fantastically. And then AL... That was messy. Okay, Xiaohao goes down. They rely on the Ren from Betty to get it and get it. He does. But they do lose a couple of members. But now they have Baron, right? They have that 4,000 gold lead still present. We now have a situation where we have Smite from Forge and Xiaohao and Rend, and they're going towards the Soul. We'll see the replay. And Dream, I'm not sure why he held his ult for so long. I guess maybe waiting for the perfect opportunity where ZDZ can't dodge it, but he misses that first knock-up. And then he actually misses the ult as well here. And obviously, if you ult when you have your E active, it's going to stack that damage. So, it ends up not being the ideal play. Carson then picks off Xiaohao, who just doesn't respect the Talia threat over the wall. But we don't have time for more of the replay. We need to go on a live. This is the Soul fight.
This is the Soul fight. This is Infernal Soul here for anyone's Legend if they can secure it. They've got the Rylands Crystal Scepter now onto Forge. He has no flash. A lot was burned in that last fight, but Xiaohao, the big engage here for anyone's Legend, still has his and the Moonfall. Never moves are going to have to be very well navigated here by V5. They've got themselves around the pit, though. Karsa, though, not quite there. He does have the Weaver's Wall to maybe separate away anyone's Legend. That's exactly what he's going to try and do, but he hasn't quite done it just yet. They do cast a knife removal. PP God, and PP God flashes away, but it's not for naught. You can see there Betty getting caught out by Rich. His Photic as well, trying to put the damage here onto Forge, who goes golden. They still got the cannon barrage coming down. Karsa gets popped, and anyone's Legend are taking V5 to the cleaners.
They get the Soul. They manage to secure it. And Carson, he tries to cut them off. AL don't care. They'll just go in. They push forwards, and Forge on this Swain once again, an absolute monster, just stands in front of Photic and says, and what?
I mean, this is just so good from anyone's Legend right now. They've caught out V5 at every point. Rich now trying to walk away from this, but I don't think he's going to be getting away from this. There's just too much damage. There's too many people around him. They're even deciding who they want to give it to. They give it to ZDZ. 5, 1, and 2. And now Photic,
Betty, how are you
looking,
there?
Betty looking for a little bit of a 1v2 situation. He's going to try and go for it, and he gets him! He just gets enough Rens in. A double kill for Betty. You doubted him, and he proved you wrong.
One of those moments where when you have Ginsu's with Callista and you stop hopping and you just stack as fast as you can. Betty loads Photic up with spears, takes him out, and with that, I feel like all the hopes of V5 are gone as well. 7,000 gold lead, and that's before AL do all the damage to the base they're looking for right now.
I mean, this was just such a good performance here from anyone's Legend. We can see them now trying to go for something here. Ooh, good pop back there. Betty is going to die. So, good catch out here by Karsa. It will stop the rest of the base going down. V5 have got themselves a little bit of a respite, but this is a hard game now for V5.
Yeah, this is a challenge at this point. I think, honestly, as rough as it is for V5, the team who've only dropped a single game, and that was to RNG, you're looking at game 2, because I don't see a way out from here. Get the replay of the fight, and Forge just pushes forward. We have great engagement up from Chocho. But watch, you have Dream and Photic just occupied by the Swain. Who ends up popping the Zhonya's, buying more time. ZDZ gets the burst to follow up, and it just didn't even feel close.
It really doesn't. 2.5 items now onto your Swain, your Gangplank, your Callista, and Infernal Soul. Those barrels that we were talking about, they're going to hurt like an absolute truck. They are just going to smash you if you get caught by them. Dream is going to think about going for it, but Xiaohao says, no, you do not get this tower. You are not getting any more gold than you can possibly need. And honestly, it's going to lead down to anyone's Legend maybe make a mistake. You get a good pick off as Karsa, and Photic gets some good kills. Like, again, I think Photic is the only one you can really rely on at the moment, because he's the only one who's like equal on items.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is everyone's so bulky. There's Zhonya's on the front line. This is the thing. It's like, if you have a tank on the front line, they can buy time with their health, right? The problem with Xiaohao and Forge is, like, when the Zhonya's is popped, it's like, you can't just walk at them. It's not like, wait, Forge has popped his ultimate, and his Zhonya's just not like, okay, this gives me time to reposition. It gives you time to back off, but, like, you can't hit them, you can't walk past them, otherwise you'll just end up getting trapped in the Rylai Perma-Slow Crow Storm.
Well, ZDZ going to find himself in a familiar situation, but this time around they've brought a friend. They've brought the Talia, Karsa there to try and make sure they get the confirmed kill here, but that happens, and then all of a sudden Anyone's Legend say, cool, we know there's 3 bot, we're going to catch out one of your players, and now you got to try and reset right now as V5 because you don't have control over mid lane.
Yeah, it's still, I don't know. Actually, I'm going to say this is actually kind of a bad play for V5 because the spawn timers are longer for AL. The problem is, V5 lost their support, right? They brought 3 members bot, they kill enemy top laner, but ZDZ will respawn and it's not a problem. The fact that PP God dies means they're going to struggle to set up vision around this Baron spawning in 20 seconds. And trust me, if you play into AL when you don't have vision, it is pretty doomed. So you can see they're now moving up towards the area, but they don't have anyone to slam wards down.
Yeah, they're going in blind for the moment. They finally get the Nautilus back onto the field. ZDZ will spawn up in about 5 seconds, but he's not going to be feeling too hard done by that. We'll be waiting for his cannon barrage, but should be up in about 30 or so seconds. So the Baron is live, but Anyone's Legends know they don't want to throw away this lead. Level 16 now for Forge. He is pretty damn strong, pretty damn big. And Anyone's Legend, they know they're not quite as a 5-man just yet. They don't want to go 3v4, and Rich should be able to pick up the tower in the top side.
Yeah, we see V5 obviously got PP God there now, set up some vision control in the area. But realistically, they're not going to start Baron, because being trapped in the pit against AL would be an absolute nightmare. So they'll back away, they'll go and deal with the waves. I think AL should go for the Baron now. The reason being is Elder, you could lose Elder. Like, if it gets stolen by a smite, V5 could just win the game off the back of that, right? It's enough team fighting power that despite the Infernal Soul, despite the gold lead, you could still lose. With Baron, it's less of a risk. Even if V5 steal the Baron, you can still end up winning the fight. But it looks like AL aren't willing to do so. Maybe thinking, we have the Callisto Rend, we feel more secure in that.
Oh, Photic needs to be careful. The never move does not land, but this is the problem now for the side of V5. You don't really get to pick and choose where you go this fight, where you get to fight this. You got to choose wherever AL pick this fight. And right now, AL are saying we don't want to go for any objective as of the moment. Xiaohao was sitting over the wall. PP God sniffed it out. They backed themselves away. There is still a pink ward here in the pit, so they do not know that there is full vision here. And actually 3 pink wards, very nicely done here by V5 to make sure they know exactly what's going on. Now that Baron has been spawned, no one really in position for V5. They've got double PPs. They've got it. Yeah, I think it's too late. I don't think they've got anything to say about this one here. They will get the Draven ultimate, but the smite was good from Xiao. Actually, didn't even smite. Actually, that was scary.
Whoa. These are late recalls. I know that Baron recalls, but V5 are at the Elders. It's 5 seconds to go. Xiaohao's still in the vicinity, but like they're giving up a lot of pressure in the Dragon area. ZDZ's gonna TP in. They're just gonna try and wall it off and rush.
They're going to try and rush it, but I don't know if they have the damage. They now have Forge is over the side, and now that Talia wall's gone down. Forge is now going to pop his ultimate to keep himself alive. He goes into Zonya's. The cannon barrage is beautiful. Look at the damage right now. And Betty is free hitting Photic, Dream, PP God, Rich, and Karsa. They all fall. Triple kill for Betty, and Anyone's Legend are taking the advantage in this best of 3.
5v1, and Forge says, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Just turns it around, flashes in, and they just can't do anything to him. He's so tanky now. He's just dealing all the AoE damage. The cannon barrage is as well on top to proc the mandate, and then Betty comes in for the cleanup. Fantastic game from AL. They hand V5 their 2nd game loss of the season, and they proved that they are really looking on form this split.
I mean, this is a statement win. It's not quite the series, it's just a game, but a hell of a lot of positives to bring out here for Anyone's Legend. Really, really smart play. Everyone playing to their win conditions and just punishing a lot of, honestly, just very silly mistakes from V5. And that's the thing, is that some bigger teams can make silly mistakes, but it doesn't matter because they're the bigger teams. They hands diff you. There's nothing you can do about it. But V5 just couldn't quite make it stick, and Anyone's Legend rightfully punished them.
Yeah, and I was honestly concerned about this matchup because AL tend to struggle early and V5 tend to be good at closing out when they have a lead. But AL actually really stepped up the early game, punishing quite effectively despite a composition I didn't necessarily think was going to take over in the early levels. Xiao had a fantastic game, and then the team fighting from AL is just excellent. I mean, I love watching this team play because they always approach how they want a team fight. They look at the comps win cons, they make it happen. Very effective at executing on them, even at a deficit. In this game, they're ahead. You could see Forge, the sheer confidence to be isolated, waiting for your team and go, actually, I can make this happen. I'm going to flash in on 5 people, get that max AoE damage for the charts. Oh, just beautiful to see.
Yeah, and it highlighted, like, I don't think this was one individual. This wasn't Dream's fault. This wasn't, you know, PP God's fault, even though he did try his best to, you know, give as much over to the side of anyone's side. This was consistently from top to bottom, everyone on V5 underperforming. And I think that's a massive issue now for V5 coming into the next game, is that this composition did not work. You gave comfort to ZDZ, Forge as well, and you gave over a very powerful ADC after the Zeri was banned. You didn't go with the Lucian, and you didn't have any answers with the Bernada or the Tahm Kench. And now, the Tahm Kench ban makes a lot of sense for us, because it was basically saying, right, Betty won't be able to kill off a Draven inside a Tahm Kench, but he can hell do it if there's only a Nautilus.
I mean, realistically, I feel like you're never going to play Draven Tom, but the fact that Photic PP God looks so good on Center Tom, as I said, probably best Center Tom in the world, having it denied away from them, Rich on the Aatrox did not look comfortable, especially in his ZDZ's GP, which, as you said, is a pocket pick. Betty and Chocho, I mean, Chocho on something like an Amumu just seems right up his alley. Heavy engaged champion, looking for those all-ins. The fact he has the ultimate from Betty to back him up, but ultimately, I feel like Forge on this swing is just, people can't deal with it, you know? Thrives in these team fight scenarios. V5 picked a short range comp. They have 3 melee champions and 2 champions who are mid-ranged at best. And as a result, when he got into the mix, he was just impossible to deal with. You saw the fact that 5 members are trying to deal with him in that final fight, and he just won't go down. The fact is the Infernal Soul for that extra damage, the Cannon Barrage on top to prop the Mandate, it's just bonuses. But at the end of the day, they just couldn't cut through him.
No, they could not. Anyone's Legend now, surprisingly, 1-0 up in this best of 3. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we'll see if V5 can bounce back. We'll see you soon.
As he tries to get out in safety, Devour actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen! The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime.
The LPL are kings again.
Every player has heard the legend of the Shy, the prodigy who turned the top lane island into a top lane kingdom. A fearless warrior who ascended to the highest of highs and made his name known across the world. But for the last couple of years, that legend has felt more like a myth, and we've been left questioning when or if we'd see those highs once again.
Wait, they're just gonna go for it. The Shy is looking to take a 2v1. He goes for the 1, he gets the response, the redemption arc is started.
But this year, it seems the wait may finally be over.
I am your salvation.
Hostile takeover, that's on all 4 members, and now the righteous judgment to save On's life. iBoy can't get excited, and Weibo move forward as 5. Yellow card connects, cleanse too early from iBoy, and he falls.
You make a normal tier list, and then you make 4 when you're facing the Shy. Because then you have to suddenly put a lot of new picks up towards the top where, we can't give him Jace, we can't give him this.
Which one do you give him? I always have to check my eyes when I'm watching his matchups, because he always locks in like Vladimir into these really bad matchups, like in the Jason Rise, and comes out with like favorable trades, solo killing at times.
Weibo, bring it back against RA. The Shy blind picks Kale, and he's able to pull it through this time as well.
When the Shy is on form, the whole world braces, because they know the king is coming for his crown. But standing in the way of the top lane kingdom is a man with ambitions of his own.
He's trying to get LWX, fails a little bit here as Knight now TP's in. The Airfrost uses matches as Wayward with his flanking angle. The MVP we talked about from last series in the perfect place at the perfect time. It's Wayward and Knight stealing the show. Well, he might be a little bit low to that old mid laner, but top esports are still the ones to get blood.
Wayward and top esports have cut through their opposition thus far and continue their rise to the top. And if he can climb the mountain that is the Shy, his position as a top-tier top laner will be cemented across this world.
the Baron start instead while he's still unavailable on the map. We'll see what Top Esports can do. Wayward currently running over.
Yeah, it's level 13 Gwen. Remember, this guy's been big in the team fight so far. It's FTX again. They shouldn't be in. Now making their markers. Speaking of the devil, the ult blinds the Baron pit. And Hung has to get away. But Jacking up takes him down in a close corridor. Wayward is having the time of his life. And Top Esports bringing blood to the parade once more. LWX the last snip. And Orcs, man, close corridors really hurt FPX. That was Wayward all the way.
Ever since returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh. We'll dance together. Oh. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. We can make it if we try. Oh, oh. Run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh. You let me be me, as happy as can be.
觉得歌姬加塞纳的话，他们强势就是在于他们推线很快，然后和打团也很强，然后所以我还是挺喜欢这对下路的。 威武，其实我对 Portic 了解还是蛮多的，然后因为之前也跟我走过下路嘛，当时他水平还是挺菜的，但现在已经成长为1阵 AD 了，就还挺期待跟他们下路的。
I love that. A little bit of history there. My old duo was crap, but he's doing all right now. Welcome back, one and all, to
One
the
way of putting it.
LPL. Yeah, one way of interpreting it, man. One of many. But we are back into this best of 3 series where AL find themselves 1-0 up over V5. And it came off of the back of a very well executed composition that was basically kind of centered around Forge being an absolute chad on the Swain and picking up an MVP for the game as well.
I swear Forge was just such an absolute beast on this pick. It's such a signature for him. And I think at this point, it might even be justified just to ban it away. He just so hard to deal with. Or at bare minimum, pick a composition that can deal with it better. Like, if you're playing a short-range comp, he just gets up in your face, does a ton of AU damage, and at the end of the day, it's impossible to kill.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that you could see with, like you said, the lack of a pen, the lack of, burn through in terms of the actual AD that the Photic had on the Draven. It just became impossible to actually kill Forge. And this is just one of many examples. Yes, he killed off Chocho a couple of times, but he's the Amumu. It's kind of like once he gets a CC off, his job is done.
If there's any player in the LPL who I think just doesn't care about KDA, doesn't care about going down for the team, probably Chocho. I feel like, dying is part of the process in which we win games, and I completely respect him for that. But this is that big one. 5 members onto him, and he's like, yeah, I'm flashing in, you're staying with me. Pops the ult, but so much AoE damage, especially with the cannon barrage as well, and the perma slow from the Rylai's. The fact that Betty comes in for the cleanup, icing on the cake. But yeah, Forge, just an absolute beast on this pick.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if going to the next draft phase, we see it banned away.
And well, V5 are on the blue, so they have a little bit more luxury given to them in terms of things they don't have to ban. The Zeri springs to mind as something that you don't have to ban now on the side of V5. But I mean, this is just such an exciting time to be an AL fan, or, a previously Rogue Warriors fan, because this is an organization that have seen the upper echelons of the LPL in, recent years. 2017, of course, is what I'm talking about, back when Doinby was on the roster. And now we're seeing a kind of resurge. They've picked and chosen very specific pieces, and it has been a slow rebuild, but it's been a purposeful one. They knew what they wanted to go for. They know how they want to work. And honestly, it really does feel good just commentating over this team, because it does feel like bit by bit, game by game, they're getting better and better and justifying a lot of the hype that we have for them.
I think it's fun as well. I just love watching their games, because even when the enemy team's ahead, it always feels like AL have a chance. It always feels like there's hope. It always feels like they're going to try and make the team fights happen. They are definitely not a rollover and die team. And the fact that they had good early play coming out in that first game, that's been their biggest weakness. So if you continue that run of form, V5 could very much be challenged in this game too as well.
Yeah, very much so. I'm very curious to see. But of course, V5 are still V5, still some of the best in their role, in every role, to be perfectly honest with you. And we did see some great moments. I think this is a good wake-up call for someone like Dream. Again, very, very new to the LPL. Came up from the LDL, the V5 84 youth squad, basically the academy team of V5. So this is a good opportunity for him to kind of say, look, what have you got? And there's the Swain ban and the Amumu ban as well. So V5 are just saying, look, we don't want to give anything from that first game. You're going to have a completely different composition.
Yeah, which I agree with the Swain ban. Amumu ban, not so sure that was the issue. But regardless, clearly respecting Chocho's ability on that champion, that they weren't able to deal with it. Now we see AL banning away the Wukong, once again sticking with the Galio ban away from Dream. But that does mean that they may be forced to ban the Zeri here or leave it open for Photic. There's also the Senna Tom. I feel like V5 could end up just first picking AD carry here. They could pick the Zeri. If Zeri's banned, they pick the Senna.
Yeah, I think they've got plenty of Gangplank as well. I mean, straight up, you do not have any choice now in this Anyone's Legend. You cannot go back to it. I do agree with the Gangplank and the Swain. Like you said, the Amumu is a bit of an interesting one there. But PPGod going to go over to the Renata. Very good anti-dive composition. Very good. Honestly, would have been great into what Anyone's Legend had in the last game. But we did just see Chocho talking about why the Senna Seraphine combination is so powerful and why they prioritize it so much. So now that you know the Renata is there, this might be a little bit of an angle for it.
No, don't. No.
I wanted Seraphine. I even said it.
Yeah, I feel like you probably could have left support pick till 3. But clearly, maybe expecting it's going to be Renata Calista. They were like, okay, we'll pick the Tom just to make sure we have that. I don't know. I feel like you could have gone for jungle there and picked up something like the Viego. But I guess wanting to leave that third pick to react to what V5 take. V5 go for the Gnar in the top lane. ZDZ responds with the Kale. That matchup we've seen a few times so far in the LPL, looking to outscale. And that's going to be the thing, right? In the late stage of the game, Senna, Kale scale exceptionally well. Senna will outrange the Kalista quite considerably with enough souls. And obviously Kale, we've talked endlessly about his scaling. Now, both teams are kind of matched. We've seen top lane and bot lane picked. So AL in a comfortable position, as obviously they get first choice coming out of the next fan phase. They're going to pick up the, ban away the Ahri. I feel like they might just grab a jungler on this 4 pick and then leave Forge to have a potential counter pick. Unless something is left open that really stands out. Some mid laner that you really want to lock down. Are you muted?
I was muted again. Having to cough is a bit of a nuisance when you're working on your own home console. But as I was just saying, I was just about to say that LeBlanc is a good ban here. Maybe you see the Lissandra banned away by V5. Things that can kind of have safety while also doing very decent, DPS. Forge as well is someone who would never shy away from a slightly more fringe pick. And we'll see what they want to end up going for. For V5, the Viego's still up and available. They actually banned away the Xin Zhao, so they're kind of just saying to Xiaohao, take the Viego. We don't care.
Yeah, it does seem kind of set up, but there is still that Lee Sin open and available. But it looks like AL might end up just committing to the Silas and want to prioritize that. I said if there's a mid laner that stands out, maybe they take it. Some decent choice for ults, and I can talk more about that. And actually, Dream picking up the Akali. So this is a matchup we've seen historically quite a bit, but not too much recently. Obviously, a lot of skill expression in the 1v1, a lot of dashing. Forge can steal away the Akali ult himself, but we will see Carson take the Lee Sin. Probably just a Viego could make sense here for the side of AL. It looks like that might be what comes in, or could go in a different direction. I would be against the Nocturne, in all honesty.
I was gonna say the Nocturne gives you great dive potential. It works fantastically with something like the Silas, but we won't talk about it in length until it is all locked and loaded. But the Anyone's Legend, they've got options. Xiaohao has been playing so many different things. It is very good to see him kind of like flexing his champion pool muscles. And he's going to go back to a tried and true favorite. I think the Viego is still exceptionally powerful. And with the kind of, Lee Sin combination, even things like the Akali, the sticking power he has, if he gets a reset, is pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic being able to go into champions that have a dash, right? Going into Lee Sin, going into Akali, being able to dash, reposition, then ult again. Very powerful. The thing is as well, like the Silas into Akali matchup, Silas is going to have pressure really because Akali just isn't that good in the early levels. Q costs so much energy, so you're not able to spam it on the wave. So Forge will be able to push in, join with skirmishes. I like AL's comp, and also Forge has some fantastic choice of ultimates. Yeah. Gnar ultimate is one of the best in the game for Silas to steal, because one of the big things with Gnar is that you are gated by the fact that you have to be mega. Silas does not suffer that same restriction. He can just Gnar ult anytime. And also, Gnar's ult actually has an AP ratio. It's 100%.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. You actually will slam people into the wall and chunk them. So it's a fantastic ult for him to steal. Akali ult is solid. Lee Sin ult is solid. Renata ult is a little bit unwieldy to use for a Silas, but still good, right? If you can find a big opportunity. So I think there's tons of good ult choices for Forge. Really like this pick for him. You're going to have pressure mid. Xiaohao on the Viego and the Lee Sin. We've seen this matchup countless times. Either one can really take it, but ultimately I'm kind of hyped for AL's composition. They're going to outscale. They're going to have pressure mid early. What else do they need?
Well, we'll see what they're able to need and what they're able to get as we jump onto the Rift for Game 2 of this best of 3. Anyone's Legend finding themselves in possibly an unfamiliar territory. 1-0 up against the 5-0 V5. Anyone's Legend have been continuously improving, continuously getting themselves into fantastic situations. And now they got themselves in a moment where they might be able to get a 2-0, which is like, even on its own, taking this series on its is one thing. Taking a 2-0 would be absurd.
Yeah, it'd be sick. I'm gonna be real. I love when we start getting teams looking for upsets in the LPL. So many teams in this league, so many games played, but we often see teams strike upwards. And now V5 are going for a potential early invade just to get a ward down. So won't go anything more than that. We see the response on the other side from AL. They don't ward. But V5 don't know that, right? They have no idea whether or not they warded the red. So I'm not sure if PP God has sweeper or not. He does. Thought maybe he might actually go and sweep the area, but maybe suspect that they could have just like faked the ward, or maybe thinks the ward isn't actually that big of a deal regardless.
Yeah, it's kind of like a thing of like what not only does the enemy know, but what do they think they know? That's kind of what you have to play the mind game, especially at the level 1 part here. But V5 gonna find themselves just trying to maybe get a little bit of a
Betty,
late one here.
Don't walk up.
He should be fine if he flashes away, and he is.
Yeah, I mean, the level 1 of Calista Renata is so scary. The passive from Renata, the fact that you get the extra damage with the autos, the handshake, being able to pull someone in and let Photic stack the Ren stack. So, very threatening. And honestly, this is the rough point for Center Tom, because Tom doesn't offer that much safety to the center. And he's the one who has to walk up and try and CS. So, Jojo gonna have to farm with his Q, which is quite mana intensive. There's obviously a lot of sustain on AL, but they're so cautious about a potential all-in.
I mean, you have to be right now. Betty without his flash. You could maybe be a little bit more aggressive if you had your summoners there to maybe kind of go, we can go for a full engage. But without that available to you, it's going to become very difficult. Forge, sadly, being blocked by a minion there. So does not get a good trade back onto Dream. And Rich getting the pressure into ZDZ on this Kale. So we see now the compositions. We talked about how that bot lane now going to go in favor of V5. Where do you want to see these junglers go? Is it going to be kind of a wait till 6 and find out? Or are we expecting some early shenanigans like we saw in game 1?
I don't think you necessarily need early shenanigans. I don't think any lane is particularly easy to gank, because it's very scary ganking Calista Renata, so they can cut away. Mid lane, I mean, they're going to go for it, but Dream, he's an Akali, not the easiest target.
I feel like if that chain lands, they maybe go for something. But Xiaohao, not to be deterred just yet, hasn't picked up his blue. Maybe looking to try and wait for the next, like, you know, shuriken flip or 5-point strike. Oh, there they go. They're going to look for it. Oh, Dream doesn't quite get caught out there, but they're going to keep continuing onto it. Forge has to flash away, but Karsa is there in tone. Xiaohao, though, he's going to have a 1v2 situation where he is much healthier. Has not got the vision onto Dream, and now needs to be very careful. Might be forced to try and just walk away from this one here. Ooh, the shuriken flip does not quite land. TP comes back in. So this time around, it's V5 who end up getting themselves the first blood.
Yeah, that's why you don't go for that play, because you don't have vision of Karsa, and also it's hard to pin down Dream. Even with connecting the stun from Forge, so much mobility available to the Akali, you end up investing so much resources to try and take it down, and then you just end up overextended and vulnerable. So I feel like that play was a bit unnecessary. They went for it anyway, and Forge, there's a tower there.
Careful. Careful. You gotta just be careful. He's strong. He's feeling like he was in game number 1. But sadly, this is game number 2, and Karsa was just in the right place at the right time. He kind of sensed something was happening and kind of moved back towards mid.
Yeah, so, I mean, the chains actually doesn't connect to the stun from Xiaohao, but they just aren't able to finish him. Dream flashes away, and then because of the extra, the Akali getting the extra movement speed, able to move back. They know they can't follow with a flash. We see Forge flash and Karsa insta-follow. So, an advantage found for V5, definitely solid, considering the early game was quite rough in that previous one.
Quite rough indeed. Now V5 have a little bit of an advantage now. And again, they will have the pressure in most of the lanes as they kind of push forward. But Anyone's Legend, this is kind of what we expected. They're not exactly unfamiliar with this territory. They know what to expect. They know where they need to be and how they need to play it. Right now, though, they're going to get aggressed upon. Betty still does not have flash, remember, so the Ren coming out will slow him out just a little bit. Chocho flashes away and gets just out of the range of the Sonic Wave. So V5, this is what we expected to see from them in the first game, finally coming to life in the second.
Yeah, did a good job of punishing. One thing to note is that it is quite hard for them to punish Chocho, because they only have one way of stopping his W, which is PP God's Handshake. If that's on cooldown, he can just channel his W and get away. But Flash ends up getting burnt there. And look at the farm discrepancy. I know the expectation is like Tom isn't going to have as much farm as like typical AD carry. He is going to get zoned off some more CS because he is melee. This is a significant disadvantage. It's going to be a plate picked up by V5 as well. And they are just putting the pain down.
Yeah, again, you pick something like a Tahm Kench Senna. It is a passive lane until level 6, really, when you don't really have kill pressure, and they are being punished for it. V5 now, with having access to the perfect execution on Dream, might look to make something happen in this mid lane. Karsa sitting on some decent pink ward vision, recognizes he's not going to get caught out. Xiaohao this time around says he's been caught out, but ZDZ now level 6 means that he's going to be feeling a little bit better in this top side.
Yeah, I think he just wants to crush in here, so Xiaohao's going to help him out with that. Karsa's in the vicinity, so you have to be cautious because Rich has Mega. We'll see if Rich goes for it.
Oh, he is going to go for it. They're going to land the stun down. Remember, there is no flash for Xiao Hao, but they get the ultimate out of ZDZ. So again, this is just kind of nice trade patterns for V5, and Karsa is being incredibly active so far.
Yeah, it's what we've typically expected from him. It's what we've seen from him in last split. Karsa was a big reason why V5 was so successful, playing for Rookie, getting him ahead, and then Rookie just taking over. But so far, he's kept pretty good tabs on Xiao Hao, been able to match him on these plays. Xiao Hao's trying to clear the Raptors up here to get level 6, but it's going to be forced away, I would feel.
Yeah, I don't think he can contest this, and that's just going to be more advantages going over to the side of V5, and there's not really a lot you can do here as anyone's legend. You're very reliant on your ultimates. You're very reliant on that first item as well. It's just hard, really. That's just the only way I can put it. It's just hard for them to try and get a foothold.
Yeah, it's difficult, and I feel like, you know, as much as there's a lot of scaling elements for AL, opting out of the early game completely is going to be a hard time, and V5 are just being the ones to set the pace, being the ones to make those moves. It is Herald in 40 seconds, so we'll see if V5 opt to try and prioritize that one early. They have Prio in the top lane, and PB God's been quite active and moving around the map. But I think in the meantime, AL is going to go for this dragon on the bot side. So heavy penalty top. ZDZ can't even walk up to the tower, but at least securing that first dragon for AL does give them more time to scale and potentially delays a soul from V5.
Good early dragon here for AL, but like you said, a heavy price to pay. You do have to lose quite a lot of experience and gold here on the bot side as Xiao Hao find himself looking at a pink ward, so has to back himself away. No longer called a pink ward, it's now just a vision ward because green wards don't exist. Shows you how old I am, how long I've been playing this game. When did you start playing this game, actually? I'm curious.
It was end of season 3.
End of season 3. So I've been playing longer than you. That's absurd.
And yet you're still hard stuck.
I was gonna say I'm still hard stuck for so long. Look at that little gremlin laugh on you. God damn. But yeah. Well, I was. Do you remember what champion was the login champion when you first joined?
Nope.
Mine was Syndra. So I was like the newest champion when I joined into the game. So
I think that. It's so weird. I think back to the champions. Like, to me, in my mind, for some reason, Braum still feels new. Because, see the play come in.
Well, this ain't nothing new as Forge goes in a little bit too aggressive and Dream gets himself killed off. So, or gets himself a kill. So Forge, he's not on sway in this game. And I think he's feeling a little bit too much of himself. He needs to try and back up and reassess the situation.
Yeah, I mean, just don't opt in for those plays. Carter's been doing a fantastic job of being present wherever he needs to be. Finds the kill to assist Dream there. And now we'll head over and pick up the Herald. I could see in the replay, you know, Forge keeps just trading heavily with Dream, thinks he's found an advantage, and he's the one who actually looks for this all in. Like, he didn't need to be making this play.
No, there was no real need. He had Xiao Hao on a reset. There wasn't really any support from there, and that's just an easy kill. So 2 kills now to Anyone's Legend, or excuse me, to V5 over Anyone's Legend. And they're going to take themselves the Rift Herald as well. So a bit of a change in pace right now. We can start to see V5 kind of... We talked about how they know how to use an early lead. They know how to make the most out of the gold and advantages they have. And they're starting to pick them up nicely.
Yep. But we do see AL at least turning around the pressure in this bot lane. Post level 6, harder to pressure Betty. And he's feeling more confident to look for some of these trades. So they will actually get, I think, 2 plates here.
Wow, it's huge. And
I remember a big
wave.
thing to note with Senna is you're typically starved of gold because enemy team, you know, you're getting souls instead. You're not getting as much gold because you're not the one farming. So getting plates is like increasingly relevant for you to make sure for that.
Keep going on. Nothing happens.
It's shot cooldown.
Keep going.
You know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's a zoning ult.
Yeah, it was a wave clearing ultimate. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I completely agree. I think that Betty, once he gets up to that Umbral Glaive, you can start to see him pick up a lot more. And this is a nice movement here and from V5 to say, look, we know how much pressure we have in this mid lane. We can continue to pull pressure down. They'll get the tower. That's huge this early on in the game.
Yeah, mid tier 1, so big to take because it really opens up the map, allows you to deep push mid, rotate over through the enemy jungle, get some vision down. It's normally such a hard task to take down a mid lane tier 1, especially when you have a Kali in the mid lane. Somebody who's not exactly the best at like fighting Prio and contesting the tower. But because Forge has gone down twice, because they got some damage on the tower and have the Herald, Carson finds a great window. And right now it's a 3,000 gold lead to V5 out of seemingly nothing. They've really managed to pull ahead in this one.
They really, really have. And honestly, you feel like unless anyone's legend can get this dragon in a minute and a half time, they're going to be in a bit of a rut because you don't have a great win condition from there. I will say the Umbral Glaive has been finished up, as has the Frostfire Gauntlet, so they have a little bit of a spike on the bot side in terms of survivability and just kind of control of an area. Rich going to get up into his Mega Gnar and wait to see if ZDT does take the bait, but ZDT's happy to keep farming this up. He's got a Cull working up towards that Wit's End, and he's going to be fine to kind of continue with this trend.
Yeah, I think AL, if the game slows down, they're going to be comfortable, but this is a big lead for V5 to have. Now, Dragon spawning at 50. If V5 get their hands on that, pretty significant. They obviously would like to be they would like to start stacking dragons up as quickly as possible. Try and lean into that soul and put pressure on that as a win con.
There's a teleport for Forge in about 2 minutes to go to a ward. I was a little early on that timing, but yeah, it looks like with the pressure mid, again, why the mid lane tier 1 is so important. You just don't get to follow up and be as present, shall we say, as the rest of the enemy teams. So he's just getting pushed back so hard, and now Forge gonna take a reset. Actually, never mind. He baits me in. Kind of just wants to push out one more wave, but 10 seconds till that dragon spawns. You're not really in a great position as you can look at all the vision on the mini-map there on the bot side of the map. V5 know everything that's going to happen through that jungle, so I just think anyone's legend has got to let this one go.
Yeah, I think you just have to give it up. You not really in a position to contest, especially, as I said, look mid, right? Dream pushes the wave in deep. Forge doesn't have to reset right now. And it just means it's so hard to contest these objectives early on. You can see the vision out from V5 on the bot side of the map. So many wards put down in the enemy jungle. This is the problem, is that when V5 get ahead, it's very difficult to come back into the game. Which is why I thought this would be a hard matchup for AL.
They're going to look for him. Rich does flash away. On the weak side, Rich got a little bit too comfortable. Xiaohao does punish him very respectfully, but now that they know that Xiaohao is in the top side, they may look to try and punish in the bot lane. That's going to be a nice route onto 2. The cleanse has to be burnt immediately. PP got down below half, and you still got to respect the Senatam Kench. This is why a lot of bot lanes feel that this bot lane combination is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, the root connects, cleanse had to be used, and just the long-range harass. You know, Betty will be really powerful in the late stage of the game. But for the time being, it just feels like, as I was saying, V5, once they get ahead, they're so good at continuing that momentum. And now, Xiao's making a play, but Dream's there. You have to get out.
Yeah, I think Dream... Honestly, I think Dream was looking for the play, and Xiaohao just happened to be in the right place at the right time to kind of cover off ZDD. So, a little bit of good fortune there for the top laner of anyone's legend, as he is still stacking up. Only 7 minions away from stacking up that Cull. He's basically gone uncontested in this top side, and that is the perfect term that you want to hear if you're a Kayle.
But is it going to be enough? V5, the lead at the moment is substantial. They need to continue this momentum and just not give room, not give opportunity for AL to scale. I think particularly, like, the time at which a Kalista spikes is normally when a Senna suffers, especially fasting Senna, because you're going to be down in levels, because you're going to be down in experience, as you're not solo farming. And so that's fine, because you lean into the later stage of the game where your massive soul count makes up for it. But in the mid game, I've seen games where it's like a 2-3 level lead with the enemy AD carry in the mid game, and Kalista will just demolish you at that point.
Oh, nicely done there by Rich. Gets there with the ultimate from ZDZ, and there's the Cull finally finished up. No level 11 for ZDZ just yet, but now without an ultimate, he's going to be forced to, I imagine, to flash pretty damn soon. He gets ignited, does not get hand shook. They flash in to try and get the Rens down, and they will pick him up. Now Xiaohao, who was trying to make something work here. Oh, Karsa gets caught out. The hostile takeover is used to bail him out. But that was a little bit too close for comfort for V5. They do get their man, but they got to make sure they're doing it properly.
Yeah, very aggressive there. It's a nice ult from Xiaohao, so he doesn't get insect. But at the end of the day, V5 still got what they want. They got the kill. They get this tower. They are just really moving effectively around the map to try and establish as much control as possible.
Now they get the turret. They're able to kind of set themselves up for the Rift Herald as well. While that's been happening, though, Dream on the bot side. No TB to join his teammates in the top lane, but he's probably going to be able to take down this tier 1 as well. So it's going to be all 3 outers down. A 5,000 gold lead. A Rift Herald in pocket. This is V5 stacking the objectives, stacking the advantages. And that's exactly what we said they're very good at. They know how to play from ahead, and that's exactly what they are.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like they might try and catch out Dream, but I just don't think it's realistic. Dream actually did a great job when he didn't have vision of Betty or Chocho when that top play was going. He backed off just to, like, make sure he wasn't going to get collapsed on. Waited until he spotted out the enemy bot lane and then pushed forwards and was able to pick up the tower. So Good play all around, not giving windows. And I think that is the main thing. When you're playing against AL, there will come a point in this game where AL are going to try and find a team fight. And that is often how they bring their way back into the game. So limiting the opportunities, limiting the windows for them to do so is very, very important.
Now we got to wait to see how V5 want to take these advantages. Again, they've got the Rift Herald in pocket. All of the quote-unquote easy turrets are dead. They are no longer available for you to take. So where you drop this Rift Herald might be just used for pressure. But again, like I said, without a tier 1 to really defend, AL could just be like, cool, drop it in mid, drop it in bot. It's not going to hit a tower for a while, so we don't really care that much. And minute 10 till Dragon spawns. That's probably going to be the next biggest port of focus here for V5. They haven't taken out all these wards, though, and this could be good TP opportunities here for Forge.
Yeah, and I want to see... I feel like AL just don't try to fight the dragon. You got that early one that makes a big difference. Sack that one. Maybe look to fight the next dragon that comes along, or maybe leave it even longer. Is actually ZDZ going for the Gale Force. So we've seen AD Kale, but it's mostly been Kraken. Going for that extra mobility, that dash and burst damage. Not sure how I feel about it, but ultimately we are going to see the Herald going down bot. I think they should be able to stop the tower going down for now, but a big amount of damage done. A TP flank actually coming in. This is Forge. They're looking for an angle.
This is Forge. There's flashes coming in. They're looking for an angle. They do land it. The Everfrost is good on the Dream, but he goes straight into the Shroud. They do land the root onto Karsa, and Karsa is dead. The rest of anyone's Legend are now pushing forward. There's the hostile takeover, but it's not enough to stop PP Guard from falling down. That's going to be 2 kills. That's going to be a Dragon. They will lose about a turret in the top side, but honestly, this is great from anyone's Legend.
Yeah, objective bounties as well. So if they get this and then the dragon, a lot of gold going towards them. And Ashid, I said it earlier, right? You're waiting for that moment. AL are not a team to roll over and die. They will absolutely look for a window. And that was their window. Now, I'm going to say they lose a lot on the rest of the map. They lost that top tier 1, tier 2, sorry.
TP.
And the mid tier 2 is low. But looks
Rich
like a TP coming in.
Rich is going to be midi.
Yeah.
He can't really go for this. It was more just to kind of keep everyone away, but it does mean that
I don't think AL can do this.
Yeah, I was going to say, it means they actually have to completely back away from this. So yes, they get a bit of gold, but it only brings the gold back up to about 4,500 rather than 5,000, and they still lose the dragon. So it's a little unfortunate on their part.
It's fine, though. The dragon wasn't the big thing. I don't think it's too important, honestly. I think the fact that getting gold back in the pocket and keeping things a bit even is more vital. Also burning summoners, which is important. Like, the more summoners that you burn, the easier it is to fight later. What we often see teams do is they just don't fight at all, and then they'll go for like a big dragon fight for soul, and the enemy team will have every single summoner in the game, and then they'll just flash your engage and they'll win. So I like the fact that they're at least testing V5. They're making their burn summoners. They're getting some gold in return. Yes, it's still V5 very much in control, and they've been able to secure that second dragon. But you can see AL are still a team who will fish for those opportunities, fish for those windows.
Yeah, it's very good for them to kind of go for it. Yes, that top lane is now an exceptionally long one, but like you mentioned, EDG going for a little bit more of a crit build. Forge pushing back the wave is going to see Dream there, who now has a Morellonomicon, so has a little bit of extra healing cut available in his kit. Here's the interesting one. I obviously have the discussion between the AD and the AP Kale. I will say, in favor of the AD Kale, when you get to level 11 and obviously level 16 and beyond, your auto attack and your wave actually have 2 very different crit setups. So you can not crit on the auto attack, but then crit on the wave. It's a very interesting kind of setup, the way it kind of works. So, you know, could get lucky. It's a little bit more luck-based, and this one was no luck-based.
That does not look lucky, yeah.
That does not look lucky at all.
Ult not used, Gale Force not used. Less than optimal, we'll say.
Less than optimal. And that was just Rich kind of running down ZDZ. I think ZDZ was just very unaware that he was going to get taken down so low so quickly.
Yeah, and now V5 looking to see if they can pressure this mid tier 2. We'll see the replay in the bottom right. I think it's just like the damage available is so big. And they're going to lose this mid tier 2. Not much they can do to defend that. Bot tier 2's gone as well. Gold leads expanding. 6,500, pretty significant. And AL just need time, but they have 8 minutes until Soul, assuming V5 get this next dragon.
Sick. Ooh, that was very close to going down. They're going to use the ultimate there from the Kalista to try and jump on the Chocho. The Heartbreaker comes in. They even drag him back, and they go in, but Xiaohao stays alive just about with the KL ultimate, but not for long enough. Photic will eventually fall down, so it's a 1-for-2 trade. Forge perfectly executes himself on the backside of this one. Chocho was 1v1-ing Karsa. You can't devour yourself, buddy. And that's going to be another kill. That is 3 kills to 1. Make it 4. You know what, Forge? We might even make it 5. He is going to finally back himself away as there was no minion wave. PP God almost falls down. But this is looking a lot more like V5.
Yeah, you can see the goal difference really paying dividends there. Finding the huge burst damage from Photic just rends and takes 2 people out. And yeah, AL fishing for a window, but overcommit. It's like the stun misses. Why are you still going? Summoner's burn to try and get away. And it's actually a great KO coming out from ZDZ. Somehow, Xiaohao just surviving. But then look, Ren stacks up 2 kills from Photic. ZDZ has to flash to stop Photic getting the reset. And Forge gets a nice shutdown, but yeah, it's just V5 in control. And once again, proving that if they get a lead, they look to really solidify it and control the game from there.
Yeah, I think Karsa having a fantastic time of it as well. Just really looking proficient on this Lee Sin. It's always a pick we forget about, but it's something that has to be respected by any top-tier jungler. As already Betty and Forge, he need to run away. He need to try and make this one, but now Karsa's a little bit isolated. He goes golden to buy time. Xiaohao is now here. It's a little bit of a 3v3. The stolen Lee Sin kick is going to be there. Dream is getting some decent time and an execution as well. Now ZDZ joins in the fight, but he doesn't have ultimate just yet. Forge is now dead. It's a 5v3. Chocho gets the devoured down, but I don't think it's going to really give you much else except for a little bit more time. He flashes away. He's going to try and get his Destinate Dive to get him out. He will eventually go away, but that is 3 kills to none, and I just don't think anyone's Legend got it in the tank right now.
Yep, and at this point, V5 can just head straight over towards the Baron. So strong right now for V5, and AL just struggling in these fights. Like, Chocho tried to gobble Forge, and he just died. He just got bursted in front of his eyes before he even could. The damage coming out of V5 is pretty insane. Xiaohao trying to fish to get this dragon, potentially, but Vich is there. Nah, dude, just get out. Get out.
Yeah, you can't do this right now, Xiaohao. He's going to try. Lord knows he's going to try, but now they're going to fully commit to it. But Rich is going to flash away and keep kiting back. Forge is here, but maybe they're trying to see if we can kill off Rich. This could be big. He actually misses the hop, and he gets narred into the wall. This is an opportunity for AL. They could maybe secure themselves a dragon, but it's going to be close.
I don't think they can. I think even 4v5, V5 win. I think they might have to back away. They're going to try it. I'm not optimistic, but, you know, maybe this is the highest percentage play. Let's see what they can do.
You have to try. You have to try. God loves a trier. Dream goes in immediately into Shroud. That's going to be down now for a couple of seconds before this fight can really kick off. Look at Photic over the backside of this. He's going to try and use a blast cone to get himself into this fight, maybe secure it with a bit of a rend. They're going to land a Sonic Wave. They're going to go in. They're going to try and secure it. It is given over to the side of V5, and now the fight can begin. There's going to be the ultimate coming out there from ZDZ to try and keep himself alive and ticking. The hostile takeover doesn't really hit a lot, but it doesn't need to. That being said, though, this Callista is just burning through these health bars. Nice little lick from Chocho to make sure he gets the kill, but that's a triple kill for Photic. Honestly, anyone's Legend, I respect that you tried.
Yeah, maybe that was the highest percentage play. You can see Betty started to walk away thinking the fight wouldn't happen. And now V5 trying to push through the bot lane. Limited wave, though, available. So I don't think they can actually end. They'll just get some damage done to the structures.
Get some damage done. I think they'll take this tower for sure and probably take 2 inhibitors. They have got a minion wave coming in mid lane, though. So maybe they decide to go for it, or maybe they just leave the base in tatters. They don't have a TP on Dream, so he will not be rejoining his team. And that's just 2 inhibitors down at the exact same time. That is honestly perfect timing if you want to play as V5, because now you can play around it so well.
Yeah. There is something I want to talk about just when we have this point where, you know, teams are resetting. We actually see the Kempunk Chainsword from Karsa and the Morellonomicon from the Akali. You know, I'll break down the play first. We can talk about that after. So I think in this fight, ultimately, the Dragon's secure, but that's not the big thing. It's the extended fight and how that goes. Dream does a great job of diving in. And then the Kale ult and the Tom ult save the backline of AL. But the subsequent fight, they're just really struggling to deal with Photic. And that's the reason Betty starts to move away. The fight is close, but Photic is just constantly plying the spears and cleaning up in this situation. Able to close out. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, those items did get buffed on this patch. And they're like super gold efficient. So a lot of people might be like, why are they building 2 Grievous Wounds items? They buffed the stats on them because they nerfed Grievous Wounds. So now the Kempunk Chainsword, 125% gold efficient, fantastic bruiser stats. Morale is 110%. It gives 90 AP, 300 health. So even without the Grievous Wounds, which is still good here, right? Don't get me wrong. just great stats on those items for such a cheap price.
Yeah, it is all about the gold efficiency right now. The bang for your buck, if you could. And now ZDZ is going to have to try and be the sole defender of the Nexus as these super minion waves are starting to pile in. But anyone's Legend are going to have to join them because they can't defend the top lane inhibitor either. So at 27 minutes or just a little bit under it, you can see V5 just feeling so comfortable, so confident to be able to try and push in their advantages and just keep AL pinned underneath their Nexus.
It's so hard now with the triple inhibs. Super Minion's going to start coming in, but Rich with Mega might fish for a window.
Might look for something. ZDZ already nearly half HP. Got some decent wave clear, but not exceptional right now. We are going to see the Mega Gnar ultimate used there onto Forge. He does go into stasis straight away. ZDZ's being backed away. They're going to jump onto Gnar, but it's a mini Gnar. You're not going to really be able to burst him down just yet because he's going to be able to hop away. That's the Nexus turret falling. Only one shall remain. Only one structure between V5 and a victory in this best of 3. And here we go. We're going to go in. Karsa finds the kick on the ZDZ. And now all of your stall tactics are dead. Yes, you will lose the Lee Sin, but look at Photic just doing so much work as this Kalista. Triple kill for the Kalista on Photic. And we see once again why V5 should be so feared.
Yeah, they get a lead and they just do not give any room. So good at closing out from a position of advantage. And kind of showing again how strong Kalista can be, right? I've heard so many talk from fans, especially in the LCK, about how they're tired of like T1 picking Kalista. Oh, don't pick this pick. We hate it. LPL has shown that they just know how to make it work, and the execution just completely fantastic. Lead established, game closed out. Kind of a flip side of that game 1 that we saw from AL, where they were the ones who established the lead and managed to just close it.
Yeah, honestly, it felt very comfortable from V5, and it's expected what we expected to see from V5 coming into game 1. I think AL still did well. I think they looked for opportunities, and again, that's the difference. They're not a roll down and die kind of team. They just were very limited at what opportunities that were presented to them. So still a good win for V5. Anyone's Legend gotta start thinking about this next game. And honestly, it just feels like with Blue Side just freeing you up for so many good bans, the Tam Kents, the Renata that they were able to do in game 1. I imagine that they might try and do it in game 2 to try and, refresh themselves in that bot side.
Yeah, I think draft is going to be such a pivotal aspect in this third game. We saw, I feel like game 1, we saw the big draft advantage for AL. I think game 2, I wouldn't say it was like a clear advantage, but I feel like V5 able to really act upon this. And ultimately Dream having a fantastic Akali game on the back of Karsa setting him up. So I feel like going to this game 3, we often have these series in the LPL. Game 1, one side stomps. Game 2, the other side stops. And then game 3 is like super close down to the wire. Yeah. Both teams using what they learned from their victory and defeat to try and bring it into this final game.
Yeah, honestly, it is going to feel like this next game is going to be all or nothing for Anyone's Legend. This is a great opportunity for them to kind of stamp their playoff authority and say, we are a top 10 team at minimum. But the work's not done just yet. V5 looking to try and keep themselves perfect start to the split. They are 5-0. This next game, if they should win, it will bring them to 6-0 right on top of the standings with JDG. But I think this was just, again, a good team effort. I think Dream looked very comfortable on the Akali. I think Photic very clearly showing that he knows how the Kalista is going to work. And with the Renata first pick as well coming out for V5, it was actually interesting to see that they were allowed to kind of get that combination going for them by Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend saying, look, we're going to go for the Senna Tom. We know you're going for the Kalista Renata. We feel like we can deal with it. And sadly for them, they couldn't.
Yeah, they really struggled to. And I think that's the thing is that, we've seen Kalista and Mumu, I think, have a bit more prior working as like a duo. Kalista typically with all these strong engage supports is so powerful. I think Kalista Renata, it's a strong lane, easy to find prio, and it just becomes so difficult to deal with Kalista when she's ahead and she has the Renata W. It's so oppressive.
It really, really is. Well, we got one more game today, but before we get to it, we're going to throw it to a quick break and get ourselves ready for game 3.
Oh no, Allah. No. Oh, wait, what? No way! Wait, no! This is the most big brain play I've ever seen in my entire life! Oh my god, they're bringing him too. They know though that the ward will spot out Yagao, but they're gonna go for this. This is a dive in the durability patch at 3.5 minutes. They get Aki as the electrocute comes down. Shanji will not go down. The tower shots are huge. Kanavi getting the last one, and they beautifully execute that tower dive. That minion wave is gigantic, and JDG come out 2-0. They just go straight for the engage. Tarzan has to use the Crescent Guard already. He's still caught out though. They're doing so much damage, and the cast comes through, but it separates them. A killer instinct from Abel! He goes straight in. He's got the GA available as well. He goes down, but OMG, they might have just found the fight. Cold is down, but Allah is in the back line. Does it matter? No, it doesn't! Where were you when OMG got their first series win in Summer Split? They take the fight against LNG, and they are dominating this game.
You pointed out that a little bit before here with Cole. So we're going to be watching out his bottom lane. Bojic without his support. Gala flashing forward. Yep.
People are trying to start the conversation of JVG is the best team in the LPL. We see games like this where it just really doesn't work out. Oh god!
Oh, I missed the Void Seeker. Oh, that feels bad, but it will be. Oh! No way! The killer instinct to go through the True Shot Barrage to get the outplay.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track.
我们中单君母的话就，感觉他就成长的也非常快嘛，融入团队也非常快，然后也平时也挺努力的。队伍这个赛季表现的话，就从打的一般，然后慢慢越来越好了。我最近状态也在慢慢提升吧，就希望可以一直赢下去。
Slowly improving, getting better as each game goes on. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming up to our 5th game of the day, our 3rd game of the series, and our final one of Week 4, Day 5. As we come in to see V5 tying up the series 1-1, and it was all off of the backs of an incredibly proactive man known as Karsa on this Lee Sin, who's also our MVP for Game 2.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of a no-brainer. I feel like Karsa was just constantly tracking Xiao Hao, really didn't let him do anything in this game, and just set the pace of the game. You know, this was a fast game for V5. They got ahead early. They continued the momentum, and it was all off the back of Karsa outplaying in this 2v2 mid, making sure that they're able to get the kill, and then consistent times tracking wherever Xiao Hao was, getting these objectives. The kill score isn't even that high, right? With 21 minutes in the game, it's 2-1-1, and yet the gold lead is astronomical.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was close on kills, but definitely not close in terms of the overall score of the game. And this was a moment where AL were saying, look, we got to go for something, but it was a little too late. And I feel like, again, good for them to try something, but there was just too much going on. This final kick from Karsa just really sealed the deal to say, look, I don't care if I go down. If I kill the Kale, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, and it was just fantastic from V5. This was the V5 we kind of expected coming into the day, kind of showing why they are top of the league. Well, they're not technically top of the league, why they were so high in the league, and why they'd only dropped a game to RNG. And now they have obviously dropped one to AL, ruining a bit more their undefeated game streak, but still in a position to close out the series. I am looking towards that game 3 and what ends up coming out in the draft. The Kalista has a 100% win rate so far this series, paired with the Amumu game 1, with the Renata game 2, and ultimately in this one, I feel like there was a lot of benefit given over to blue side in both games, because you get the flexibility to really ban what you want. Like here, V5 on red side are going to ban GP, going to ban Wukong, Zeri is open and available, Swain is open and available. You know, there's a lot of things still to ban.
Yeah, absolutely. You might see the Renata ban coming out here from Anyone's Legend, as they did do so in game 1 of this best of 3, and that is exactly where they go. So they're recognizing the power that V5 have in this bot lane, not necessarily exclusive to PP God or Photic, but definitely, you know, the power of the flexibility left in PP God's hands. So now the Zeri's left open, there's the Kalista as well. Maybe ZDZ wants to say to his team and go, Betty, look, you were really good on this. I still think the Zeri is very, very powerful. I think Photic will be happy to take it.
Yeah, I think Zeri is definitely difficult to pilot and doesn't have the strongest laning phase. So there's an opportunity for AL to really challenge. At the end of the day, I feel like these are both top tier AD carries right now in the current meta. So it's a bit more of an even trade-off, which is why I kind of respect V5 batting away the Swain and allowing this trade-off to happen, rather than if they'd ban the Zeri and then AL probably get Kalista and Swain in that scenario. It'll be interesting to see if V5 opt for a jungler here or go for the Renata. Renata Zeri is a combo that you can definitely play. Denying that away from AL could make sense, because I feel like if you do go like here with the Lee Sin, which, you know, was fantastic for Karsa, I think AL for sure take the Renata here.
It's banned.
Or
can't take it.
Oh,
Renata's been banned.
Completely
yeah,
banned.
It's all good. It's all good, man. But I think the Amumu works just in a very similar way. You won't have the same kind of synergies that you had with the likes of his passive, as you mentioned, giving you that 10% true damage alongside the Swain with his magic damage. You know, that big, massive Venn diagram of death that you end up kind of building for yourself. But it does do a lot of what went well for Anyone's Legend. And now they can't go for the Gangplank on third, so we will see them go for something slightly different. Going into the Lee Sin, the Viego wasn't really the pick they needed to be. Maybe the Xin Zhao could be something that can go toe-to-toe, though, with Karsa.
If they feel like they have the flexibility, they could definitely leave the priority lane. They actually go for the Camille here. So I like it into the Zeri because you have that ultimate that can trap her in place. You can't outplay it. But very bold to pick it this early. And Dream's just going to take the silence and response that can now ban answers to it. So we'll take that Akali that he obviously played into last game. AL, I think, will probably put bans. You know, this is the difficulty. There's definitely support bans you might want to put in here. There's also top laners that you might not want ZDZ to deal with in answer to this Camille. We'll see what they opt towards here.
See what the priority is going to be for anyone's legend. The Akali's already been banned on the second phase by V5. You got a couple of options here. Yep, the Kale going to be banned away. So again, just kind of giving ZDZ maybe some pressure, some priority in that top side. And honestly, Rich is a little bit of a flip sometimes. Sometimes he looks incredible. Sometimes he looks like he, you know, didn't quite connect to the game. It can very much be a bit of a flip for him. So getting him on something that has got a little bit more variance might be the way forward for anyone's legend. But right now, V5, there's plenty of mid lane things to ban away for Forge. I think the Rise is a good one as well to kind of stop that big kind of, you know, global ultimate or semi-global ultimate from coming into play. And for V5, you got to try and figure out how you want to kind of like round out this composition. You've got some pretty decent mid-jungle kind of synergy right there. And how you want to try and, you know, kind of bring it all together is going to be the key bit now.
Yeah, it's kind of painful that Galio is banned away because obviously Galio Camille would be a fantastic combo. They go heavy on the top lane bans, so leaving support open for V5 to really take what they want in this situation. If you got considering some options here, I think a lot of players would potentially even look towards enchanters in this situation, but I think he wants to go for a meta. Goes for the Braum. So good at like stopping the spear stacking. One of the reasons it's effective in Kalista is you can use your shield. It's like, let's say they start stacking Ren stacks on Photic. You can then shield to stop that and slow it down. Also, if the Amumu goes in, very hard for him to get out again, but not the most aggressive lane. For AL, looking towards that potential Viego once again. Also need to solidify their mid pick in this rotation. I think LeBlanc could work, definitely.
For sure. The Talia could be nice as well. Get a combination of that jungle and top lane synergy. But no, it could be Forge taking the Talia into the mid lane and kind of saying, look, the Weaver's Wall is grand for the Sylas, but it's not exactly a high impact ultimate for him to be able to steal to make an impact on the other lanes. So we'll see what the side of AL want to go with here. They go with the Viego. So yeah, it's going to be Talia in the mid lane for Forge.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of dashes already on V5, so the Unraveled Earth has a ton of value in this situation. And you know, as you said, not the best ultimate for Sylas to steal. It can obviously give him that roaming potential, but in fights, not really. But he does have already fantastic choice with, I mean, just the Amumu alone is pretty stellar. Now, for the Camille, V5 considering the option of the Gragas here, obviously one of the things is that he can very easily keep his distance from Camille, can body slam her when she goes for the hook shot, can ult if she presses her ultimate to knock her out of it, so he's freed, but will obviously lose out in the side lane later in the game. I feel like both teams have strong win cons in this game. I do feel like AL are looking to get off the ground a bit sooner, and Karsa on this Lee Sin can definitely be someone who can dismiss that.
I mean, it was the MVP from Game 2. Lee Sin for Karsa is been proven time and time again to be an absolutely fantastic pick. And again, something you just have to try and remember, that it has to be in your wheelhouse as a jungler. No matter what the meta, no matter what's strong or what you think isn't strong, Lee Sin has to be available to you. So this will be the third game of this series, the fifth game of the day, and the final one of day 5 of week 4. We are flying through the season, but a unique opportunity here for AL to really stamp some authority and say, look, we're here to play, we're here to kind of contest some of the bigger teams and just to push them a little bit further up. A lot better saying you're 4-2 than you're 3-3.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to mention is the Amumu interaction with Zeri. So part of the reason we saw Amumu come out, you know, there's buffs next patch, so maybe people start playing it more, but also picked in a Zeri, you know how Zeri's Q is split into all those little bits? Each one of them is affected by Amumu's E. So Amumu's E has a passive where like he has a flat damage reduction on auto attacks. So if you go Amumu, especially if you build Warden's Mail, which also has this effect, Zeri literally just does no damage to you early. Like none. Like you just cannot do anything because you're reducing flat damage from every single little auto attack that comes out. And so I feel like Chocho is just gonna be able to play super aggressive in this lane without really being checked.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to see a bit of aggression already coming out. No one spotted out just yet. PP God going to walk away, actually, funny enough. Now we'll recognize that people are there. The Photic and Dream are in tow, so don't know if he saw absolutely everybody, but he definitely knows that there's at least 2 people walking into that blue side jungle.
And they want to play with that sort of aggressive invade potential from the Amumu. The fact that obviously you have the 2 bandage tosses. He also has that glacial augment this time for that AoE slow. They won't find anything, just kind of forcing V5 away, and Ritual spawn by getting a ward in the top side.
Just vision for vision right now, and Gotta talk about it's actually interesting as well. We should be hopefully, touch wood, seeing Rookie come back into the lineup in the coming weeks for V5, but I am curious to see how this team kind of develops and sees where they kind of go from here right now, because Dream has shown just how well he can fit into this squad, how much he can do for them, but you can't really, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, when you have people like the likes of Knight and Rookie as such and Xiaohu, you're never really going to be able to replace them until they actually leave. So for V5, it's going to be about how do they transition back to using Rookie. And honestly, their playstyle might change as well. Again, V5, very good at just kind of using the, Rookie Champion Ocean as they did in Spring to kind of, to give them such, good advantages.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see Rookie play on this patch. There's such a variety of mid laners that can be played. We've obviously seen things like the Talia, the Swain, these new picks coming back into the mid lane. We've seen things like Silas, we just saw Akali last game, but also these control mages, the Corki, the Azir. Just such a massive range of what you can play, which is a prime meta for a Rookie.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially before we saw that engage go bot side where they traded a little bit of damage. I did want to say, actually, we actually see first strike for both Rich and ZDZ. So both top laners saying, I'm going to get the first hit. No, I'm going to get the first hit. As they look to try and make, as much of an advantage as possible. I will say, I think Rich probably has a little bit of an advantage in that regard because, yeah, he's got the barrels and he's got the belly bob.
Yeah, I probably would have gone for Grasp in this lane to stack up. But one thing to mention is that, ZDZ eventually is going to be doing, those ridiculous true damage bursts. So if you can find your way, because the thing is, a lot of people think, oh, first strike, extra gold, wow, that's so cool early. But you tend to get more value out of it in the mid game where you're actually doing enough damage to get a massive amount out of the proc. And particularly ZDZ playing Camille, if you get an empowered Q onto someone with the proc, you can just absolutely get so much gold.
And that's why you take the first strike, try to get that gold, get a little bit of extra harass as well. And Wave's not in a great spot for Rich. He's going to have to expend a little bit of extra mana to use those Qs to try and maybe clear it back just a little bit. You can see he preps it very nicely and says, look, I'm going to prop my W, make sure I do not take any extra harass that I need to. And Xiaohu just nicely skirting around Vision here on this bot side.
Yeah, doing a good job of just avoiding being tracked. Both junglers on opposite sides, and we'll spot out Caster here, so have information on him. I think he just wants to support forward so he can push that wave in. But I think seeing Caster moving up towards the top side knows he doesn't really need to be there.
We'll probably see a bit of a slow game now. Both teams probably waiting to stack up to their level 6. I will say the game has actually gotten to a point where level 6 comes very quickly for junglers and solo laners. It does feel like we end up with your full stack of kit very early on because of the way the experience and jungle changes have gone on. ZDZ having a bit of an unfortunate time there trying to last hit. But again, this is kind of a big moment here for anyone's legend. I think for V5, a couple of shaky moments definitely gave over a lot of comfort to the side of anyone's legend with the Gangplank and the Swain. Weren't going to allow that to happen again. And honestly, I think this is a good opportunity here for AL to kind of prove they're not just a two-trick pony. They need to show that, yes, the Gangplank and the Swain need to be banned, but we also can play X amount of different champions as well.
And I really want to see them find some momentum in this game off the back of this bot lane. I feel like as much as Braum kind of does mitigate some of the pressure, you should be able to look for windows in these skirmishes. The Callisto Amumu is so powerful. And I feel like Photic and PP just won't be able to match early. Kind of need a bit more time before this Zeri is relevant. And I think 6 as well is a point where Xiaohu on the Viego can be really powerful in the skirmishes. If you think about the way skirmishes will play out, they have a lot of setup, they have a lot of CC, a lot of pick potential between Camille, Talia, Amumu, whichever of them is present. And then if Betty and Xiaohu can finish off kills, obviously Betty's good at executing them. Xiaohu gets the resets. You see Dream actually looking for a play. This is a 4-man. This could be really difficult to deal with for AL.
I mean, very difficult. Flash in. Betty gets caught up. He will not get the concussive blows just yet. It will just fade off now, so he's not going to get stunned off. A lot of flashes have been expended, and they will get their man. It took 3 flashes, but they end up getting first blood on V5.
Yeah, a lot invested, and they should be able to translate this into a dragon. Forge will be there to pick up the wave. They might look for a dive here.
This is risky.
Or Dream can steal the Amumu ult.
He can steal the Amumu ult if he so chooses, and that's exactly what he's going to do. There is the stolen curse of the sad money. They're going to try and maybe trade this one back. There's a good seismic sure, but Dream just end up getting traded back by Chocho. But Karsa ready with the double kill, and that's 3 kills to 1. You got to be careful though, Karsa. You're not really in a position to be able to try and fight this. He's waiting for PP God to try and safeguard to him, but PP God just walks away a little too early. So it ends up being a really big investment there, and they're going to try and turn this one into more for Anyone's Legend. They've got the cripple. Remember, Xiaohao has got the stolen Lee Sin, but he hasn't got access to the Heartbreaker, and that's going to stop any more of a chase. And Anyone's Legend at least answer back.
Yeah, a ton invested by V5, and overall don't accrue too much of an advantage because of the answers back. You can see here they're going heavily for Betty. Chocho does his best to block, but kind of knows that his AD carry is doomed and just thinks, I don't want to die too. The dive setup comes in, and, you know, with the fact that Dream is able to steal the Amumu, really puts him in a position to make this an easy dive. But good play from the 2 and AL. They get the seismic shove over the Unraveled Earth. Chocho flashes for the kill, and then as a result, Karsa has to overextend. But honestly, the main overextension was for that control ward.
Oh, we got stuck in the minions. Oh my god, he got
Outplayed.
stuck in the minions. Outplayed.
I real, he was dead regardless. I feel like even
but you definitely got
without
stuck
minions.
in the minions.
But it's, yeah, everyone's been through that. If you play League long enough, you've always had that moment where you've been blocked by the minions, and it is very, very annoying.
I mean, they were AL's minions. They are technically on the blue team, so they were just helping out their teammates, you know? It's a team game, Ox. It's all about your synergy with your teammates.
All about getting your minions to help you out. Getting them to give you an
It's all about that RNG, you know? How do they interact? But just build a Phantom Dancer, you know? Come on, Karsa. Simple. Build a Phantom Dancer. Or B-Fizz.
Something I definitely do not want to see in my games. Phantom Dancer, Lee Sin.
No.
And V5 going for this blue invade. Not going to get checked on it. And they're ahead right now. 1,000 gold up in a pretty decent position. But I want to see more fights in this bot lane.
And that's exactly what you're going to get. You're going to get the double bandage toss onto PP God, who's getting a lot of stacks in him. But Chocho needs to go back inside of Betty and get himself back out to safety. Both supports kind of being left to the wayside, but they should be able to kind of be an advantage to AL. I will say that Forge is coming in now. He doesn't know he's on vision, and he's going to be able to use the Weaver's Wall. PP God not quite able to go anywhere right now, and he's not quite hit by the Earth, but he will be taken down. That's Forge picking up a kill, gets rewarded for his roam, and this is nice from AL. They're not getting bullied like they were in game 1, but V5, not to be outdone, will pick up a Rift Herald.
Yeah, you actually saw Photic there going over the wall and be like, come with me, come with me. And PP God's like, nah, my fate is sealed. Ends up going down. Pick up kill for Forge. On the other side of the map, you see V5 get the Herald. So have the opportunity to make a play around that, but I don't think they'll be able to do it right now in the top lane. Actually, Xiaohao's going to go over.
It's a 2v2. They don't have a TP available from Dream, so it's not going to be able to join this one. Karsa, though, gets jumped on and deleted. Dream was there. Excuse me, it wasn't even Dream. Dream was in the top side. Rich went boss, or excuse me, mid, so it ended up being a weird 2v2, but AL come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the Camille with the Viego. You lock down the Lee Sin, no ability to outplay, and then the Viego will connect to get the reset. B5, you don't win this.
You don't win this, but they don't know because they've got the Curse of Sap money to come out. They get the explosive pass down, but Dream has already been taken. Rich can't go anywhere. He has to flash. No more ults available to the side of AL. Means that Dream should be able to keep himself alive, and that is good response here from AL. They read the play perfectly.
One thing I love is when you see Viego players pick up champions, and you can kind of get a read of how good they are on them, right? Xiaohao picks up the Lee Sin, connects everything, really crisp on it. Yeah. Picks up the Silas, misses everything, ults out, I'm done, no more. Unfortunately, that one didn't connect the stun on Rich, might have been able to find a kill there. But either way, AL being proactive, and I just want to say, what a fantastic roam from Chocho. Read this time in on the extended play, figured that V5 would commit to it because he has the prior bot, he doesn't need to be there. But we could have really seen this just be a wasted time by Chocho. He could have just been here for nothing. But ZDZ and Xiaohao set up the trap. And as much as we know, V5 were not aware, the double ult comes in and just allows them to get this reset.
Yeah, and look, you can see how important it was as well. ZDZ probably doesn't survive in that situation. They might have even taken out Xiaohao as well. So you can see just how important that little roam was, that little decision. And they lost nothing because of it. Like you said, Betty had priority in bot. He's equal on CS. He's not going to be worried about that whatsoever. The only thing he doesn't have is access to the Amumu ultimate, but he's not going to care about that right now.
Yeah, and I'm just so hyped for some more team fighting to come out. I feel like AL, they've got a bit of a lead now. Game 1, they had that lead. They managed to bring it through. V5 kind of crushed them game 2, but this game is feeling close. The Amumu as well. I think Chocho going towards the Zhonya's. So this is actually an interaction I saw the other day is when Silas tries to steal your ult from you, you can try and Zhonya's it so he doesn't pick up your ult. And actually, you can just prevent him from being able to steal it away from you. Obviously, just cost you your Zhonya's, cost like a whole item, but can make such a big difference when you have such an impactful ult that you know Salas will want for every fight.
Well, like right now, V5 starting to hunt around this Dragon Pit. 25 seconds till that spawns. I do love how ZDZ and Xiaohao has said, look, you know, you can have my homework, just make it look like it's not too obvious that you copied boots instead of a door and shield. But between the two of them. But yeah, honestly, V5, they've got access to a lot of flashes right now. It would be very good for them, but there's a lot of teamfight power here between the 4 members of AL. You don't really want to be given too much over in terms of dragons, but I don't think you have much of a choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see an angle in this one, although speaking of that, Rich has made the movement down. DDZ just have teleport, so you will be able to match. You could then just get a 5v5 come out on this one. I don't see a way AL don't opt into this one. Although with Forge resetting, I guess they don't.
Yeah, they just don't feel comfortable, or rather they don't care whether or not they get it. They got the roam down from Rich. They now can push in that top side, so he'll lose a couple of minions on that, maybe gain a plate for the Camille. So maybe they were trying to prioritize getting that Triforce, the Divine Sunderer as soon as possible. Maybe that's the play here, but at the end of it all, V5 kind of count their lucky stars. They got themselves a free Drake.
Yeah, and with the Herald mid, it won't be as good as the previous game where they got the full tower, but we'll be able to get some damage onto this tier 1, set up for a potential takedown with the second Herald, and a decent amount of gold coming in for Dream.
All right, Dragon a piece. About a 600 or so gold lead. It's going to go up a little bit now with these minions getting taken out by ZDZ, but there's nothing really too untoward about it. Rich thinking about going in. He's got himself a bit of AP now available to him. He looks like he's going towards that Night Harvester build, so he is going to be very, very powerful. In a minute 30 till the Rift Herald spawns, that could be the place where we see this game really start to crack open.
Yeah, and something to note is that when I've seen the Mumu into Zeri, I've seen Emax come out for the to reduce the auto damage more. Jojo's actually gone for the Q-Max. Hasn't built Warden's Mail, so he's not going to be like massively reducing Photic's damage, but I feel like he's just playing it because he wants the engage potential. Obviously, getting the reduced cooldown on Q will the reduced recharge has a lot of value in those extended fights.
I like to see that where everything ends up kind of going right now, because it just feel like both teams happy to just ping pong the waves. You actually have a Crown of the Shattered Queen being picked up here by Talia, but Chocho might be looking for an engage in this bot side. He will land, and they have got the Talia ultimate coming on the top of this as well. There's the Curse of Sad Mummy. It's going to force the cleanse from Photic, who's already got himself pushed back all the way into the side of this one. Photic trying to run away, but he's just going to be able to kind of kite this one out. Look at him doing so much there as Betty finally falls. The Heartbreaker not going to land on the Rich, which means that Xiaohao is in a terrible position. Chocho can't re-engage. Anyone's Legend went too far forward, and now they're getting punished. That's 5 kills. It's an ace. What just happened?
Wow, I mean, Xiaohao goes so deep for Rich, and that is like the worst case scenario for Viego, where you overcommit for a kill, you don't connect, and you're left in no man's land with no resets available. AL, you just needed to take the kills in front of you. They end up overcommitting, going too deep, and V5 are there for the cleanup.
Massive move there by V5 and AL. It was all going so well. They had the pace, they had the advantages, and now you can see it here. It looks so good, but they just take too long to try and take down Photic, and they don't even take him in the end.
I mean, they should have just gone for PP God. There's no reason to go for Photic here. Photic has cleanse. You know you're just burning the cleanse. You burn way too much trying to go greedy for both kills. Betty tries to get this kill on the back end and then goes down. And then Xiaohao thinks he can kill Rich, but doesn't connect with the ult, doesn't get the reset. He now goes down. And at that point, AL have nothing left in the tank. ZDZ tries, but the mix of 3 with the Gragas there to play interrupt, nothing you can do.
ZDZ did unfortunately get an auto attack off onto Karsa rather than Photic, and that was the difference maker. That's what kept Photic alive. And look, I still think he dies regardless, but it is very much an unfortunate situation. Night Harvester finished up here for Rich. Dragon up in a minute 40. Looks like the tower is just going to be the protocol here. They're going to trade it for topside tower. So it is all of a sudden, which was about 1,000, maybe even a little less of a gold lead for AL, swung massively in favor of V5. 3,000 gold. It will be equaled up a little bit, but equaled right back down as the Rift Herald and top tower will go down.
Yeah, but V5 slamming as well, the Herald in mid. I mean, they're getting so much at the back of this. 3,500 gold. I feel like on a turn of a hat, V5 have really gotten to control of this game. Over the looking.
Here we go. Glacial Fissure won't land onto anybody, and they did get Photic's ultimate out of him as well. So they are burning quite a few summoners here, excuse me, cooldowns just before this dragon in a minute's time, and that might turn around to burn V5, but the power you now have as V5 to be able to kind of push in any lane, you've got the priority with no tier 1s left. Very difficult for AL to actually push out.
And this is probably the saddest moment, is when V5 have the Silas for Dream, where he's level 11. He's got 2 points in his ultimate, so when he steals the Amumu ultimate, not only does he have all that extra AP, because he's now built a decent amount, but also the fact that he has the higher level ultimate, it's going to be so devastating if Dream can connect it onto multiple targets. And there's so much AoE potential from V5, right? Between the Dragon's Rage, the Cask from Rich, the Amumu ultimate available to Dream. Really can be painful if AL end up in a compromising position. And at this point, I think maybe they just pass on the Dragon. I don't think there's a necessary reason you need to risk it. You already have that one from before. And I think you just need a bit more time at this point. Let your Camille become a bit stronger. Let your Callista finish off a second item.
Yeah, it's a bit harder. 008 onto Photic. He has been the assist king because, honestly, AL have thrown absolutely everything on him. Dragon will be started. Chocho is in the area. Chowhow looking to try and maybe contest this one here. They're not willing to let this one go just yet. They are going to get the Mumu over the wall. Chocho not quite expected to go straight in. On top of this, he goes into his Zonya state to try and buy a little bit of time and then straight into the Callista, but he's already lost a hell of a lot of his engage. Gonna have to wait to see now where they want to go for. 2,000 on the Dragon. It's gonna try and be burst out. There we go. They're gonna go in. That's gonna be secured by the Gragas as they go in with the Curse of Sad Money, as immediately the Amumu is taken out. ZDD trying to jump onto Karsa, but he just can't get the damage down. Eventually, he falls after taking down the Lee Sin, but I think AL, you didn't have to fight this, and now you're gonna pay for it. Photic's feeling good, and Photic's gonna pick up another kill. Never mind, Dream will take it right at the end, and V5 in total control.
Once again, an ace for one, and AL, they don't find the engage, and they go for a Dragon they didn't need to fight. Fight before, they could have just gotten PP God and taken him, gotten away with it. This fight, they could have just given up the Dragon, but no. AL insist on fighting, and V5 remind them why they shouldn't, and now V5, 7,000 gold lead. It feels so hard for AL to come back into this.
Yeah, it really, really does, and this is just getting harder and harder. And again, AL, Chocho gonna look for something, but he doesn't land the first bandage toss, and don't think he's gonna be landing the second. Never mind, he flashes and commits to it fully. He's gonna try and put himself in front of Rich, but the explosive cast will miss. They're trying to just take down this Gragas, but they invest so much and get so little from it.
You know what this feels like? This feels like desperation.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you kind of feel like they're at this point where they're trying to make it happen. We see the replay of the fight, so Chocho gets knocked in, ends up having to be ulted out again. This point, like, surely ALs would just go, no, we're not fighting this. And yet they go for it anyway. Chocho goes in, gets an ult onto the frontliners, not really that much of a concern. And then we see Dream. Look at him running towards the backline here. All of AL's backline just have to run away because of the threat of the Silas with the Amumu ult. Dream able to get Forge taken down, and in the meantime, V5 have cleared up the front line. Betty doesn't even get to escape on the back end.
Yeah, feels like desperation plays coming out from anyone's legend. V5 proving time and time again why they are undefeated in series, why they are so feared and revered in this league, and why we highly put them at so many tops of the list and say, look, these are the guys who need to be beaten. These even ahead of people like JDG. Yes, JDG are still 6-0, but the matchup between V5 and JDZ is going to be absolutely huge. ZDZ cannot deal with Rich now, and he's getting 1v1'd in the 4v4. We're going to see a full engagement. Look at Forge. He's just trying to fully go on top of Photic, and he will get one kill off on him. That's going to be a 3v4 now as they're trying to trade this one back. You're going to get Heartbreakers. Reset, 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 and that's what you want to be seeing as AL. They found an opportunity where the Gragas wasn't here, and a triple kill goes to Betty.
They managed to pull it off. I didn't get to see the start of the fight. I'm assuming Chocho must have got a massive ult there, but they find the fight. No Rich there to provide the disengage, and Chowhow gets the reset with Betty confirming the kills. Baron now going to be secured by AL, and I was thinking it looked doomed. AL, as I said earlier today, never a team to roll over and die.
Absolutely not. They will get Baron buff onto absolutely everybody. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, I think you're right. Chocho must have just got over the wall and found the ideal target, which is Photic.
Yeah, big ult here. Cleanse does get used, but the follow-up comes in from the rest of the team. The knockback from Forge is massive. Betty goes down, and then this fight seems so messy, but this is where picks like a Callista, picks like a Viego thrive. The resets come out, Betty gets to reposition and heal up. And AL, not only do they get the kills, they get the Baron as well. It was a 7k gold lead, and now it's only 3,000 in favor of V5, managing to pull it back and keep this game competitive.
This game is not over yet, and that was big money going over to the side of AL. Like you mentioned, they're kind of shoring up those differences. They're only about half an item down. They're still down. It's still V5's game to lose, but this is a great opportunity now for AL. They'll have side lane pressure. They'll have security for Forge now, who as he picks up his Zhonya's, and he needs a little bit more damage, but he's getting there.
And this is what I really want to see from AL, is picking off those pivotal targets. You have so many great tools to do so. The AoE engage of Chocho, the ZDZ ultimate to lock down someone like Photic, and then you get the reset for Xiaohao to find the momentum. Now, team setting up for this dragon, 40 seconds to go, would be third for V5 and put them on soul point. You can see Photic in a position to posture and get some poke down, but AL are going to force in.
Forge walking forward as the man with the Zhonya's and the crown of the Shattered Queen. He feels the most confident to be able to chase check just a little
there it
bit.
is. That's the interaction.
That's it. That's the interaction you were talking about. And look at Dream's ultimate. It's going to take a little while for that to come back up, but wasn't quite at the setup. Xiaohao going to be forced to use the Heartbreaker as the explosive class was coming out. Now Chocho caught between a Barrel and a Everfrost right now. He goes in, he flashes the 4-man ultimate as they try and get on top of Photic, who's been caught by ZDZ. There's 2 kills. Anyone's legend. They've done it. They found the opportunity. And this is 23 minutes in the game. They have a minute in the Baron. They can end.
Yeah, Baron as well. It's only Karsa. They might just be able to push you an end. It's a lot of towers to get through, but they have 5 members up. Karsa has to try and come in with a miracle on this one. 20 seconds just for PP God. We'll see if they try and push all the way or they try and back off and play it safe.
As low health bars, Karsa's got access to his kick. He's going to use it straight away. Goes into Zhonya's. They're tanking up the turret, but the turret's being taken out. He flashes, but he's dead. It's an ace. CDZ will fall. I don't think without him they can do this. They'll take an inhibitor. You can already see the careful pings coming out. They're going to let Betty take away this inhibitor, and it's going to be a little close. Yeah, he's going to opt away from going towards the Hex Gates, but
look at the TP. Look at the TP coming in from Dream.
Oh, they're looking for it. I think they gave up this dragon. They don't need to fight for it anymore. They can just reset, take the fact that they've cracked open the base, and then out of 7,000 gold down, they're now 2,000 gold up.
They might be able to make it back in time. They have Hex Gates. Karsa's not up for 10.
Don't think so.
No, looks like they're just saying they're accepting they haven't got it. Again, Dragon of E5, it's not good, but it's not the end of the world. The fight is the big thing. The lead for AL. Karsa, credit to him, did at least stall them so they couldn't end the game. But we can get a replay off this one. And as I said, right, the interaction comes in already to stop the steal off the ultimate from Chocho. So the fact they don't have the Curse of the Sad Mummy for Dream makes a big difference. And now Engage comes in, Flash ult connects onto 3 pivotal targets. Instantly, we get the follow-up coming in. ZDZ is like, Photic, you are mine. And Forge is there to follow up. And it's just so quickly done. Karsa isn't even involved. He doesn't get a moment to be in this fight.
I mean, Karsa was doing what you would expect any Lee Sin to do. He was looking for a flank. He was looking for a kick to try and maybe catch out the Callista. But then Chocho, man on your screen right now, the real MVP of that fight, and the Zhonya's. What a beast. This Zhonya's
I love as well, yeah, the fact that you, like, this is the thing. You pick Silas into a Mumu. It's the best ult that you want to steal from the enemy team.
Closer.
And he's just ready to Zhonya's and deny it. So
yeah,
just ensures that Chocho's like, I am going to have the best Curse the Sad Mummies. Not you, Dream.
I mean, this is such a... And honestly, just the target selection, the fact that Rich had already used his explosive cast, when he's stunned, Rich doesn't do anything in that fight after that. Rich literally stands there perma-stunned and dies. He had flash, he had ways of kind of maybe impacting the fight with a belly bot, but it's just not going to happen, so really well played.
I will say, Talia is really showing up for this game. When everyone on V5 has dashes, particularly short cooldown ones, and the fact that, like, the Unraveled Earth is so big now since the rework. If you could put that across a fight, like, if we get the ultimate from a Mumu, and then you put the Unraveled Earth down on top of it, like, what can V5 do? You can't dash out of it again, and it just makes it so painful. And something I want to bear in mind, Dream has a Medgize, by the way. It wasn't always at 0 stacks. Actually, it was at 10. So losing even more value on the back of that because of that purchase. Now, Photic is that big point where we talk about with the Zeri. The fact is those 3 items, the crits coming out from the W will really start to sting with the Infinity Edge. But that's if he gets space to function in these fights.
All right, let's take a breather. 50 seconds until Baron spawns. We don't imagine AL will be looking for it, but they may be looking for Rich, because right now Rich is playing a very dangerous game and does not have vision. He will know that Chocho's in the area, and you can see already he's trying to back himself away. Let's have a look at some of the key things that are going to be available now in the next fight. Everyone should have summoners up for them. That should be without saying. I think Rich will have enough money before this next dragon to get himself a Zhonya's, and even then a stopwatch available for ZDZ and a GA for Betty. A lot of big cooldowns, a lot of ways of delaying the fight available to both sides.
Yeah, and let's talk a bit from V5's perspective, what they need to do. I think ultimately, step one is don't get hit by a big Amumu ult. But also Dream, he should try and ult someone near Chocho, because Chocho is going to Zhonya's it every time. Let's say, I don't know, Betty is standing next to Chocho. You ult Betty, Chocho sees it coming. He thinks it's on him, he'll just Zhonya's. But you still get an ult to use that has that value. Alternatively, you can try and ult him a little bit before the fight, so hopefully the cooldown time's off. And then when it comes to the fight itself, they kind of need to play peel for Photic. Photic keeps getting isolated and just shut down by this Camille. If Photic can survive in the extended fight, it can make all the difference.
Minute 40.
Okay, he got it there.
He got it there. Because I feel like if Chocho goes into Zanya's right there, he probably dies. So
yeah, Cat's coming in afterwards. He's like, denying the ult or being alive?
Yeah,
you know what? Being alive.
Being alive is probably worth more. We will see Photic just clearing wards and vision around this Baron. The blue buff has been started here. It's going to be stolen over by Forge. So he
actually,
gets
I mean, I say that they could have just Callista ulted him out. So, you know, maybe could have just unused. But either way, it doesn't do it. So Dream now has the ultimate. That's a big power spike for the Silas if he can make use of this. So they want to try and have a fight happen. They are posturing towards Baron. But that's obviously a risk you want to go for up against the comp of AL.
I mean, they have to force this. Remember, Dream has the ultimate, but it's on a timer. It's not a guarantee. Good little ward there to say, look, they're not on the Baron. We don't have to panic. AL just taking their moment, saying, look, we don't need to overforce this. And they're happy with ZDZ forcing in this bot side. He can continue to be a split lane threat. He's got himself a GA. He should be fine.
Yeah, it's really... I mean, Gragas has a wave clear, and it's hard to dive Gragas with his Zhonya's, and, like, the fact is there's low cooldown body slam. But the fact you have to keep sending him down there to answer does make it a bit painful.
Okay, 30 seconds. I want to make a quick note. Photic picked up a stopwatch. Yeah, it's gone now. So he can't take that for another 2 minutes. So
yeah.
It's you don't have the Amumu ult. That was very well played here by AL. You can see a reset coming in. We will have the Anathema's chains coming out for Chocho. It's going to be a little bit tankier as well. TP coming in. There's 10 seconds till the dragon spawns.
But, you know.
True, but TP's coming in. And everyone said, oh, full summoners available. Here we go. They're going to win. Oh, Chocho! He gets on top of 4, but can they make anything work this on AL? We will see Rich going into Zhonya's to try and delay this fight. DDT can't get the stun down. Look at Photic on the backside of this fight. Just free hitting with those Qs. No one's gone down just yet because of all the GAs and the Zhonya's. But look at Photic. He's just tearing through these health bars. And Photic was able to survive. Photic with the quadra kill, and V5 get everything.
And AL are just unable to get on him. I said this is what needs to happen, is Photic needs to be free hitting. AL disrespect him. ZDZ burns the ult on the Gragas. Chocho got a huge engage, but the follow-up wasn't there. And when the Zeri free hits, the Zeri will take over. Photic, at the end of a close match, a close series to AL, will do enough to push them over the finish line.
As much as Photic got the kills, that was Karsa keeping the game alive, protecting Photic in so many ways. The funny thing is Photic still had his Zhonya's all the way in the back pocket, but it wasn't needed. The game has been secured. V5 continue their undefeated series streak.
And Matt, that was a battle. I feel like this is the hardest V5 have been tested so far this player. Like, I feel like this is even more, like, more pressure than even the RNG game, arguably. AL, I can only commend them for putting up such a fight. Unfortunately, didn't manage to finish it out, but definitely proving that, you know, considering their finish in the lower end of the table in the spring split, definitely looking like a contender to get to playoffs this split. But V5 still undefeated in series, despite everything, despite the fight they had to go through, despite the fact that they nearly ended up losing that game, still maintaining form to the end.
I mean, obviously, congratulations to V5. They continue to go to 6-0. They are looking fantastic. But AL, truly hats off to them, because it was a close series, like you mentioned, probably the closest that V5 have had all split. And that's the big thing that we got to talk about, is that this wasn't just a roll up. People might look at the result and say, oh, V5 had one bad game. It's like, honestly, that last game could have gone either way. And I feel like Karsa really is playing some of the best League of Legends we've seen him play in years.
I mean, Karsa was really solid. I think that game 2, instrumental in getting the lead and closing it out. Great decision making to stall out the game, because I don't know. It's hard to say if he just died there and not been able to clear the waves, being able to Zhonya's and buy time.
Game's over.
Maybe it would have been an end. The timers were close, but at the end of the day, V5 managed to secure it. And I think AL just mismanaged the final team fight. They just needed to get on Photic. I think if Photic dies, they just win. I feel like that it's that simple. The Zeri's so strong in those late game team fights. But unfortunately, just the target selection wasn't as able to pick it up as easily as in those other ones. But credit to AL for making it so close and bringing such a banger for series. I mean, a lot of people will probably look at this day, and despite the fact AL had a pretty good scoreline with 3-2 coming into today, they look at V5 against AL, they're like, well, that's not going to be that interesting. And this was a really fun series, really great series on both sides.
It really was, and honestly, I think, again, look at that's an LPL gold graph. That is what I want to be seeing on a regular. None of this slow, gradual move ups or move downs. I want to see the roller coaster that we all know and love.
That just says it all. And you know, I even kind of said it. We have so many series in the LPL where one team crushes, then the other team crushes, and then game 3 is a close battle where they're both trying to vie to get the series win. And this absolutely delivered on that. Photic was absolutely humongous on the Zeri, and when he was able to function, when he wasn't shut down, was able to make it work, but still pretty significant effort from both sides in that one.
Yeah, and look, you know, I think Photic on the Zeri proved why the Zeri is so powerful. Look at how much they threw at Photic, even in all of these fights. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, and it did feel like with a full set of summoners, a full backup of his team, it's such a slippery champion to try and get on top of. And when you have these crit builds, when you have got the IE, the Immortal Shield Bow, and of course the Phantom Dancer, it's just so much. Now, the longer the fight goes before she's dead, the worse it becomes for you and your team.
And I think ultimately, I feel like AL just need to be a bit more patient and let ZDZ get in a flank position, because that's what worked in the fight before they won, is that ZDZ found a flank and then Forge was there to follow up, and they just were able to take out Photic. And honestly, I'm gonna say there's this like team fight in spring that I love that kind of made me just fall for AL, the way they approach team fights. ZDZ and Forge are so good as a duo working together. Like when they can get on, when they know there's like a backline target they have to take out, particularly when ZDZ's on Camille, they can be really effective at doing so. I think Chocho just pulled the trigger a bit early with his ultimate and didn't give time for them to set up, but still, I love team fighting so much. I love breaking down why they go different directions, seeing the teams trying to find ways to execute on it, and which is why AL is such a fun team to watch. But seeing the back and forth between these two, struggling to find dominance in them, I could watch so much more of this. I really hope we get to see AL in playoffs, just because I feel like in a series, this team would make it so exciting.
Yeah, honestly, I really do. I would love to see this team make top 10 and maybe, go for a little bit of a run. Who knows what way this team could go. But,
Ella Wilds? Whoa.
What? What? AL versus TT World Finals confirmed? Anyway,
dude, don't tell me with a good time.
But it is not about AL. It is about V5, because despite adversity, despite being pushed very, very close to the limit, V5 still came out with the win. A 2-1, not as clean as they wanted it to be, but there's still so much to love about this team, so much to be excited for. And again, why they're proving to us to be arguably, arguably they are a top 2 team in the LPL as per standings, and probably by the end of playoffs as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, people talk about JDG. JDG are obviously undefeated, but JDG... also, I feel like they haven't really been challenged too much. There was that top esports series where Jackie Love and Mark ran it down game 3, and that was probably it. I mean, EDG they did beat, but I'm not really convinced by EDG yet. So there's going to be week 7, I believe. JDG face both V5 and RNG. I think that's going to be the true test. I'm not, I need to see it, but right now I think V5 probably look like strongest in the maybe top esports or not even. It's hard to call. It's so hard to
Careful.
call at
This
this
is being
point.
recorded. You're gonna get called out in 5 weeks time when the meta changes. You know, something's
Dude,
happened and stuff like
you wanna
that.
hear the real call out? I'll tell you my real call out later when we look at tomorrow's games. That's gonna be.
I'm excited.
That you should be, man. I have a bold one that I'm probably gonna get blamed for, but I'm ready.
You're on the
for it.
first series, right? I'll have to get up early. Make sure I get a call for it. But yeah, again, V5 still looking fantastic in their wins, still looking like just a great team. And I think that, you know, we can kind of like look forward, look towards like, you know, who they've got coming up next. And it's not, you know, too terrible of a schedule, if I'm being totally honest. They play RA, then they have EDG, which I think is a big match for EDG. You'd be curious to see how they do that. And then we're into like IG, Weibo, LNG. They've actually got a load of games. They could end up going like 8, 9, even 10-0 before they really start to hit, you know, JDG and the likes, who might take a game or even a series off them.
Yeah, and I mean, V5, we're the team with the highest score in the regular season of spring, so definitely can pull it through. I mean, we look at AL's schedule as well. Like, they'll face Weibo. I think AL could beat Weibo. It's definitely not going to be an easy series, but they could. AL against Ultra Prime, I think they can win that. They should win that. AL against TT again. Like, I really think AL in a good position to actually make it to playoffs at this point. Like, if you look at the teams they have to play, there's quite a few wins they could be picking up there. So I'm going to keep my hope alive. I'm going to keep believing. For anyone at home who's a believer,
don't stop.
Shout out to you as well.
Sorry. I always have to put it in there. But yeah, honestly, I think it's an exciting time for AL and anyone who's excited about the LPL. It's always nice to see newer teams, newer players kind of coming up and challenging the status quo. We get a bit bored with some of the standard ones. That's why V5 was so refreshing as well, because V5, don't forget, 17th in 2 splits in a row or something like that. So it can be just like that. All of a sudden, you get a good roster going for yourself. You go from bottom of the table to something better, something new, you know? And it can happen. Not often, but it can.
And I just
All
love
you have to do is buy rookie.
It's that simple.
It's that simple. Buy
This
rookie,
one
instant
trick
top 14.
LPL teams are doing to make it a world. Just
One
buy
trick
rookie.
LCK don't want you to know about. Like,
Oh, man.
buy rookie.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one, I'll be honest. But to be fair, you know,
Great
Dream's been
strat.
functioning well even without him. I believe, you know, I think V5's next match is on the 6th of July. I'm not sure if we'll have
Which is
Rookie
the
by then.
Wednesday.
You know, maybe.
Next Wednesday, so you got like almost a week to before the next game. So, but again, like I said, we talked about this on our last series as well, that we are very, very quickly getting to the halfway point of the split, but we are going to talk about it before we talk about the grandeur of the split. We got to talk about our MVP from that game. It was Photic. The man had as many assists as any support could ever dream of, and he was the AD carry. And at the end of it all, with nearly 40% of the damage done for his team, he really was a shining light.
Yeah, I mean, we were concerned, is this area going to be a problem for AL? They picked tools to deal with it, but the second they left it unchecked, yes, it was a problem. Photic, pretty spectacular on this pick, just able to really challenge the enemy team. And when he wasn't shut down by like Kalista, Talia, they just weren't able to function. And we could see that in all these fights, just pushing up aggressively. And even here, ZDZ does jump on him, but if there isn't follow-up, he will just take over.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. It was just the takeover that he was able to kind of find out with and go with, was that if you didn't kill him, he was going to kill you. That's the best way I can put it for you. So it is a good kind of setup for the side of V5 to know that they don't just need Rookie, and we've said this multiple times, but they have carries in so many lanes. And even though Photic got the MVP this game, you can even see on this fight here, like, look at Karsa. Karsa doing so much just to try and, you know, be in front of Photic, make sure he does not get anyone near him so he can do the damage.
Yeah, and also stealing away Photic's panic kill, so good job, Karsa.
Good guy, Karsa. Good guy, Karsa. But yeah, I mean, like, we're getting there, man. We're about probably like just over a third of the way through the split. I think by the end of week 5, we're well over halfway. Just out of series played, regardless of who's played them. It's starting to run amok at the moment. I'm starting to realize that we're gonna have, you know, basically July done, and then we're in July now. I don't even know what time is. Time is a construct that I can't understand.
Yeah, it's really going fast. It's kind of crazy. Like, you know, we've been 4 weeks in, haven't seen Rookie play, but V5 still undefeated. Still seeing, like, not too many interactions between the top teams. Like, we have JDG have played top esports, RNG have played V5, but so many more matchups between them to come in, which I'm excited for.
Mm-hmm.
And still, I feel like we've had such a mix when it comes to teams on the lower level in terms of where they're going to be. AL's looking super hype now. Ultra Prime had that hype streak. BLG exist.
Wow, poor BLG. God damn, cold. But yeah, I mean, in fairness, if you've watched any of BLG, you'll know why we say these things about them. Sadly, it wasn't for them. But we are coming up to the end of our day. We can have a quick look at the results. And yes, we got the expected results, but not how we expected to get to them. We did see a fairly decent 2-0 from EDG. No surprises there. But like we just finished up there, V5 2-1 over AL. I think AL will be... It's kind of a bittersweet moment for them. They played so exceptionally well, but always losing is never a fun feeling.
Yeah, but they got that game, and honestly, I feel like even the game doesn't do that series justice. The fact that it was just 2-1, because like that game 3 was such a battle. V5 really being tested, and remember, this is a team who didn't make it to the finals in spring despite a fantastic regular season performance, which they're repeating now. Fantastic regular season performance. They're now in first, highest game difference, but AL managing to show some cracks that I feel like need to be polished before we're really going to be confident that they'll be front runners for the whole thing. And yeah, seeing a lot of things play out in terms of standings. A lot of work to be done for some teams, and the likes of like V5, JDG, not far from really being close to locking in playoffs.
No, not far at all. The magic number is usually 9. If we can mathematically lock it in at there, we will let you guys know. But look at our top 6 right there. You kind of really see and feel a difference between RNG and UP. Yes, LNG are 3 and 2 sitting at 7th, but they have been anything but convincing. And I think AL might have a little bit more to say about that 7th place spot later on in the season. We'll have to wait and see how they end up developing and if they can continue the good run of spirit they've had. But let's have a look at tomorrow's games, because it is a Super Saturday here in the LPL. Games are starting off a little bit earlier than the usual time, so we'll be kicking off at 8:50 CEST. But it's LNG versus LGD, FBX versus JDG. JDG looking to go 7-0, and then our match of the week, Weibo versus Top.
Here it is. Here's the prediction, right?
Go on.
FBX upset JDG.
No, really? You're calling it?
Yeah. I think it happens. I think, right, FBX have been really close to beat it, like not close to beating, but like they took a game of RNG, they took a game of Top Esports, right? Like I think FPX's scoreline doesn't reflect their level, and the fact they absolutely demolished RA, like it wasn't even close. They looked so much better than RA, and I think JDG, they've had some struggles. If you actually look at the JDG series, like even the TT one, which was the 2-0 they struggled in, they dropped a game to Ultra Prime, they dropped a game to OMG. Like I legitimately think JDG are still favorites, don't get me wrong, but I'm calling the upset now between FBX and JDG. And if I'm right, then obviously I'm a god. If I'm wrong, then you're welcome to flame me as much as you want.
Well, I'm sure you won't want that if people actually go in front of you. Don't flame people. It's not very nice to do it. But that is all the time we have for today. I think I'm excited for tomorrow's matchup. It could be, Weibo versus Top Esports. Could be literally the best match of the season. Could be an absolute blowout either way. It literally could go either way with both of these teams. They are very much your boy Wayward playing on for Top Esports. See how he's able to emote tomorrow. Yeah, what
Wayward against the Shy. Do you remember what happened last time?
I do.
Where these two met, the Trinity into Jace, the thumbs up into tower dive. Dude, I'm so ready for this.
It's going to be an absolute banger regardless of who ends up winning. But that is all the time for we have today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Ox, for dealing with everything. And of course, thank you to production for helping us. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at the slightly earlier time for a Super Saturday of LPL. And we'll see you then.
Bye.